Deneme 1-2.
Hello, everybody.
Başlattım.
Hello, everybody. So this is the second day of our joint graduate conference. Yesterday, we started out with we started out at 10 o'clock yesterday, and we had 6 sessions altogether. And then we concluded eko yapıyor sesim. Tamam, şimdi düzeldi. And we concluded the day with the keynote address of Refik Anadol. So it's my immense pleasure to start today's sessions, and I'm leaving the floor to Esra Çoker and the participants of the first session.
Okay, hello to everyone and good morning. It's my pleasure to open this first session of the second day of our conference. It's a joint American Studies conference, and before I introduce my speakers, I would like to thank Ufuk Hocam for making this happen, for making this come true, because I know that it is a great effort and dynamism that is put on the part of the organizing committee and also its headmaster, Ufuk Hocam. And this is a very great opportunity for all graduate students studying in American Studies departments and English as well. So I wanted to thank you again for making this happen. Okay, now we have today's first session is about we made a general theme. It's post-humanism and cyberpunk. We have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Meltem Dağcı, but unfortunately she has a vocal cord issue problem, so her paper will be read by Ezgi Ilimen. Meltem, first let me introduce a little bio of Meltem. She graduated from Dokuz University computer program. She actually started with in a field that has nothing to do with literature, so I think she will bring a very different perspective to this field. Diversity, I always love diversity and all the difference that we can get, actually, all the different eyes we can get. And she then graduated from Anadolu University, Department of Turkish Language and Literature. She is writing, I think right now, in various magazines, and Edebiyat Nöbeti magazine for 6 years, I think. I am correct. And she now continues her conversations with the writer's room in Edebiyat Haber for 3 years. Meltem's title is The Review of the Effect of Biopunk Movement on the Representation of the Human Body in Literature. Actually, she says literature, but it's about the wind-up girl that Paolo Bazziculupi has written, the novel. She's going to deal with more of the wind-up girl. So let me give the stage to as I said, to Meltem's paper that will be read by Ezgi Ilimen. Okay.
Thank you, Esra Hocam, for the introduction. I'm research assistant Ezgi Ilimen from Hacettepe University, Department of American Culture and Literature, and I will present Meltem Dağcı's paper to you. Okay. In this period, when we attribute almost all changes and transformations to technology, almost every subject about future is discussed through technological developments. Biopunk is a subgenre of science fiction that focuses on biotechnology. Biopunk is about synthetic biology. It is derived from cyberpunk, which includes biohackers, biotech big companies, and repressive government agencies that manipulate human DNA. Often associated with the dark atmosphere of cyberpunk, biopunk often examines the dark side of genetic engineering and represents the underside of biotechnology. The effort to find the better and the beautiful in areas such as political, social, economic, and cultural has created the type of utopia. In this sense, utopia can be defined as the social order that should be. As time progresses, every step taken on the way, it should be turned into something that shouldn't be and becomes a dystopia. It can be described as the order of domination that occurs when action is taken for utopian purposes in dystopia. Dystopias, a society under the pressure of totalitarian and dominating powers, is generally told. These totalitarian and domineering powers in question occupy freedoms and private spheres in order to preserve their own existence and achieve the ideal order they aim at. The dystopian universe is actually like the biopolitical fictions and models of the modern world. The dominance of the body, productive forces, production relations, and population greatly expands the biopoliticization ground of power with the help of technological innovations. The representations of biopunk dystopias in science fiction are very pessimistic for today's reader. Scientists dealing with the science of genetics report that these technologies have opened a new door for humanity to large areas. One of the best books for biopunk dystopia is Paolo Bacigalupi's The Wind-Up Girl. The author achieved great success with this novel published in 2009. He has won sci-fi awards in Japan, Germany, and France. In the book, we witness the world of the 23rd century. Fossil fuels have already been exhausted, and humanity has barely come to those days, just as it has been through problems. The way of providing and accumulating energy has been kinetic, mechanical methods, not chemical, nuclear methods. There's a serious shortage of food and nutrition all over the world. There's a very faint shadow of the time we are living right now. Conventional weapons, we know pistols and rifles, have taken their place as spring discs. Those who build these springs are genetically modified, elephant-like megalodons. These and many objects in the book are described as quote-unquote engineered, that is, they are genetically designed and constructed. Body politics also appears in the dystopia of The Wind-Up Girl. Because of the endless need for production, the body is only directed to work. The authoritarian rule, which starts with dominating only the body, adds strength to its power by resetting the bodily desires and sexual drive over time. The emergence of body politics, such as feminism and the pursuit of individual freedom since the 70s, and the increase in ecological sensitivities with the emergence of environmental disasters in the 80s, paved the way for different dystopias in this direction. In this book, the dystopian setting revolves around the issue of global warming. Climate change, which is the result of global warming, is also a scientific type of atmospheric and astronomical events. Everything from the content of the air we breathe to the acidity of the sea we swim in is different from what those before us knew. We are adding new colors to the temperature maps to reflect these strange weathers. It is performed by the compression of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and butane, which are produced as a result of human activities in the atmosphere. Sea level rise, the melting Greenland, Arctic and mountain glaciers result from climate changes. Our generation goes to the poles and watches millions of tons of glaciers melt into the sea, and the Earth, with its poles to the north and south, become literally unipolar. It is the recklessness of advanced industrial countries which emit excessive gas into the atmosphere with their industrial technologies in developing strategies for preventing global warming and adapting to climatic changes. This situation has created serious justice problems that need to be resolved between those who pollute the environment for the sake of more wealth and the victims who struggle to survive in the polluted environment. Industry giants ignore gas emission limits, oil, coal, etc. Increasing global warming due to the unconscious use of fossil resources has also damaged crops and habitats in the equatorial regions. Scientists state that if urgent action is not taken against climate change, the human species may not be able to adapt to new conditions. He underlines that, along with the human species, millions of other living species in the world will also perish. One of the biggest social rights marches ever worldwide was for global warming and climate justice. All over the planet, people shouted that they wanted justice. They wanted climate justice. For the first time in history, the Secretary General of the United Nations took to the streets to support this call for justice. All the memorizations were broken, the colors mixed with each other in the street. Humanity, the ancient part of nature, has taken on its sins together with the sins of previous generations, and there has been an unprecedented change in our way of life. We face similar problems and consequences of climate and environmental change in the female character with the setups. The waters rose and many large cities have submerged. The dominant power of the world has not been the states, but the food companies that have become global powers. As a result of genetic interventions for healthier, more genetically resistant and longer shelf life in basic foods are far from their former state. Everyday life is as challenging as political life. Due to global warming, most of the world is under the tropical climate, and life that has come to a standstill due to the scarcity of energy sources. Only a very wealthy minority can afford to have a refrigerator and air conditioner in their homes. The factories operate with the energy produced by huge springs powered by the muscle power of genetically engineered megafuels. Computers work with paddles like old sewing machines, while street lamps burn thanks to methane gases accumulating in the sewer. Gene hackers are after the genetic code of food, copying both food and disease and causing problems. The only country that has relatively escaped this mess is Thailand. Our novel takes place in Thailand, the land of free people. In Thailand, there are two political elements that wield armed forces and whose political aims and objectives are very different from each other: Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Commerce. Both are trying to get the power of the kingdom behind them, while the Ministry of Commerce is trying to improve its relations with Westerners called Farang. The Ministry of Environment is a nationalist ministry that was consolidated by protecting Thailand from epidemics and does not support the country's opening up. In the midst of all this confusion, the Kingdom of Thailand, unlike other countries, does not accept the monopoly of the colliery companies and shows a great resistance. They produce their own food. Nationalist gene hackers copy the food of big companies, and on top of all this, they succeed in reviving many products that can no longer be found anywhere in the world. The plot of our story begins with the re-emergence of the extinct family in Thailand. We take our first step into an immersive adventure when Anderson, one of the 5 main characters we will accompany throughout the book, finds a fruit that did not exist before in the market. We see what happened during the period covered by the book, which consists of 50 chapters in total, through the eyes of our 5 different main characters. We switch to a different character in each episode, and the flow of events continues all the same. Thus, instead of listening to the same things from different people, we have the opportunity to see the ongoing flow from different angles. Each character's purpose, background, and perspective on events are very different and unique. At this point, it is necessary to appreciate Paolo Bacigalupi's On the Depth of Character. Throughout the book, we see real living characters with solid fiction. I would like to briefly talk about these characters now. Our first character is a foreign businessman called Farang in Thailand, Anderson, working for one of the big calorie companies. Anderson's purpose in Thailand, as we will learn in the first chapter, is to research and capture the kingdom's achievements in genetics. In the episodes with Anderson, we have the opportunity to see the events through the eyes of a stranger. It also shows us what an ambitious businessman can do for new business opportunities, clearly reflecting the calorie company's view of the world and people. So Anderson is actually a calorie company agent. But since representatives of the calorie companies are not allowed to enter Thailand, he masquerades as the manager of a factory that produces energy storing coils. He is looking for ways to reach Thailand's seed warehouse. Anderson, who accompanies us throughout the book, also occupies a very different place in the fiction. Another character, Tan Hock Sang, a Malaysian Chinese working under Anderson, Hock Sang is an immigrant who works at Anderson's factory. Like other people who took refuge in Thailand, he is one of the refugees with a yellow card, that is the discriminated segment of society. While he is a wealthy Chinese formerly trading in Malaysia, he is a lucky man who manages to flee the country when the Muslim group called the Green Bandanas took over and started killing the Chinese. He has the psychology to do anything to regain his former strong position. The white shirts, the armed force of the Ministry of Environment, have to avoid them because they are not tolerant of such immigrants. While Hock Sang presents a story of a man who has lost everything and is looking for a new beginning for himself, he contributes a lot to the development of events, knowingly and unknowingly. Another character is Emiko, the fictional girl who gave the book its name. Emiko, which I think is the most interesting character of the book, is actually not a real person, a new human genetically modified in a laboratory environment, as locals say, a nobody. Produced by her Japanese owner as a secretary, translator, and bedmate, the wind-up girl begins to be used as a means of entertainment after being abandoned in Thailand. In the episodes told through Emiko's eyes, we see the perspective of the traditional public against new people and feel the feelings of a person who is humiliated and taken advantage of. I think that the most successful character narrated in the book belongs to Emiko's parts because of this intensity. In addition, the most challenging scenes of the book appear in the sections of our nobody, which makes us shiver. I think that the scenes are used in the right dosage to fit the story, but it should be noted that people who are especially sensitive to violence may not think this way. When we move on to another character, we come across Chief Inspector Kaidi, a Ministry of Environment officer who represents Thailand's independence and upright stance. In fact, those who work in this ministry, white shirts as people call them, act as a kind of local police in disguise. They are fighting against disease, preventing the growth of epidemics, inspecting illegal products, and they are not afraid to use violence to prevent the Kingdom of Thailand. In a country where everything depends on bribery and nepotism, white shirts are also an important part of this chain. At this point, Kaidi presents us the perspective of a kingdom that is run with nationalist feelings. While trying to fulfill his duty as a patriot, he is trying to stand up against the corruption of the Ministry of Environment employees. If we ignore their extremely harsh and uncompromising approach towards immigrants, Farangs, and new people, one can conclude that Kaidi is a character with most empathy, wisdom, and virtue. I would like to dwell on the issue of bribery and corruption a little more. The distortion of the system is reflected so realistically as to shudder the reader. The incidence of nepotism and bribery, which we can easily see in our own world today, have become completely commonplace in the book. Unfortunately, this is why you sometimes forget that the story takes place in the future while reading it. The characters somehow manage to leave a lasting impression on readers, Each of them acts resolutely in line with their own goals, and they successfully represent different segments with their approach to the events that they encounter. Apart from the story and characters, one of the outstanding features of the book is the atmosphere of the story, which allows the reader to experience a world in the midst of a corrupt order, where human life does not matter. A country's internal and external conflicts, the effects of revolution, conflicts and class differences become commonplace in a short time and captivate the reader. Today, when we take a glance around our surroundings, many disturbing events that catch our eye have also found a place in the Wind-Up Girl. Simply put, the story of the changing world and people adapting to it is quite similar to what we can see in history. The way big corporations control people's lives and how little importance is placed on human life stand before our eyes as clear criticism, forcing us to look around and see the same things happening today. The portrayals of wars, genocides, and conflicts among people who have adopted different views remind us a similar future is near the horizon. Finally, this biopunk dystopian work wants to show us the body politics created around the existence of power and female body. In order not to succumb to dystopian exploitation of the body, women's struggles in the novel are crucial to ponder over. Although eco-dystopia is defined as both a criticism and a reminder of responsibilities to the present and a call to the action for those who are responsible, those who are warned here are not those who rule, but those who are oppressed under their domination. In this context, a parallelism is established between the destruction of nature, especially after industrialization, and the destruction of human beings. A possible salvation can only be linked to the transformation of this identification between man and nature in an action that will change the system. At the same time, if we ignore this example of ecological dystopia, it will not be possible to save the Earth on the brink of extinction. And I thank you on behalf of Meltem Daj.
Esra hocam, you're muted, unfortunately.
Sanırım bir video var, 2-3 dakikalık, onu izliyoruz şu anda.
Okay.
Videodan ses gelmiyor ama Rana Baykar'a da yazmış. Acaba videoyu başa alıp bir sesini halledebilir miyiz sevgili Meltem?
Bu Wind-Up Girl filminden bir fragman mı? Önce onu bir şey yapalım. Neyi izlediğimizi. Kitabından.
Evet.
Hocam şöyle söyleyeyim, romanla ilgili, Kurma Kız romanı ile ilgili zaten biyopunk ve iklim değişikliği ve kadın bedeninin sömürülmesiyle ilgili birçok katmanlı aslında konuyu ele alıyor. Ben de bununla ilgili olabildiğince sunumu bu çerçevede hani slaytları hazırlamaya çalıştım. Artı videoyu da hani bununla ilgili bir video, biraz karma bir video oldu. Ama yaklaşık 3 dakikalık bir video. Tam ekran yaptım ama sesler biraz farklıydı. O yüzden kısmak zorunda kaldım.
Tamam.
Hı-hı. Ezgi'ye bu arada teşekkür ederim. Ezgi İlimen'e yardımları ve destekleri için. Esra hocam size de.
Demek ses olmayan bir video hazırladın değil mi Meltem?
Evet, evet hocam. Hı-hı.
Ya görseller gerçekten çok çok ilginçti.
Ben de çok, hatta baktığımda etkilendim. Çünkü bilim kurgunun bu tarafını da çok seviyorum. Yani biyopunk ya da siperpunk ya da diğer punk çeşitlerini falan. konularla ilgili. En azından hani videoda da animasyon olarak oynatıcı hani bir görsellikte daha bir hani farklılık katacağını düşündüm.
Bu romanın filmi çevrilmedi değil mi Meltem?
Bildiğim kadarıyla hayır. Galiba çevrilmedi.
Yani bu yazar üzerine bir bildiri gerçekten çok kıymetli oldu konferansımız için.
Umarım çok da bitiyor zaten. Bununla bitiyor, evet. Esra Hocam, paylaşımı durduruyorum ben.
Tamam.
Hı hı.
Teşekkürler.
Ben
Yine
teşekkür
tekrar
ederim.
teşekkür ediyorum Meltem. Herhalde hepimiz senin, bilmiyorum çoğumuz diyeyim, senin sunum sayesinde Wind Up Girl'u tanımış olduk romanı. Ben de ilk defa bu yazarı duydum ve çok da ilginç geldi. Gerçekten çok güzel bir roman. Tam biopunk'ın representative olabilecek bir roman. Evet, şimdi I'm going to revert to English again. Now I'm going to introduce you to my second speaker. She is Dilan Güner.
Bu arada
Dilan,
Esra
Var
Hocam
mı?
hızlı bir şey söyleyebilir miyim araya
Tabii.
girip özür dileyerek? Katılımcılara katılım sertifikalarını da e-maillerine yollayacağız 2-3 gün içinde. Onu dün de söyleyecektim. Şu anda yeni fırsat bulabildim. Çok
Okay.
özür dileyerek devam
Yok,
edebiliriz.
problem. I think Dilan is here, right? Bakıyorum, görebiliyor muyum Dilan'ı? Evet, Dilan, şimdi gördüm
Yes,
seni.
I'm here.
Okay. Dilan is our student. She's from Dokuz University. She graduated from our department, and now she's a graduate MA student. Her main interests are, as we all know in our Dokuz Eylül, is she's a very big fan of science fiction. And so she mostly deals with fantasy fiction, speculative literature. And she has told me that she also really likes magical realism, but she's into genres, into American cinema, postmodernism, ecofeminism. And now she is writing a graduate thesis on solar punk. Is there anything that you would like, Dilan, to say about yourself before presenting your paper? Maybe I have missed out.
No, you introduced me well. Thank you.
Okay, so her paper will be about the evolution of detectives in noir cinema, from Sam Spade to Replicant A. I think you're going to talk about how the transformation that has happened from classical detectives to the new detective fiction that actually has included, again, technology and science, and we have a very different detective hero. Okay, so the stage is yours, Dilan.
Thank
And
you.
we'll wait.
First, I'm gonna share my screen. I hope I manage. Okay. Can you see my screen now, my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and also I hope you all slept well, had a nice breakfast, and had at least one cup of coffee, because I need all of your attention, and today we are gonna work on an important case. So from now on, we all are detectives. You can either be a human detective or a post-human one. It completely depends on you. Today, I will give you a presentation, but we will also play a little game together. Or let's say we are going to solve a case. Does anyone know what replicant case stands for? Because it's actually an abbreviation. If you know, please do not tell me now. If you don't know, that's great. I was told by the Los Angeles Police Department that throughout my presentation, every page has a clue. I mean, a letter and a number that is hidden. When they are combined, the real name of replicant K will be revealed. At some point, I'm going to ask you K's real name so that I can complete my presentation and solve the case. I hope you can help me. Please do not forget to note down letters and numbers, so thank you. The paper that I'm going to present to you today, or let's say the case we are going to work on, falls into the category of representations of science and technology and American detective fiction. Cyberpunk, I believe, is the best genre to investigate for this category because one of its components is hard-boiled detective fiction, and criminal activities are one of the main themes of the genre. My focus will be on the three detective characters we are familiar with from books and movies. The first one is Sam Spade, a hard-boiled detective from the 1940s. The second one is Rick Deckard, who lives in the technologically advanced 2010s, and Replicant K, a detective who is a product of technology and lives in the 2040s. By comparing these three characters, we will see how the hard-boiled detective figures have changed over time with the help of technology, while they are still showing similarities in some areas. But first and foremost, it is necessary to talk about hard-boiled detective fiction, film noir, cyberpunk, and tech noir, and define them. Hard-boiled detective fiction was born in the early 20th century America. Hard-boiled fiction is a tough, unsentimental style of American crime writing that brought a new tone of earth realism or naturalism to the field of detective fiction. The protagonists of this genre are tough, cynical, and sinister. They have a questionable reputation, a vague past, unique work ethics, and moral codes. They mostly prefer to work alone. In addition, these detectives get involved in crime and violence or dive directly into the underworld. In direct violation of the rules, these detectives can cooperate with criminals to solve the case or the mystery. They are mostly called private eye or PI, let's say, because they are hired by mysterious people to act as their eyes on the dark streets. Like their ancestors, Western cowboys, these men are outlaws and outcasts. They neither belong to society nor to the underworld. This makes them a shadow who can leak from every crack in the legal system. Thus, they are always in conflict with governmental forces, and in their private lives, they are hyper-masculine seducers, heavy drinkers, smokers, and they are the new justice providers in corrupted America. In the 1940s and 50s, these books were adapted to the cinema, and these movies began to be called film noir. These movies feature certain characters such as a hard-boiled protagonist, namely a detective or a war veteran who is fragmented, insecure, alienated, introverted, and a loner. Beside this protagonist, there is a femme fatale, a dangerous seducer whose only concern is money, a rival to the protagonist's masculinity. However, there is sometimes another woman figure too, a domestic, less dangerous one, who can be the wife, the friend, or the employee of the protagonist. Dialogues between these characters are tight, and every character has their own concern. The noir element in these movies can be the result of external forces or the character's psyche. The plot is set in a rainy, dark urban landscape that is filled with dangers. The characters are shot under low-key lighting, and with many close-ups to show their distorted psyche and emotions. All these elements, along with blurred minds and a cloud of heavy smoke in the background, create ambiguity and chaos. We can now talk about cyberpunk and one of its green forms, tech noir. After some time, the tendency of Americans toward crime, violence, guns, and cynical figures and pessimism finds itself in another form in the 1980s as cyberpunk. Cyber and punk, which make up the two parts of this word, hint at the nature of the genre. The cyber side suggests high technology, the internet, cyber culture, robotics, and cybernetics, while the punk side suggests rebellion, alienation, body modifications, drugs, and the use of slang language. Common elements of cyberpunk themed texts are a loner hero, a world of corruption, violence, toughness, urban brutality, isolation, ruthlessness, a greedy corporational economy, commodified victim, theme of body transformation, and criminal activities, of course, criminal activities. Shortly after cyberpunk appeared, in the early 1990s, its counterpart was visible in the film industry too, and it is called tech noir, a fusion of film noir and cyberpunk. Its name comes from a nightclub in one of the flagship films of the genre, Terminator. The noir element this time does not emerge from a post-war disillusionment or hopelessness, but from the effects of technology which cast long shadows over the resident darkness of the human condition. To put it another way, the hard-boiled detective character appears in the dark streets that are invaded by holograms. The femme fatale may be an android. Every character in the film has some sort of relationship with technology. The noir element now stems not only from internal turmoil, but also from the uncertainty created by the intertwining of technology and everyday life. The hero is always a victim of an individual or corporation for whom the main economic source is technology. So after this short background info, we can turn back to our detectives. The first figure to be analyzed is Sam Spade from the Maltese Falcon. Sam Spade is a PI based in San Francisco. A beautiful and mysterious woman hires him and his partner to solve a simple case. However, Spade's partner dies while attempting to solve the case behind Spade's back, and the mysterious woman vanishes. Did we surprise? No. While being accused of being his partner's murderer for his secret affair with his ex-wife, a life triangle, Spade is also hired separately by two men, Cairo and Gutman. Both men are after a bejeweled bird statue. Spade, Cairo, Gutman, and the mysterious woman, whose name we later learn is Bridget, come together for the sake of this statue. Money and personal ambitions are their primary motivations. As a result, they try to hurt each other while also assisting each other to find the statue. In this movie, all characters are crooked and there is an atmosphere of uncertainty. Bridget is constantly lying, therefore blurring the reality. Spade and she immediately start a relationship, but this is of course not a tender one. Even in the end, Spade sends her to jail without even a second thought. He shows the same reckless and hypocritical attitude towards Cairo and Gutman as well, while taking their money and looking after his own interests in the statue and those people. Spade acts like a criminal. He tells lies to the officers who are constantly interrogating him. He even makes plans to cover Cairo and Gutman's criminal activities. Spade is a clever, witty, cynical, and manipulative man, and his working conditions require him to adapt to every situation. As we can see, he has no morality at all, and because of this lack of morality, he is called the blonde Satan. This blonde Satan is also always at the center of attention. Archer's wife Eva, his assistant Effie, and Bridget are all a means for him to flaunt his masculinity. Even on Cairo, a queer character, Spade shows his dominance and masculinity through violence. He claims he doesn't like to use weapons, but it is clear throughout the film that this is not because of his peaceful disposition at all. He relies on his physical strength. Spade is working under the conditions of uncertainty and contingency. He can rarely trust the people who surround him. While trying to solve the chaos and the mystery about both the statue and these people, he trusts his intuitions, mind, and his highly developed observation skills. He doesn't let anyone play with him or deceive him. He doesn't act as a legal officer, thus he is quicker at solving the mystery. He has his own codes and rules in this corrupted city, and all this make him a perfect anti-hero. So as we can see, there is no technological aid. He is just a regular American hard-boiled detective who trusts his own abilities. The next figure is Rick Deckard from the Blade Runner, a tech noir movie. He is also a transitional figure in my analysis. The movie is set in the future around the year 2020 in Los Angeles. Deckard is first seen by the audience in a street restaurant surrounded by a classical film noir urban scene of rain, neon lights, and a crowd surrounding him, emphasizing his isolation. While he's eating, he is taken by officers to the police department, and they want him to trace the illegal entrance of replicants, for example, Roy and Chris, into the planet. Even though he is not an officer or a Blade Runner anymore, the department forces him. Replicants are advertised as more human than human. They are superior to humans in strength, dexterity, and at least equal in intelligence, but they lack emotions. To prevent them from developing emotions, Tyrell programs them to expire after 4 years. So it is illegal for replicants to return to Earth, so there are special police officers called Blade Runners, whose job is to to kill these androids. While hunting these replicants to retire them, Deckard gets help from machines. One of them is the Void Contest, a machine that enables Blade Runners and officers to understand who is a replicant or not. As a human detective, Deckard interrogates people or replicants, observes situations, trusts his intuitions, and traces the clues. However, does not hesitate to use technology and machines. Along with the Void Contest, he also uses the Esper. This machine enables Deckard to enhance photographs. By commanding, he directs the machine and can see even the tiniest details in a photograph, and this machine helps him a lot while tracing the replicants. Later, he also gets help from another machine, which is illegal this time, to get another clue about the hiding replicants. He consults a hacker on the streets, wants him to scan a snake stamp. Deckard appears as a victim in the 2090s corrupted Los Angeles, which is governed by the Tyrell Corporation. Although he doesn't want to hunt replicants, he is forced to do this. And by the time he develops empathy for these replicants, he falls in love with Rachel and is rescued by Roy, a heavy smoker and drinker like his ancestor Sam Spade. He becomes more like him when he cooperates with criminals who runs away with Rachel by breaking orders from the police department. He doesn't hesitate to show his masculinity and dominate Rachel. Unlike Spade, he uses his gun because replicants are obviously harder to kill than humans. He is edgy and reckless. As the transition between Sam Spade and Replicant K, the movie and his characteristics are still connected with film noir. But it is clearly seen that the developing technology plays a huge role in the detective's life and helps him to solve the case. The last figure is Replicant K from the Blade Runner 2049, another tech noir movie and the sequel to the previous one. The audience's first encounter with Replicant K is in the beginning scene when he is in a flying car wearing a trench coat like his ancestors Deckard and Spade. He is sleeping and the car is a product of high technology. It automatically drives itself, but Replicant K looks like a robot who is in sleep mode, and he wakes up with the signal that comes from the car. This car, with its technological qualities like drones, helps him while he is investigating the surroundings. The drone at the top of the car can scan both the surface and the bottom of the land. So, his name K is an abbreviation for the serial number. I don't know what. I need your help at this point. Has anyone had a chance to collect and combine clues? I need help. By the way, if you're writing, I do not see it because I'm sharing my screen. No. Okay, it's KD637. So it's seen that technology has improved a lot since 2019, and it walks around the people and does the jobs they do. K is a product of technology and a detective in the LAPD. He is a Nexus 9, a more developed version of the Nexus 6 of Tyrell Corporation. In 2049, after Tyrell's death, his corporation is replaced with Wallace Corporation, which still produces replicants. Its replicants are still strong, fast, and smart. They have memories that are created and planted in their minds by Dr. Anna. Despite their sophistication, these replicants are still seen as secondary citizens. Officers in the LAPD, along with people who live in the same apartment as K, harass him by insulting or vandalizing his door. Like the void conf test, he is constantly tested by a baseline test machine. It controls if any replicant develops emotions or feelings. Living and working under such pressures as a Blade Runner, he also retires his own kind. As a post-human figure, while trying to retire a Nexus 8, he doesn't easily get hurt or die after violent Nexus 8 bumps K's head to the wall several times. His capabilities are beyond humans and also beyond machines, we can say. While scanning a huge file of DNA records, the machine which contains the records cannot scan the old ones. Thus, K becomes superior to the machine and scans all records with his eyes just in seconds. However, still like a traditional detective, his observation ability is highly developed, and by detecting the oddities, for example, in the house of Nexus 8, he finds a hidden sock and a date that is carved into the roots of a dead tree. Replicant K differs from other noir detectives. He is not a human, but a post-human. He does not have a name, although at some point Joey wants to call him Joe. He doesn't have a real past, but planted memories, and this situation differs from other noir detectives who do not have a past. They choose not to have a past, but Replicant K cannot have a chance to choose. Because he is not a born child, his past is literally empty. The blurry atmosphere and uncertainty are caused by his situation of being in between. He is neither a robot nor a human. He is given tasks and he has to obey the commands of his superior Joshi, unlike Spade. He is violent and a heavy drinker too, but doesn't show hypermasculine traits. When he is compared to both Spade and Deckard, he is more androgen, a situation that fits his post-human nature. As the movie progresses, one can recognize that K becomes a suspect who is wanted by LAPD. He is given task of finding a missing child who is turned out to be Deckard's, and this case is not approved by LAPD. He has to follow an illegal route. Thus, when he crosses the border between illegal and legal, he encounters villains like Lou. Unlike Joey, who is like Effie, Lou is a femme fatale figure in this movie, a rival to Kay. When he suspects he can be the missing child, he acts upon his own concerns, but he is not selfish like Spade, because in the end, he can sacrifice himself for Deckard and Anna's happiness. To sum up, in America, the history of crime fiction and detectives is inevitably linked to technological advancements. During the 1940s, film noir movies starred rugged, witty, grim, dangerous yet charming detectives who had little to no relation to technology. Phone booths and guns were popular in these movies, but there were no cyborgs or flying cars, obviously. Detectives like Sam Spade had to rely on their minds or intuition to solve cases. However, people envision alternative future scenarios as time passes and technology advances. In one of these scenarios, there is Rick Deckard, another fictional detective from the year 2019. Even though the audience can't take replicants in this tech noir movie, the protagonist is still a human detective. As a transition figure, he blends his abilities with the possibilities offered by computers. But Replicant K, the last imaginary figure who lives in the 2049, is himself a replicant, a product of technology. The detective is no longer a human, but a post-human, and despite consulting machines, he behaves like one as well. Even though he shares characteristics such as drinking alcohol or displaying aggression, he is still different. K is depicted as something more human than a human, and this sets him apart from his human forefathers, Spade and Deckard. These three characters are noir detectives, so they share certain characteristics, but they are vastly different in this regard. By comparison of these detectives, it is understood that from film noir to tech noir, detectives gained new characteristics as they evolved into post-human characters because of technological advances, and their identities and approaches to cases changed. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dilan. We don't have a lot. I think we're a little bit late in our session, so I'm just going to very fast introduce our third speaker, Hacettepe Golami. She's from the Pedagogical University of Krakow, Poland, but right now she's finishing her master's thesis in English literature at Yaşar University in Izmir. She's a PhD student at the Pedagogical University in Poland, and her paper title is From Human to Posthuman to Non-Human, Ultimate Surrender of Post-Apocalyptic Cinema to Non-Human by the Agency of Science. Fatema, are you
Yes,
here?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, so the
Excellent.
stage is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me. Just give me a second to share my screen and then we can go. Yeah, I hope everyone is seeing it. Right.
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm going to stop my video sharing so that I could have a better voice quality, if that's all right.
It's up to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just stop the video, but you will still have my screen. Just a sec. Yeah, apparently I cannot do that right now. So I'm just going to start. Well, thank you for having me. As you said, sorry, just okay. So to begin, I want to give you an overview of what my talk would be in the next 20 minutes. I'm going to give you a theoretical background or theoretical framework of the whole paper, which is about the posthumanism, defining different implications and so on. I'm going to describe in a way the context of my paper, in what context I'm applying the posthumanism, which is post-apocalyptic cinema. I'll discuss major themes and also major shifts, basically, in the 21st century. And my final, actually, I will end my paper by analyzing the last Hollywood production in the genre, namely Finch. So the title is From Human to Posthuman to Non-Human. I'm not going to read it completely. Some of the keywords you will actually hear most often are posthumanism, post-apocalyptic cinema, post-anthropocentrism, humanism, ecological degradation, and wasteland. Some of them are very familiar throughout the conference. We've heard a lot of them, so I'm not going to define them basically, but I want you just to look at this image, because this is something that I will come back later on for a brief kind of reference. So posthumanism, a more than human theoretical approach. It has been broadly defined as the philosophical critique of anthropocentrism. It comes in different flavors, and all of them are opposed to some form of human-centered worldview. It considers everything as mixed and relational in constant interaction with no one entity at the top hierarchy. Just a moment, sorry. Okay. So one of the posthumanist scholars, Rosi Broidotti's definition is very telling. So I'm going to quote actually. It is a rethinking of the relationship between human agency, role of technology, and environmental and cultural factors from a post or non-anthropocentric perspective. Posthumanism is mostly also known as H plus, human plus other entities, not just human as a center. Posthuman discourse therefore admits the presence of other than human natures in which artifacts and devices that participate in reparative actions, they become visible in the posthuman discourse. So as Haraway and Wadamer, two of other posthuman scholars, claim, through posthuman discourse, we can understand environmental history and challenge the Western idea of human. It can allow us to use languages and methodologies and, and to notice the emergence of assemblages under the assumption of their ontological separation. It thus rejects Western dualism such as fact and value, human and non-human, along with nature and culture, and rather looks to emphasize relations between different entities. Posthuman condition is basically interchangeably used for posthumanism and contains two main branches: ontological posthumanism, which is synonymous with transhumanism and comes from the Enlightenment period. Critical posthumanism is quite basically the critical idea behind the paper, which comes from the postmodern philosophy in the 1970s to 1990s. The basic notion of decentering and deconstructing different notions along with the notion of human beings. However, the real question is, after years and years of research and experiment in this field, I mean, the technological advancement, absolutely, when human beings finally have the capacity and the capability to reform human body by advanced technology, will we be truly happy? This is something that I will address during the course of the article, I hope. So post-human ontologies is mostly a political sense, but still it focuses on the concept of relationships and how significant they are. It actually a move from human rights to existential rights to identify and recognize other than human entities in the world and the mingling of various entities and assemblages in the world. So the term other than human refers to a conceptual shift in anthropology and other social humanities, seeking to avoid human exceptionalism and reject the exceptionalism, basically. So that's what the posthumanist ontology involves, a kind of a rejection of human exceptionalism. Posthumanism in practice can be seen as disturbances on humanity, for example, new biotechnology, which is considered both as a threat and at the same time as a desirous event happening and changing the social fabric of the human being, human societies. Prominent examples of practices in posthumanisms are the feminist philosophy, post-colonial and post-structural thought, and include many different relational approaches as well. So in posthumanist practice, there is an attempt to decenter, as I said before, concepts of the human, leading away from a grounded, circumscribed, individuated entity, challenge simplistic transhumanist notions of the self, because as a post-human, we should be aware that we are always already related to animals, plants, and machines. And this is within everyday practice. We coexist with others in our everyday life. So it is important both in practice and theory. Becoming post-human does not consist of suddenly losing your entity overnight. It's actually a gradual shift and gradual negotiation of your understanding of human and human self and identity and embodiment to include rather than reject technological integration. This is one of the most important points here, because the movie that I'm going to discuss later on is actually based on the notion of not rejecting technological integration, but rather interacting with that. So becoming post-human is recognizing that to be human means to be intimately bound to the extending and workings of technological mediation. So becoming post-human is choosing an existential approach, a way to be and a way to exist. Are we post-human? Yeah, this is the actually the question of post-human. Are we there, or are we going to be there? So many of the transhumanists would say that we were human before. Some of us are post-human now, but we're not post-human entirely. However, Francesco Frondu, as one of the leading actually figures in this field, would claim that even if you're wearing using any eyeglasses, you are actually considered a post-human, because you are using technology to enhance your function and cross the boundaries and limitations of your body. Therefore, you are considered as a post-human. However, to be post-human is more than just using eyeglasses or something like that. She believes it is to choose a post-human way of life, to see human in relation and interconnected with other entities and not as the center of the world any longer. Again, some point that I will refer back to when discussing the movie. So post-humanism has been there for quite a long time. The first image here is from 1920s, when man's initial efforts to make human as an enhanced character and add some functionality to man's body. It's a very initial image, actually, a very old one, basically. But the second one is actually the ultimate development of post-humanism. It is a kind of embodying or uploading a mind and consciousness into the machine, something that Finch also advocates, the movie, also advocates. This uploading of the mind and consciousness into a machine is actually a very important and very recent phenomena happening in post-human discourse. So that was the theoretical background, and then I'm going to move to the post-apocalyptic cinema, which actually is the context of my whole research. So we did have talks about, you know, the post-apocalyptic science fiction, speculative fiction cinema. So I'm just going to briefly review what this cinema is looking for. It's actually a subgenre of science fiction. It normally happens in the future, and it seeks to answer questions such as what will life be like at the end of the world? So end of the world is the common trope here. There are many examples, and actually this genre is has become very popular during the last, I don't know, 25 years, maybe in the 21st century. And we always have a hero, a man hero there trying to save the world, or at least trying to save his own loved ones. So man is always on the center of the, even in the posters, you can see here some examples that I have here. Even in the posters of the film, a man hero with a companion, sometimes a dog, or mostly another human being, at the center of the discourse, trying to save the world, make the world a better place after actually a collapse. So apocalyptic narrative has also been there for a very long time, for millennia, I can say. So from Christianity, we did have this one in our holy books, and then the Romantic and Gothic authors also added to the discourse, and with the creation of Frankenstein and other famous examples. In the 20th century, however, the apocalyptic genre grew extensively after the World Wars and also Cold War nuclear arms race. So afterwards, novelists, essayists, and filmmakers conjured many apocalyptic worlds and offered everything from zombie wars to a desolate post-nuclear wasteland. So we do have a lot of new versions of post-apocalyptic narrative. However, the narrative has been there for a long time, quite a long time. There are major themes, as you can see, and we have been actually discussing this idea: climate change, endless war, zombies attacking, the rise of scientist robots, a fascist dystopian governments, post-disaster wastelands. Wastelands are actually a very common trope in the genre. So there is an environmental degradation, and then we are left with a wasteland. So as I talked about the posters here, as you can see, the man is the center and is trying to save the world as a hero. But there's a major shift seen, actually. There's a major shift seen in the genre that I'm going to just pinpoint here and then move on to the analysis of the film. So in the early and mid-20th century, non-human science fiction characters were monsters, reflecting 1950s thermonuclear radiation paranoia. But by the 1980s, movies included sympathetic posthumans. Again, this is a very interesting thing that we are actually introducing sympathetic posthumans into the discourse, such as Blade Runner's replicants. By the 2010s, actually, a major shift also happened. Numerous movies and TV series increasingly included sympathetic posthumans. So posthumans are not enemy anymore. Okay, they are becoming and changing into lovely cyborgs. In Spider-Man, for instance, AI entities in the movie Hair and the movie AI. So it's actually post-humanist paradigm shift can be seen, and actually it is named the post-humanist paradigm shift in the genre that has occurred in 6 stages, from the very first stage of desire and fear at the same time, and then later on to belief in humans as enhancement-ready organisms, and the 6th stage that we are already in, having the post-human and in amalgamation with human and as a helper to human. This idea of actually these 6 stages very obviously and clearly seen in the Finch. So this cinematic trajectory from monsters to heroes, the shift, as you can see, is evidence of a change in social consciousness concerning what we consider acceptable post-human attributes. As Francesco Ferrando sees, quote, societies accepting chimeras, blends of human and non-human in movies as reflections of attitude change. At first looked at with fear, then fetishized into a new exotic lover, the symbolic hybrid, and then has finally been accepted into the saga of the human. So the shift, I hope, is clear here from the monster-like post-human to lovely creatures who are actually helping the world to be a better place. And here I try to finish my lecture by moving on to the movie Finch, the latest Hollywood production in the genre. It was produced in 2021. The shift and the change starts from the poster. In the poster, there's not a lonely human being who's going to be responsible for saving of the world, but rather, as you can see, there's a robot, and the companion dog is always there, actually. So the shift is seen from there, but there are other shifts, and also there is a problematic point in this shift that I will point out. As you can see, the common tropes of starting a journey westward, it's always another common, I can say, concept. They always go to the west for finding a better place to live, a place to breathe and have a better life, and in a way to survive. So here we can see a man, a companion dog, and also a robot. About which I will talk more later. So, but gradually during the course of the film, you can see that human is not the only entity anymore. Human is pulled aside, in fact, pushed aside to the background. And as you can see in many images of the film, you can see human is in the background. Human is not in the center anymore. Other entities, nature, even if it is in the wasteland, it is always in the foreground. It actually matters more than the human. And ironically enough, the human in this movie is dying, is old, and is just, sick and gets weaker. And also the very famous sentence of the film that Tom Hanks, the old actor keeps repeating, is that we should understand that we are vulnerable. This is a very important idea in the film. So anyway, I'm gonna actually kind of wrap it up with this last image, ultimate surrender of human. If you remember in the previous image that I said that I will refer back, when you search about posthumanism, this is basically one of the initial images that you come across. Human beings and post-human entities are starting to compromise. But in this movie, as the latest product of the post-apocalyptic genre, you can see that there is a scene that the old man, the old sweet wise man who's dying, is shaking hand with the robot, and in fact gives up the world, the universe, to this robot, and actually has created the robot to take care of the world, to take care of the dog. And this shaking hand, and there's a scene that they even hug. This is a kind of a very different from other narratives that we give up the world to a war. Actually, we lose the world to, what, there is no such a thing as a war or bloodshed in the movie. It's a very friendly and peaceful manner in which the man gives the universe a wasteland and a depleted and I can say polluted universe to a robot to actually save and to take care of. And this is the big shift. The man is not living with a post-human anymore. They are not sharing the universe. Man is basically eliminated out of the scene of the existence. But that is also another point that I will finish my paper with as a concluding remark. What does it mean to eliminate man from the scene of existence and giving it to the robot, to the post-human, basically? So the concluding remarks would be problematizing this idea of man not being in the scene anymore. The movie has a lot of the tropes frequently seen in post-apocalyptic movies, as I said before, all the wasteland setting, journey toward west, survival scenes, and so many other things. However, this movie distances itself from other movies in the genre in its depiction of a post-human entity, not as the enemy to fight against. As we said, the robot is not an enemy anymore, but rather as the ultimate savior of the world, and in depicting man's desire for this replacement to take place. So this desire to hand over the creation to other intelligent beings is articulated in the form of an anticipated transcendence of the human condition. Here, not through a scenario of embodiment, but as I said before, instead through a completely new scenario, the replacement scenario, man being eliminated and robots taking over, however frightening that might seem. But one must immediately become suspicious to this new scenario, insofar as it is an attempt by humans to argue themselves out of the picture, precisely at a time when climate change caused by the impact of human civilization the so-called anthropocentric attitudes, calls for urgent and responsible human action. And now, right at this time, human is eliminated from the narrative entirely to ask for more than humans, not to take over, to rule, but to take over to fix the planet, a scenario most unlikely to end well, I presume. So, and my final remarks would be, so Jeff might represent humanity's potential to be a force of good, in a way, a good and, as I said, adorable, lovely post-human. And for once, our creation amplifies the better angels of our nature rather than becoming a killer machine monster. And seeing Jeff is the robot, I forgot to mention that, I'm sorry. Jeff flourish feels good for sure. It nevertheless does not set us free of facing the ramifications of our actions and putting the burden on some post-human entity. We are still around, still responsible. No matter how strongly we advocate the presence of post-human helpers, we would still need to take care of our planet. So I think that's it. And I hope I didn't exceed the time, but that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Fatema. It was a very interesting paper, actually, and a very different ending that eliminates completely the human species.
Yeah.
So actually, we need, it's very thought-provoking. I think how many minutes do we have? Yes, we have 5-6 more minutes. I would like to open the stage for questions now for Fatema, Dilan, or Meltem. Do we have questions for our speakers?
If there's nobody else, I may just direct one question. Thank you very much for these very interesting and brilliant presentations. They actually complement each other very well. My question goes to Fatema, actually. She said she had one remark concerning an observation, actually, about a change, a shift observed towards the monsters. So from the scary creatures or the total, the others, there's been some, you said, towards a more positive, at least, status. So just to reiterate, I mean, what is the reason of this change? I mean, why was there such a change? I mean, because it's been so general, there must be some sort of cultural thing accompanying it or causing it, especially in the West.
Yeah, actually, that's also my question. But as far as I'm concerned, I would say that the lack of responsibility that human beings, especially the Western world, normally should have regarding the environmental degradation is actually giving the idea to this new narrative that we're not responsible, we haven't done anything, and the blame is for others. So this might seem very deconstructive. I'm not quite sure about this, but at the same time, I believe the Western communities, the ones who actually created the initial narrative that there will be post-humans coming and eating us up. At the same time, now I'm giving you this new narrative that they are not going to eat you up. They are actually going to help you and help you survive. And I think the most important point here is to notice that they are ignoring the whole idea of how responsible they have been throughout the history of environment that has led to the wastelands. I mean, even in this movie, the latest production, and also in other movies, we never get a good justification of why this happened. There's no actually explanation. So they always give you this wasteland, and they always give you this hero figure, whether post-human or a man, doesn't matter. In any way, we don't get why initially the world has been degraded like that. So I think it's in line with the other discourses that they're trying to inculcate to the mind in a very, very vast, I think, discourse. Posthumanism has got very wonderful implications. However, I believe that by eliminating man, it does not make you void of responsibility. So I think you have to accept the responsibility and also take action accordingly. I don't know whether I answered your question, but I think that
I'm just curious when your answer revolved around the concept of actually some sort of ecological That is, we damage nature, and the other seems to be the kind of answer, or if not answer, the reaction. But remembering the TV series True Blood and some others, I mean, the same kind of a change has been observed.
Yes.
And it looks like the others, the vampires, the monsters, whatever, they also seem to be assuming or becoming an amalgamation of certain qualities that are more or less associated with minorities. That is, they are more exotic because they are more like LGBT. They are more like whatever term you pick to define the kind of new other. So it looks like the human beings are shown like more bigot, narrow-minded, and the others seem to be the minorities that already existing. So do you think there's such a cultural association, the other, not only in terms of nature, but also in terms of the most in concepts such as LGBT, immigrants? So the association may be that the monsters are the immigrants or the people with different sexual orientation or choices.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a cultural implication of posthumanism and social implication. In a way, we can see the binaries, the dualism, but we do have the post-dualism concept. So dualisms of human, non-human, straight and gay, and this kind of men and women are all deconstructed. So whether it is in a cultural arena or environmental arena, doesn't matter. I discussed in a environmental context, but at the same time, we can see it actually changing a lot of constructs in social spheres, in, as you said, cultural spheres. So yeah, I think it is the result of the original idea of deconstructing and not giving priority for one category over the other, which is becoming prevalent nowadays in many discourses. It's not just in posthumanism, it's in feminism, and as you said, like a lot of other discourses, which is something very good. I mean, it's we cannot deny that what is happening right now, bringing those minorities into the focus is actually a wonderful thing. That's something I don't have any doubts about. However, the only problem with me is that we're not going to eliminate human, and that's problematic, I think. But in general, it's a wonderful kind of move toward a better world. So
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for listening. It was such a pleasure, really.
Fatima, actually, I also have a question, because I didn't watch the film. That robot, is there? Do they reflect a sort of like a robot trying to have innate consciousness or emotions, or does that robot have, is there a trend going?
Yes, yeah. In the process that he's, well, it is basically, sorry, it is changing from a mere robot, mechanical robot, into a human, into a post-human with human characteristics. Is gradually seen during the course of the movie. For instance, at the beginning, he is naive and makes a lot of funny mistakes. But at the end of the movie, we can see that he even dreams. I mean, the consciousness implemented in his memory, in his body, is really becoming quite like human beings, and having traits like even dreaming, even understanding concepts such as love, trust, and justice. So I think in the course of the movie, that this gradual shift is clearly seen. So I didn't catch whether you watched the movie or not, but if you watch it, you can see that how it is growing and it becomes more and more like a human being. And as I said, with the capability of dreaming even, which is a very human-specific trait. So,
because there is right now a very big, not a concern, but an issue in trying to upload the mind of consciousness in technological robots. And actually, Refik Anadol's amalgamation of arts and technology is trying to put is redefining creativity as well. Like, but creativity is not data. But when he speaks, he also believes that this is also a different kind of imagination. So that's why I wondered, is this possible or not? You can say this, 100 times, but when you say it 100 times, it doesn't mean that it will happen.
Yeah, practically, I think it's, we have a long way to be there.
Going to that direction, and
Yes.
that was why I was, you know, if that film.
Yeah,
project
as I said, yeah, we
um,
have a long way for that practically, but as you say, as you can see, Hollywood is the dream factory, so it's just, you know, making
Yes.
these things up. Yeah, thank you
Okay.
anyway.
Thank you, Fatima. Is there any
Thank
other
you.
questions for Fatima and our other speakers? I can't see any, you know, if people raise hands, I can't see that. So you have to speak up if you have questions. Okay, I don't think. So I believe I should end the session because right now the other session will start. So again, thank you, Ufuk Hocam, and thank you for all the speakers and their wonderful presentations. And let us end the session if so that the other session can start.
Esra Hocam, thank you very much. I also thank our presenters for their fascinating papers. Yes, this ends the first session, and now let's start actually the 8th session, the second session of the second day, and it will be on science, technology, and performance. Professor Hasine Şen Karadeniz is among us. Professor Hasine Şen Karadeniz is the chair of the American Studies Department at Istanbul University. Hello, Hasine Hocam.
Hello, everyone.
So Hasine Hocam will be chairing this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ufuk Hocam, for pioneering this joint conference project and offering me the chance to chair this session. The two presentations of this session deal with science, technology, and performance, focusing on the issue of eugenics. Our first speaker, Onur Karaköse, is going to talk about Finis Taylor Barnum's institutionalized baby shows. Next, we'll have the chance to listen to Tuba Akunal's presentation on eugenics in the United States and Susan Glaspell's The Verge. In case we have time, the two 20-minute papers will be followed by a 10-minute discussion session. I'd like to introduce the first speaker. Onur Karaköse is a research assistant in the Department of American Culture and Literature at Hacettepe University. He obtained his BA degree in political science and international relations from Hacettepe University with a double major in English language and literature. He received his MA degree in English language and literature from Ankara University with a thesis on post-1990s contemporary British drama. I'm honored to welcome Onur Karaköse and offer him the microphone for his presentation on Barnum's institutionalized baby shows.
Thank you for that introduction. Let me start by sharing my screen. I'm trying to make it full screen. Is it working now? Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. My paper today will focus on baby shows and how baby shows in antebellum American society are appropriated into cultural displays with a pre-eugenic focus to install a gender normalcy for the middle-class American family. Let me start by referring to a poem about a baby show written during this era. Writing for an article in San Francisco Sun in 1854, O.G. Spoon started his poem entitled Our Baby with an appreciation of an upcoming baby show in California. pointing to the tethering effect of his cherubic innocence for the idealized middle-class American family. Spoons' poem not only reflects the happiness found in marital bond, which is multiplied with the arrival of a baby, but also shows the obsession with regards to the objectified babies. It also reveals how important it was for the idealized American family to showcase their babies. The poem ends with calling the baby the fair, which as a pun can be regarded as a call for attracting families to join the agricultural fair. In this vein, it also points to the original function of baby shows, the juxtaposition of showcasing babies in agricultural fairs with homemade products, and these were occasions where the baby shows made their first appearances. The first prominent baby show in antebellum America was organized in 1854 in Ohio as part of the agricultural fair, where showcasing babies along with agricultural products gave spectators and potential customers a chance to study the best babies. The strength of these babies was measured by how fat and plump they were, not to mention their beauty, which was associated closely with that of their mothers. The commodification of infantile bodies did not only provide an early approbation of maternal duty, but it was also used by organizers for attracting citizens to the fair. The original Ohio Agricultural Fair served as the first attraction for baby contests and included in its monetary prize pool certain items. I quote, the first premium finest baby 2 years old or under is a tea set with silver valued at $300. The second premium a tea set valued at $200. The third $200 with a silver plate, unquote. Regardless of the gender of the prize-winning baby, these tea sets and silver plates were given to the winner mother. This reveals that the organizers of the fair set the prizes for mothers specifically, which caused a lot of attraction from mothers who wanted to showcase their babies for both maternal approbation and monetary prizes. So agricultural baby shows that started in 1854 were not always strictly offering monetary prizes, as they were rather organized as part of fairs for further attraction for mothers, families, and men. Phineas Taylor Barnum turned the sentimental baby shows into capitalistic profit. And I would like to introduce you to Barnum with a few words. Barnum is a celebrity known for his displays, hoaxes, and freak shows. Also a politician, he was anti-slavery, famously known for referring to the human soul, I quote, a human soul that God has created and Christ died for is not to be trifled with. It may tenant the body of a Chinaman, a Turk, an Arab, or a Hottentot. It is still an important, immortal spirit, unquote. I think he's rather racist and discriminatory, even in his anti-slavery rhetoric. But yes, his institutionalized shows took full advantage of the earlier commercial success of baby shows. He saw the potential profit that could be made in relaunching the shows, which were previously attached to fairs. He claimed that the original idea came from him, and he took full advantage of the earlier success, as I said, and Barnum's baby shows used scientific lectures and appropriation to ward off any criticism. Barnum's American Museum, which was founded in 1841, introduced baby shows with monetary prize in 1855 for the first time in New York. I quote, that for better or worse, filled the establishment with children, their mothers eager to win cash prizes for finest or fattest baby or best twins, unquote. Barnum points out in his autobiography that the chief function of these baby shows was to show middle class and press that he had, I quote, curiosities worth showing and worth seeing, and exhibited dog cheap at 25 cents admission, children half price, studying the ways to arrest public attention, to startle, to make people talk and wonder. In short, to let the world know that he had a museum, unquote. The first show that was held in New York offered a $100 prize, equivalent in purchasing power to about $2,000 today, to the finest baby, and received much attraction as 100 contestants registered for the prize. However, it quickly caused a protest since, I quote, the verdict did not suit anybody but the mother of one baby. The other 99 indignant mothers jumped on to Mr. Barnum and the committee and denounced the whole proceeding as partial and unjust, unquote. So Barnum quickly adjusted his baby shows by providing a lecture room for mothers and babies. He also created a jury to announce the prizes, as well as allowing new inventions of breast pumps, baby notions, and nipple shields to be displayed during these shows. And he attended the lectures given by famous female abolitionists such as Lucy Stone, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. He formed close relationship with the New York physician, Dr. Russell Strahl, who was a prominent writer at the time on hygiene and hydrotherapy, as well as a temperance advocate. Barnum frequently asked his wife to attend his baby shows as a judge. When the shows at first encountered harsh criticisms, he sought professional legitimacy and blessing for his baby contest. In 1855, Dr. Lydia Folger, the second woman to be given a medical degree in the US, gave a lecture in the museum. In this lecture, which had a pre-eugenic focus, prize-winning babies were held up one by one to show, I quote, the audience on the merits of the infantiles, especially on the crowning merit of their being genuine original American stock, unquote. Furthermore, Barnum sought after scientific appropriation of his shows by inviting doctors and scientists. He frequently legitimized his shows by relying on scientists and doctors who lectured on subjects such as child rearing, maternal duties, and children's health. This is interpreted as establishing a tradition of pre-eugenic scientific baby shows that relied on research and cataloging, which were picked up by eugenicists, who organized better baby shows towards the end of the 19th century. Barnum juxtaposed the future of Yankee posterity, symbolized through his baby shows, against the exhibitions of abnormal freaks. Blanchard points out that the rich, I quote, the rich and the famous of New York, as well as commoners, flocked to his establishment to feast their eyes on the likes of...
Senelerde çalışmış, yurt dışında falan çalışmış kaç sene. Büyük ihtimalle o erkenden emekli falan oldu.
Somebody
Haydi işim var benim. Açıyorum süpürgeyi.
Okay, so let me start by repeating that last time. Blanchard points out that I quote, the rich and the famous of New York, as well as commoners, flocked to his establishment to feast their eyes on the likes of the last of the Aztecs, as you see on the left, a brother and a sister with pointed heads who had mental disabilities, the Swiss bearded lady on the middle, the original twin Siamese, an African-American mother with her two albino children, domestic and foreign savages, unquote. He exhibited the fattest and finest babies in his grand national baby shows, alongside freaks for 2 days, and echoing the previous baby shows, which rewarded the production quality of the domestic American woman. He offered, I quote, a premium of $250 for the finest quadrant or set of quadruplets. So Barnum's popular baby shows, which were held at the American Museum in New York and in several other cities in 1855, were reflective of antebellum attitudes about race, gender, and class. His baby shows excluded Black babies, and Barnum never organized a colored baby show. A correspondent in New York Tribune openly asked Barnum to include Black babies in an article, writing basically asking why Barnum will never have a baby show for Black babies. Barnum's response was a reaffirmation of the racial conformity and dynamics of the antebellum era, as he showed reluctance to challenge them. I quote, as society is as present constituted, however, and as it seems likely to remain during our day and generation, I shall manage the baby show as I manage all other enterprises in which I engage, with a respectful deference for the social usages of the community I seek to please, unquote. Even though Barnum promised a colored baby show, later he refrained from organizing one himself, but he later came into an agreement with a colonel to create a baby show for Black babies. However, as an article in Vanity Fair in 1862 on an upcoming baby show in the museum observes, Barnum was very close to exhibiting a Black baby called Abolition in a separate apartment in the museum, but the baby was too sickly to be put on spectacle because of being overfed by nurses. It was also reported that there was an overwhelming attention given to the little baby, so the exhibition had to be canceled. And this attempt points to the pre-eugenic belief in the inferiority of the Black baby, which was to be showcased as a curiosity as part of the freak shows. Such display would also serve a purpose to underscore the purity of white babies as opposed to the display of the abnormal Black baby. The same article makes reference to how new cargo of goods brought by SS Great Eastern in 1862 would enhance and ease the burden of child rearing for mothers, exemplified through, I quote, babies' notions consisting of corals and reefs, rattles, ribbons, lace caps, other things of which we do not know the names, but do not know how to spell them, alongside with a newly patented baby jumper, which is calculated for the reception of twins, triplets, quaterns, and quintuplets, unquote. The article then juxtaposes the foreign nature of unknown goods with the black baby in a cartoon, presenting two others, namely the mistrust towards the foreign goods embodied and caricaturized stereotypically as an effeminate Chinese immigrant, and the stereotypical display of the exotic black baby in a congruous manner. Barnum did not take the risk of juxtaposing black babies with black oddities, such as African-American known as vitiligo, who was an albino and who was also presented as the missing link between men and apes. Barnum had used racial indifference as a tool for profit before the introduction of baby shows. Joyce Heth, who had been exhibited by Barnum across the United States for her great lifespan of 161 years, as well as her alleged previous employment as George Washington's nurse, was subjected to a post-mortem autopsy in 1836 in a spectacle organized by Barnum. Joyce Heth, as a former slave, was under contract with Barnum when she died, and her public autopsy had exposed Barnum as a fraud. Even though he later admitted that it was a hoax, he already had a reputation for using, I quote, scientific ideas on the biological nature of racial indifference, which provided a conceptual framework for popular images of degraded, deformed, and otherwise humiliated Blacks on stage. Barnum also exploited maternal desire by making a spectacle of not just babies, but mothers as well, referring to the earlier sexual connotation of baby shows, where mothers were source of the sexual attraction by men. His American Museum provided beauty products and allowed gadgets designed for mothers and babies to be displayed during spectacles. As Pearson notes, I quote, Vanity Fair likewise joked that in preparation for an 1862 baby show at Barnum's museum, mothers were buying up baby improving potions by the gallon. Inventors were harder to work on contraptions to sell at the show, and merchants were compiling rattles, ribbons, and other babies' notions, unquote. This obviously presents a clear distinction between the earlier baby shows that first and foremost focused on display of domestic products and used baby shows for attracting the fairgoers, and Barnum's baby shows, which made that shift of appealing to the emerging consumer culture that now targeted mothers and maternal approbation. Furthermore, Barnum made sure that prize-winning babies alongside their mothers are also enthroned for further display for a few days. This spectacle has not only provided a maternal mimicry to be internalized by other mothers and future mothers, but also allowed the sexual display of maternal sexuality. Indeed, these baby shows in Barnum's American Museum allowed the participants a glimpse into maternal beauty, secrets of sexuality, and the child rearing by focusing extensively on the relationship between babies and sex. As Pearson believes, this sexuality was shown through associating the baby shows with breastfeeding and prompting the mothers into displaying their own sexuality by movable fronts attached to their dresses that designed specifically to be used for frequent breastfeeding. This earlier Sancto Sanctorum in previous fairs was replaced by a nursery set up inside the museum by Barnum, which attracted many consumers. Among the reported displays of maternal inventions were Dr. C.H. Needham's display of breast pumps and nipple shields, which reportedly attracted a lot of attention. The fact that men were barred from going anywhere near the nursery points to a growing interest by young men who were sexually attracted to the displays to have a glimpse at maternal beauties. Towards the middle of the 19th century, cultural ideas about motherhood and nursing had begun to change, even though wet nursing was widespread among high upper-class families in antebellum era. Middle-class motherhood was targeted mostly by the cult of true womanhood. The cult, I quote, stressed that the fate of children rested not just in God's hands, but in those of women, and the home increasingly viewed as a private sphere separated from commercial enterprises, became a mother's workshop, opening the nursery door to a stranger. An unknown wet nurse, possibly a woman of deficient character, was therefore a risk, unquote. Reflecting the reproductive and biopolitical capitalist economy, the breast pumps were designed to make these mothers' domestic lives easier and served as an ideological tool which contributed to the idealized image of the mother feeding her own baby. The juxtaposition of babies along with oddities sparked stark criticism, which often accused Barnum of invading private sphere of the American family. A newspaper in 1862 in Ohio criticized baby shows for offering the winners monetary prizes, whereby the more grotesque and the odder the baby was, the more money was offered for displaying them. Appalled by Barnum's attempts of presenting baby shows appealing to the middle-class American family, Godey's Lady's book severely criticized the shows on the grounds that they dared, exposing the sacred bond between the child and the mother. The horrified experience of infantile display is then scorned for ungodly behavior, since the Godey's Lady's book promoted motherhood and maternal sacrilege as part of the cult of true womanhood, has been under a seemingly capitalist attack. This attack was considered to be rendering the holy sacrilege of motherhood a soulless approbation. Nevertheless, Barnum's baby shows affirm the ideas of domestic womanhood, such as affirming child rearing as a crucial part of women's lives. However, women who attended the baby shows found a chance to earn monetary prize through these shows, as the total amount of prize was occasionally increased and distributed to a wide array of babies, varying from the finest and fattest to the twins and triplets. What baby shows affirmed through the maternal approbation was to consolidate women's confinement to home and child rearing, where the crucial education of children was taking place. However, as women sought claiming public spaces wherever they found them, whether in lectures or in baby shows or through working at mills, claiming rights as part of their economic participation, they were already pushing to acquire new ways of that would change the ideas of true womanhood. And lastly, I would like to talk a little bit about how Barnum's American Museum functioned as a heterotopia in terms of instilling a binary normalcy for the American middle class family. Foucault's analysis of sexuality points out that, for example, Victorian sexuality was confined to home. And in the same manner, sex in antebellum America became a middle class phenomenon that is confined to the homely space. The abnormal was manifested in dime museums through the display of these abject monsters and freaks of human nature, such as Joyce Hare. The abject that was put into display in dime museums stood between human and inhuman, while spectacles in dime museums and freak shows for middle-class entertainment provided a screen against which binary roles of the established gender matrix are formed. While sex was regulated by politics in the 19th century, the familial interiority was targeted as well. In this way, the biopolitics of Victorian moral codes is crucial as an analysis for Foucault, owing to the fact that Victorian era and its immorality contained emerging feature of biopolitics, the confinement of sex to home, the assignation of men and women to their gendered space to ensure reproduction. A similar capitalistic tendency in exploiting non-normative abject screens are found in the institutionalized structure of the profit-making machinery of dime museums, such as Barnum's. His American Museum, as an entertainment targeting the consumer's middle class, fits in what Foucault and Miskowiak called a heterotopia, which is defined as, I quote, places that do exist and that are formed in the very founding of society, counter-sites, a kind of effectively enacted utopia in which the real sites, all the other real sites that can be found within the culture are simultaneously represented, contested, and inverted, unquote. For Foucault and Miskowiak, museums and libraries are heterotopias where knowledge and history are recorded and exemplified through objects and art pieces. However, museums are strictly Western, capitalistic, and modern in the sense that they reflect collective memory as opposed to the earlier function of displaying individual tastes in the 17th century. For Foucault, heterotopia meant a counter space, a liminal site embodied through what he called mirror that stood between utopia and heterotopia, whereby subjectification occurred. By subjectification, he meant a series of processes that created the subject, and such processes were centered on disciplining the subject. Foucault and Moscoviec believe that this subjectification is a process whereby a subject is formed through the mirror, through which, I quote, I see myself there where I am not, in an unreal virtual space that opens up behind the surface. I am over there where I am not, a sort of shadow that gives my own visibility to myself, a sort of counteraction on the position that I occupy, unquote. Such counteraction can be regarded as the freaks and monsters, the abject display that is showcased in dime museums. The American middle class that visited Barnum's Museum for entertainment and spectacle have witnessed freaks of nature and was then subjectified into a disciplined mob. Barnum's Museum deviated from earlier individualistic enterprise attributed to 18th century museums, as his was a strictly capitalistic endeavor, targeting the American middle class. As a heterotopia, it nevertheless aimed to foster the creation of a collective American memory, deploying a biopolitical agenda. Even though Foucault and Moscoviec talk of museums in general as sites of accumulation of memory and history, the juxtaposition between babies and freaks can be linked to the mirroring effects of the institutionalized museum like Barnum's American Museum that embody and enforce subjectivations provided through the abject screens and maternal mimicry achieved in baby shows. From their introduction as part of agricultural fairs to their capitalistic enterprise, baby shows created a culture where infantile display is juxtaposed with maternal desire. Juxtaposing the showcase of maternity and child rearing with an emphasis on its close association with domestic life contributed to the dismantling of the clear-cut lines between public and private sphere. Baby shows continued through the 20th century, but they turned a lot more scientific in the beginning of the century as those who evaluated the function and significance of the shows with a eugenic and scientific touch began to strip them of their sentimental value, creating the better baby shows. These revised shows turned as better baby shows, which were heavily influenced by eugenics movement, sought after the normalcy in the superiority of white babies and in furthering the eugenic purpose of racial improvement against the impurities. Better baby shows introduced a different connotation to the infantile display. Babies were then juxtaposed with not abnormalities, but animals and crops in a eugenic attempt whereby the eugenic authorities attempted to instill a normalcy of infantile body and infantile upbringing according to measurements and examinations used in farm animals. This revolved around realizing a genetically pure livestock of white babies who were subjected to scientific methods, experiments, and measurements. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Onur, for this enlightening presentation. I'm sure it has provoked questions and comments, but we'll hear them at the end after the second presentation. Up next is Tuba Akünal. She graduated from Hacettepe University, the Department of American Culture and Literature. She worked as an English instructor before she received an MA degree in Human Resource Management from Dokuz Eylül University with a dissertation on organizational culture and work engagement. Currently, she is studying American culture and literature as a PhD degree student at Ege University. She's interested in American history, cultural studies, and modern literature, especially drama. Today, she's going to talk about eugenics in the United States and Susan Glaspell's The Verge. The floor is yours, Tuba.
Thank you very much for this introduction. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this joint conference. Let me share my screen first. Yeah. Okay, I think you can see. Can you see? Okay. All right. My dear professors and colleagues, today I'm going to present you eugenics in the United States and Susan Glaspell's The Verge. The topic is on the screen as you see, and after giving you some historical, a little scientific, political and cultural background of eugenics, I'll focus on Susan Glaspell's very well-known play. Let me start. Yeah. At the turn of the 20th century, as you see on the screen, the United States was struggling with unprecedented demographic changes, such as the growth of mobility, emancipation of the African American population.
Kolay gelsin. Rica ederim. Hoşça kalın.
And intellectually, the influx of new immigrants from Asia and Europe who did not speak English and who were observing a different religion other than Protestantism, as well as the decline in the birth rate of the Anglo-Saxon stock. Eugenics, the science of breeding better human beings, saturated the United States culture during the 1920s. It seeped into politics, shaped public policy, and the aesthetic theory. Actually, it influenced the nation's literature, it affected the popular culture, and according to Luxac, rather than embracing diversity and accepting the unavoidability of the change of the American character, Anglo-Saxon intellectual elites decided to battle difference, to encourage the proliferation of desired Americans and elimination of the undesirables. A belief in the power of heredity to shape the human being, parallel with the rise of the new science of genetics, formed the founding block of American eugenics. The term eugenics was coined in 1883 by Francis Galton, an English statistician dreaming of improving the human race by engineering human heredity, associating it to the breeding of animals that had caught the attention of his late cousin Charles Darwin almost 30 years ago. Eugenic science advanced by research institutions which were funded by the major philanthropic institutions as well as by governments, surged in the early 20th century. Research on intelligence, hereditary disease behaviors, family life, and reproductive control in the shadow of eugenics also furnished the basis of much social welfare legislation, especially in early decades. By the early years of the 20th century, eugenics had moved from paper to policy. In 1904, under the leadership of Charles Davenport, the Carnegie Station for Experimental Evolution at Cold Springs Harbor, New York was established, followed by the Race Betterment Foundation to promote activities aimed at racial improvement in 1906. Short after, the Eugenics Record Office was founded for the purpose of compiling eugenic files, sending data on traits like feeble-mindedness, criminality, and alcoholism. The most significant organizational basis for a larger movement was established in 1922, when the American Eugenics Society was created. Founded by the Carnegie Institution and I'm so sorry. I'm at the office, that's why the phone starts, unfortunately. Let me repeat. The most significant organizational basis for a larger movement was established in 1922 when the American Eugenics Society was created. Funded by the Carnegie Institution and Rockefeller Foundation throughout the 1920s, the American Eugenics Society managed to bring eugenics into the spotlight, organizing eugenic pavilions at local fairs, sponsoring the feeder families, and best sermon contests. As a result of this eugenic propaganda, it became the talk of the town. Henry Goddard has written his famous book, The Kallikak Family, and it was published in 1912. And it was one of the most influential studies in the area. In his work, he had studied the background of several group of local people that were all descended from a single revolutionary war, whom he called Martin Kallikak. In the book, he argues that Kallikak was first married to a Quaker woman, from which the descendants of this marriage, as Henry Goddard researches, were just wholesome people. But on the other hand, after studying a group of locals, he found out that that Kallikak had an affair with a nameless, feeble-minded woman during the wartime in a military place. The descendants of this relationship resulted in 480, 143 were imbecile, 36 were illegitimate, 33 were sexually immoral, 24 people were confirmed alcoholics, 3 of them were epileptics, 3 of them criminals, and 8 of them were keepers of brothels, and 83 were so feeble-minded that they died in infancy. Levin elaborates that the definition adopted in Britain in 1908 described the feeble-mindedness as, quote, capable of earning a living under favorable conditions, but not of competing on equal terms, or of managing himself and his affairs with ordinary prudence. In 1910, the American Association for Feeble-Minded proposed a 3-tier classification of the feeble-minded as idiots with a mental age less than 2, imbeciles with a mental age between 3 and 7, and the new term moron for those with a mental age between 8 and 12. In the early 20th century, the deaf, mute, and blind also were categorized as mentally disabled. One example of how eugenics found echo in public is the Better Baby contests, which later led to feeder family contests. Selden points out that the first scientific baby contest was held at Louisiana State Fair in 1908, at a time when measurement was seen scientific enough, an evaluation form was created with comparative standards for physical development. While contests for better babies would continue in a variety of settings, the competitions underwent a transformation, then associated with eugenics at the Kansas Free Fair in 1920. They became, in quote, feeder families for future firesides. Contest administrators undertook time-consuming evaluations of social, educational, occupational, dental, psychological, psychiatric, structural, racial, and medical histories. Selden lists the favorable capabilities as being generous, self-sacrificing, having strong family ties, and being a successful parent, whereas the negative, in quote, temperamental stigmata were listed as selfish, jealous, suspicious, high-tempered, and cruel. According to Luxak, by 1930s, American eugenics was at its peak, and within 3 decades, eugenics had grown from an experimental science into a political practice and social discourse that prioritized human heredity, spoke of human betterment, and promised the continuation of the rule of the Anglo-Saxon descendants of the Puritan fathers. Levin points out that Connecticut passed the earliest eugenic marriage law in the mid-1890s, and by 1929, 29 states had banned marriage among the mentally ill and retarded. Although the practice of forced sterilization is usually associated with Nazi Germany, North Korea, and some oppressive regimes, it was the United States that first introduced such laws. Indiana became the first state to pass a compulsory sterilization law, which was in effect from 1907 to 1974, mandating sterilization of those who were deemed idiots or imbeciles, as well as certain classes of criminals in state institutions. Soon after Indiana passed their law, about 30 other states adopted similar legislation. As a result, more than 60,000 persons were sterilized before these laws were overturned. Some United States sterilization laws remained valid until the 1980s. Here you see on the screen the title of an event, which is very important actually. In 1927, Buck versus Bell played a significant turning point for the sterilization laws that were not yet effectively executed in many states. The case set a legal precedent that states may sterilize inmates of public institutions. The court argued that imbecility, epilepsy, and feeble-mindedness are hereditary, and that inmates should be prevented from passing these defects to the next generation. In May 1927, the U.S. Supreme Court ordered that Carrie Buck, whom it called a feeble-minded daughter of a feeble-minded mother and herself the mother of a feeble-minded child, be sterilized under the 1924 Virginia Eugenical Sterilization Act. Buck versus Bell determined that compulsory sterilization laws did not violate due process awarded by the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The power of eugenic discourse in shaping the American literary imagination is evident in the extent to which its concepts and phrasing dominated the language of literature also. From the turn of the 20th century, American literary language was infested with eugenic terminology. Literary works were full of references, eugenical references to feeble-mindedness, heredity, ancestry, racial and national blood, degeneration, regression, regeneration, race, breed, Nordicism, racial fitness, Moronism, intelligence testing, and sterilization. Yes. For example, in Light in August, Lardner argues that William Faulkner writes of the, quote, the curse of blood, unquote, of Joe Christmas, a criminal mulatto, unable to reconcile his white and black ancestry. Francis Scott Fitzgerald opens his debut novel, This Side of Paradise, with an assertion that, quote, Amory Blaine inherited from his mother every trait except the stray, inexpressible few that made him worthwhile, unquote. W.E.B. Du Bois' case is more unsettling. Proving himself to be the intellectual hero of racial progressive scholars and an anathema of racist eugenists, he nevertheless wrote an essay for Margaret Sanger's The Birth Control Review. In his article, Du Bois supported rigorous birth control in the Black community for eugenic purposes, unaware of the largely racist motivation behind Sanger's birth control campaigns. Margaret Sanger, as Pickham points out, sympathetic with the eugenics movement, expressed the individual's racial determinism more crudely. Quote, the individual is but a part of a great destiny, the race nation, unquote. In a letter to his friend Frederick Robinson, Jack London wrote, quote, I believe that the future human world belongs to eugenics and will be determined by the practice of eugenics, unquote. Erskine Caldwell's Tobacco Road incorporates eugenic rhetoric even more freely and with a visibly corrective aim. The book presents images of human degeneracy and racial decay and is replete with eugenically derived expression. As it turns out, that the book was inspired by eugenic articles on the degenerate family of the bunglers described by Caldwell's own father in Eugenics. Eugenics was also challenged by some writers too. The most striking example perhaps is when Charles Davenport, the leading international spokesperson of eugenics, and the leader of Carnegie Station for Experimental Evolution, was challenged by his own daughter Amelia Davenport, who lived in Greenwich Village with a group of progressive theater artists designing costumes for the Provincetown Players, one of the founders of which is Susan Glaspell. In 1920, the alternative family that Amelia Davenport claimed to value as much as her own biological one was a like-minded, eclectic group of theater artists. If eugenics were attempting to define what constitutes a healthy family from a generic standpoint, new group of artists were also questioning how theater makes a family and what kinds of family it can make. From 1916 to 1926, in 6 years, the Provincetown Players produced 96 plays by 45 different playwrights, and actually Glaspell and Eugene O'Neill, yeah, they wrote the biggest amount of plays. Glaspell was deeply interested in the past and how it governed the present. Her novels and plays frequently investigate questions of inheritance, transmission, mutation, and descent, but none engages more imaginatively with the question of what is biologically and socially transmissible than her play, The Verge. The overarching event and symbolic heart of the play is parallel experiment in horticultural and human mutation carried out by the play's heroine Claire Archer. Claire, an upper middle class woman approaching middle age and now in her second marriage, has recently become consumed with botanical experimentation and the possibility of creating whole new species. Feeling trapped by her Puritan Anglo-Saxon heritage, Claire is equally captivated by the possibility of transforming her own identity. In addressing the issue of experimental heredity with plant and human life, Glaspell confronts the ideas and rhetoric of the eugenics movement. She consistently grapples with one concern that is deeply embedded in the discourses of eugenics: the possibilities of autonomous direction and mobility. Eugenists frequently affirm that heredity is predetermined and fixed, which implies the impossibility of individual self-formation, development, or adaptive control. All of the characters are constrained and sustained by inheritance in the play, and they demonstrate a continuum of desire and ability to wriggle out from under biologically or socially prescribed roles. Well, thank you for listening to me. Here you can see the works cited. Let me I don't know how to, but let me close if I can to share. Can anybody have stop share? Yes. Okay.
I'd like to thank Onur Karaköse and Tuba Akünal for their illuminating presentations about the origins of eugenics, its impact on the social, cultural, and political life of the United States, and its representation in Susan Glaspell's The Verge. The two papers complemented each other, and I'm sure they have brought a wide range of other issues to mind. The conference is running over time, yet I think we have time for one or two brief questions or remarks. Aylin Pekanık.
Hello. First of all, thank you both for those amazing presentations. It illuminated a lot of points that I didn't think about before. I had a question for Onur Karakase. When I was before this presentation, my idea of baby shows were a lot more positive. Because the way that I knew about them was through Martin Coney. As you know, he put babies in baby shows and carnivals and used that to further prenatal care and premature babies and their health. So I had a more positive idea, but now I see there's this whole other side. So we have baby shows contributing to eugenics, but then we also have baby shows and carnivals providing care to premature babies and helping families who can't afford it. Because as far as I know, Martin Coney used the profit that he made from these carnivals to pay for the care, and he didn't let any of the families actually pay. So I wanted to ask, how would we reconcile these two points? On one hand, baby shows contributed to eugenics. On the other hand, it kind of contributed to neonatal prenatal care. So that's what I wanted to ask. How would we reconcile these conflicting histories?
Thank you so much, Aylin. That's a very interesting question. I think Coney, we can regard him as someone who approached baby shows with a very positive attitude. He obviously came up with this notion of incubators. He actually saved babies. And the way he did that, he was obviously had to come up with a spectacle so that people would pay for something they would never see. But obviously, after he introduced those incubators, you see in progressive era how eugenics employed very racist tools to evaluate babies. And to a certain extent, I think we can see how the shadow of this connotation between eugenics and baby shows reflected in our society. I mean, I was thinking of how Turkish society ourselves were sort of obsessed with babies. And I was thinking of like these old baby shower parties that people put on Instagrams with their, luxurious design and stuff and confettis. And also, I was also thinking of this show that was very famous in Turkey, Bebekten Al Haberi or Çocuktan Al Haberi, presented by Evrim Akın. I think she also starred in Bez Bebek. So yeah, there you have this baby Nisan Bebek, who's basically like a little version of Helen of Troy. By looking at that is also creating a normalcy, right? When you're a family watching that and you're trying to say, well, that's the perfect baby. That's so in that respect, I don't know if a reconciliation is possible, but I think we can definitely say that this shadow of eugenics still has its grasp on this on baby shows and the modern baby displays. Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately, we do not have time for more questions, but I recommend the speakers to type their email addresses in the chat box for those who want to contact them for comments and questions. This brings our session to an end. Thank you all for joining this event.
Thank you very much, Professor Hasine Şenkaradeniz. And thank you so much for these fascinating, very inspiring presentations. Now we're starting our 9th session. Associate Professor Bilge Mutluay Çetintaş will be chairing this session. And we will have 2 speakers in this session on narratives in science and technology. The floor is yours, Bilge Hocam.
Okay, thank you. And we are running a bit late, and we'll try to keep our time as precise as possible. Today, as Ufuk Hoca has said, we have two speakers, and the first speaker is one of our students, and one of actually the students, our PhD student, Maria. And Maria has graduated from, I'm not so sure, Maria, if I can say this university right. It's Taras, what? How do you pronounce that? Shevchenko National University in Kiev, where she received her master's degree and her master's diploma from our department, American Culture and Literature. She currently, as I have said, she's currently pursuing her PhD degree. She is a member of International Organization of Folk Art, Center for American Literary Studies in Ukraine, Association of American Studies of Turkey. Her interests lie primarily in the area of contemporary American fiction and focus on representation of ethnic identity and memory. And she has couple of, quite a lot of actually presentations as well as publications. And we are hoping that she will pursue her PhD studies on American Russian writers. And today she's going to talk about representations and especially the narratives of Yuri Gagarin in United States. The floor is yours, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the introduction. So I would like to start this presentation with the two stories. And if my presentation works. In 2001, on the celebration of the 40th anniversary of Gagarin's spaceflight, President Vladimir Putin visited the space city, the cosmonaut training center situated near Moscow. Following the usual address of to the Russian space team, which, as you can see, took place in front of a large Gagarin's portrait, the president congratulated the employees of the center and presented them with a gift.
Maria, sorry, your presentation is not on the presentation mode. Could you check that, please?
Really? Okay. Yeah. And I will try to do it again. This way.
Yes, that's much better. Yes.
Thank you. So he presented the employees of the center with a gift, and it was a portrait of Yuri Gagarin. In exchange, he was awarded with another gift, a watch featuring Gagarin's portrait on its face. Another story is more recent. Following the public outcry surrounding Russian invasion of Ukraine earlier this year, American Space Foundation has changed the name of its annual fundraising event from Yuri's Night to a celebration of space, discover what's next. On their website, the foundation explained that the decision was made following a number of negative posts about Russia, hence to, quote, ensure the focus of the evening remained on their goals, the committee agreed to continue the tradition by another name, end of quote. So these two events, among other such instances, are indicative of the role Yuri Gagarin's image continues to play in representing not only that particular technological achievement, but the Soviet and post-Soviet state itself. In the present talk, I will outline how the image of the first man in space was presented by the Soviet Union to the Western world, and specifically how it was received in the United States. I will also follow the changes that occurred to the narrative about the first Soviet cosmonaut within these past 6 decades and discuss how the contemporary Russian presentations differ from that in the US. So on April 12, 1961, Gagarin's flight aboard the Vostok 1 spacecraft occurred in the short period of time when the two states attempted to get closer in their ideological presentation of each other, or at least mitigate some of the Cold War tensions. At the beginning of 1959, the 21st Congress of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union stated, quote, "Improving relations between the United States and the Soviet Union is of particular importance in the process of diffusing international tensions. Expansion of trade, cultural ties, as well as personal contacts of statesmen and public figures can play an important role in improving mutual understanding and establishing friendly relations between the states," end of quote. The image that the Soviet Union wanted to present to the West on the break of the 60s was not so much of the military superpower, but of the developed socialism in action, which allowed Khrushchev to tease Nixon during the famous kitchen debate that, quote, "In another 7 years, we will be on the same level as America, and then we will move on ahead," end of quote. Hence, it is hardly surprising that the image of the first man in space was carefully sculptured to present achievements of the regime in creating a new socialist man, the person of the future. Already during the massive celebrations that took place on Moscow's Red Square on the 14th of April, Khrushchev's address was directed towards Gagarin's personal act of heroism rather than accomplishments of the team of engineers and other pilots. This is how Khrushchev's speech is reported by Wilfred Burchett and Anthony Purdy in their book Cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, First Man in Space. And the quote is on the screen. Khrushchev started his oration by listing the noble traits, courage, self-determination, and valor, praised this first man who, for an hour and a half, looked at our entire planet, viewed its tremendous oceans and continents, our pioneer in space flights. If the name of Columbus, who crossed the Atlantic Ocean and discovered America, has been living on through the ages, what is to be said about our wonderful hero, Comrade Gagarin, who penetrated into outer space, circled the entire terrestrial globe, and returned safely to Earth? His name will be immortal in the history of mankind, and so on and much more. In the photograph, you can see how Gagarin's figure breaks down the line of party leaders atop the mausoleum. It is also hardly accidental that his wife and both parents were invited to attend the highly official celebration. Even the footage of Gagarin's loose sock gutter dangling over the red carpet made the image of the first cosmonaut more human and approachable. And now I will have to break the presentation to show actually that footage of his loose sock gutter, which I will try to do this way. And that is, can you see it? So you can see that he was coughing, and that something that looks like shoelace is actually his sock gutter. There are other examples to prove that the Soviet party deliberately eliminated military subtext from the public image of Gagarin. In this photograph that is often presented as the last picture taken before the takeoff, we see Gagarin together with Sergei Korolev, chief engineer of the space program, on the right, and Kirill Moskalenko in the middle, Marshal of the Soviet Union and Commander-in-Chief of Strategic Missile Forces, as well as the Inspector General of the Ministry of Defense. When the photograph was presented to the press, however, the figure of Marshal Moskalenko was erased. Similar arguments appeared in interviews of Soviet officials with American journalists. Here is an excerpt from a conversation of Yevgeny Fedorov, chief of the space program, with Wilfred Burchett, reprinted in the 1961 by Panther Book Publishing. Quote, "Our American colleagues have been hampered, I believe, in their work by the emphasis on militarization and the limited tasks set them to develop the V2s. the Super V2s. Asked about the Soviet Union's own ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, Fyodorov said, they are a regrettable byproduct of the space program. They were not an aim in themselves. Our people are working with complete freedom on their main tasks. If there is something in our findings that is needed for defense purposes, then the military can help themselves to it. They take what they need. As scientists, we regret the necessity for this, and so do we all. Please don't forget that even when we had a monopoly of ICBMs, we were willing to put them under international control. Military requirements do not interfere with the task of conquering outer space. This line of narrative was quickly picked up by other American mass media. Hailed as a youthful space hero, the peace-affirming statements about Yuri Gagarin were constantly on the front line. Consider, for example, this article in Washington's The Evening Star from July 11, 1961. And here is the quote. Replying in a clear, ringing voice, Major Gagarin said, "We in the Soviet Union are proud of the wonderful achievement of our country, and at the same time, we regard it not only as an achievement of the Soviet people, but as a human achievement in the cause of progress and happiness and prosperity for all people in the cause of world peace." The image of down-to-earth, easygoing young men with a beaming smile suited this idea perfectly. Note, for example, that many of the articles that appeared in American press featured photographs of young Gagarin, those taken noticeably before his space flight, such as this article in the Washington Post from 17th of April. The cover of the Time magazine from April 21 shows how visual representations of the cosmonaut could be manipulated to represent him in a more casual human way. This portrait was apparently drawn from one of Gagarin's official portraits, but seems to be slightly altered. Notice the helmet that is much smaller than on other photographs, as well as his direct but non-assertive stare on the viewer. It takes the reader's attention away from the man's professional position towards his personal identity. In this sense, the subtitle, Russia's Yuri Gagarin, is another significant illustration. We can also compare this cover with later illustrations of the same magazine showing American astronauts, Shepard and Armstrong, which pay noticeably more attention to the technical details of their achievements. It is also interesting to examine a later memorial which honors pioneers in space exploration, opened in front of the NASA's first headquarters in Houston in 2012. This being the only monument to Yuri Gagarin in the United States, it is significant that the 9-foot bronze statue shows Gagarin as a young boy reaching towards the stars, trying to embrace the space in a symbolic hug. Next to Gagarin, there is a monument to John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth. This second monument consists of a steel panel with cutouts in the shape of the Mercury capsules that blend together to form the image of the astronaut and that of his spacecraft. Although the dedication at the side of the panel reads that, quote, the pieces symbolize the collaboration between two nations and the continued partnership, end of quote, the two statues could hardly be further apart in their stylistic and symbolic implementation. Similar contrast is visible in another pair of monuments dedicated to Yuri Gagarin, the one mentioned earlier in Houston and the monument situated in Moscow, opened in 1980, right before the start of the Moscow Olympic Games. The 140-foot high structure is built of titan, the same material used in spaceship construction, and presents the first cosmonaut visually and symbolically merged with his spacecraft. Such presentations of Yuri Gagarin in American cultural space, which underlined individual identity of the first cosmonaut and his human qualities, as opposed to the technical and strategic perspective of the event, allowed the mass media to take the edge off the space race. This by no means can be understood as a sign of that the intensity of the competition subsided. Just the contrary, as shown by 2 Gallup polls taken in June 1961. The polls asked the question, how important do you think it is for the United States to be ahead of Russia in space exploration, to which 51% thought it was very important and 21% fairly important. Hence, taking the focus away from the technical data towards human achievements of the first manned space flight allowed American press to accomplish several goals at once. First of all, to avoid the uncomfortable questions about the increased budget spendings on space program that did not seem to bring the expected results. After all, Gagarin's flight was his personal feat, while much of the technical data was questioned for being fabricated. And second, to give hope to the public that American program will soon catch up and remain rightfully ahead of the Soviets. Together with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the image of Yuri Gagarin underwent a number of changes, both in the post-Soviet countries and in the West. Most of the analytical material published within the past 2 decades conveyed the message of finally revealing the truth about the flight and about the role of the first cosmonaut. Consider, for example, such Russian publication as Cosmic Catastrophes, Pages from a Secret File in 1996, or 108 Minutes That Changed the World, the entire truth about the flight of Yuri Gagarin in 2011, or Gagarin, An Incredible Story of the First Flight in 2019. Nevertheless, these texts hardly undermine the romantic image that was created in the 1960s. Here is a passage from one of the books mentioned earlier. Quote, "Modern times dictate new laws. Only occasionally do we remember that there is still sky and stars overhead, that there is an immense space that humanity has managed to reach. The image of Yuri Gagarin is one of the few truly bright images in the cruel history of the 20th century. He was indeed a unique person who else could overnight become the personification of a new and brilliant path for the whole humanity. Gagarin's smile unites everyone, returns romance, makes you forget about the present moment, and at least for a short while, think about the future." Let me draw your attention to this idea that the image of Gagarin is a concentration of belief into a better future. Slava Girovich, an American of Russian origin, historian of science and the leading scholar on Soviet space program history, explains that Yuri Gagarin's attractive smile has come to symbolize everything that was good about the Soviet past. The Russians today rank Gagarin's flight as their second proudest historical achievement, 91%, behind the victory in World War II, 93%. Gagarin is the symbol of a Russian victory over the entire world, a symbol for ages to come. Gagarin is our national idea. For many, yearning for the Gagarin myth reflects nostalgia for the future, incorporated in the Soviet system as a whole. End of quote. This perspective can explain why Gagarin's image has recently become increasingly popular with political and social memes, those that aim to underline the continuity of progress, or rather claim lack thereof. Recent American publications, on the other hand, seem to fall into another extreme, focusing on inconsistencies in early reports and scandalous details of the first manned spaceflight. For example, the 2013 book by Andrew Jenks, The Cosmonaut Who Couldn't Stop Smiling, is presented as a search for Gagarin. It contains elements of conventional biography, but also examines Gagarin as a window into Soviet and Russian culture. The author also argues that the role of Gagarin in the Soviet Union was that of a secular saint in an officially atheistic country. Stephen Walker's Beyond, the astonishing story of the first human to leave our planet and journey into space, issued in 2021, claims to be drawing on extensive original research and the vivid testimonies of eyewitnesses, many of whom have never spoken before. The author draws his readers' attention that the book evokes the personalities, the science, and the atmosphere of the time and history that reads like a thriller. Jamie Doran, another filmmaker and documentary producer, has recently published Starman: The Truth Behind the Legend of Yuri Gagarin. The author explains that in his project, he also explored fascinating and hitherto unknown aspects of Gagarin's life and work. An important contribution of Doran's research lies in the author's attention to the historical context of Gagarin's space flight. The author managed to discuss not only the actual space flight, but the people who launched the first cosmonaut into space. So I would say that he finally takes attention away from the persona of the first cosmonaut to the technical development in the field of the space exploration. In other words, then we can conclude that Yuri Gagarin's name in the Western and specifically American press has a tendency to appear in connection with the date of the first manned space flight, particularly as a symbol of early human achievements in the field, as a sign of endeavor and scientific venture. Still, however, the image of the first Soviet cosmonaut is politically and ideologically charged, no less, we might say, as it was during the height of the space race, which makes it an easy target for political and ideological play. Thank you for your attention.
Oops, sorry. Okay, I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Maria. That was really interesting to see all these different representations of Yuri Gagarin, especially in the States and in Russia, and compare them in a sense. Well, let's keep our comments and questions until the very end so that we can hear our second speaker, Melih Gökçü, who is also going to speak about a comic sci-fi film, Planet 51, as I have read from his proposal. And let me just talk about who Melih Gökçü is for a little while. Melih Gökçü is currently studying radio, television, and cinema at the School of Graduate Studies, İbn Haldun University. He holds his first master's degree in religious studies from the University of Erfurt, and he focused on Sufism and American transcendentalism for his master's thesis. He completed his bachelor's degree in American culture and literature at Dokuz Eylül University, İzmir. He has published in English. His articles has appeared in several journals. His research interests include popular culture, visual art, American transcendentalism, and cultural and literary theories. He is involved in an ongoing research project, Figurations of Failure in Anglophone Studies at the University of Duisburg, Essen. He plans to pursue his PhD in American Studies as well. Okay, Melih Gökçü, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for actually this kind introduction, and also thank you for having me on this conference. Firstly, I will share my PowerPoint. I think you can see it, right?
We can see it, but it's not on presentation mode.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I am doing it right now.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Okay. Actually, I will talk about the frontier narrative in American animation film, Planet 51. And actually, my presentation contains actually half of my presentation has a theoretical part. And later on, I will talk about the analytical part. And also my title is Planet 51, from American Pioneer to Cosmic Hero. Actually, we will witness the transition of our protagonist in the film, actually. So John F. Kennedy suggested the term New Frontier during his acceptance speech as a Democratic presidential candidate in 1960. However, after that time, scholars have studied popular ideas of space exploration combined with notions such as American expansion, the frontier myth, and manifest destiny in popular culture and media. But they rarely tackle the expression of those ideas in animation films. My presentation focuses on the animated science fiction comedy film, Planet 51, and its depiction of the frontier myth and the American pioneer figure as a cosmic hero. While most animated films are overtly meant for family entertainment, they may also be made for disseminating some ideologies among the societies. To talk about a Planet 51, it tells the story of Captain Charles Baker, or Chuck as abbreviated, an American astronaut landing on an alien planet. The animated feature film depicts the American frontiersman as a space cowboy practicing on United States historical narratives, or a modern space explorer equipped with high-tech tools and sophisticated scientific advancements setting up for the final frontier. Captain Baker is a cosmic hero who sets off to map undiscovered territory and claims another planet for the United States by planting his flag, his country's flag. But as Chuck is called an invasive alien in the film, the animated film also pokes fun on the frontier myth. While Planet 51 animates traditional notions of American exceptionalism and celebrates the colonial expansionism inherent in the new frontier myth of space exploration, the film exercises somehow the satire to update the myth for today's contemporary audiences. Somehow I will argue that the animated film recaps the New Frontier narrative to recast the American historical figures of pioneers and frontiersmen due to the update technological and scientific advancements in the United States. Actually, in that part, I would like to talk about frontier thesis a bit. So what is frontier thesis? The frontier is described by historian Frederick Jackson Turner in the significance of the frontier of American history as the other age of today, the meeting point between savagery and civilization. And also the term distinguished from the European frontier, and it lies at the hither age of free land. So Turner cuts off the European ties of the American frontier. Somehow he puts the term in an exclusive place. So the frontier is the first path to establishing a civilization, and it is the most effective way to Americanization from the perspective of Turner. The frontier mindset formed the traits of American pioneer people and rugged explorers who built the United States, and it is one of the influential myths in American culture. And according to Turner, the European immigrants were mastered by life on the frontier, which stripped them of their background and coerced them to embrace the wilderness. And also, he continues to explain the term. It finds him a European in dress, industrious, tools, modes of travel, and thought. It takes him from the railroad car and puts him in the beach canoe. It strips him the garments of civilization and arrays him in the hunting shirt and moccasin. Somehow we are seeing that those first immigrants from Europe how they actually change and they get accommodated with the life in the new world. From the 17th to 20th century, the American frontier was crucial as European Americans colonized and expanded across the North America. It was initially a westward expansion. However, today the frontier myth does not imply only moving toward the west, but also the discovery of space, especially after the conversation, the speech of John F. Kennedy in his actually in 1960. The frontier metaphor has been present throughout the history of the United States, and it continues to feature frequently in public debate, particularly about space exploration today. And if we explain what is the frontier and how the American pioneer is depicted as the space pioneer on the frontier in Planet 51. So pioneering attempts to explore the universe in the United States have always been inextricably linked to American values. So it is so discernible in the manuscripts. We can see that somehow the space exploration is linked to the American values. John F. Kennedy coined the term New Frontier in 1960, referring to the exploration and exploitation of space to encourage the Americans in the space race. He explains the term as frontier of unknown opportunities and perils for the determined pioneers who give up their safety and comfort. As of today, pioneers have been modern space explorers with high-tech tools and sophisticated scientific and technological achievements, striking out for the final frontier. So astronauts are endowed with an important cultural function in the United States. So they are role models and transgressive heroes for contemporary audiences due to their determinedness for their movement towards space. Namely, space is the new habitation for producing heroic narratives from the 1960s. When we go back to our film, Hacettepe Baker is a good example that glorifies the American identity within technological advancements. So he's an ideal, rugged individual who is willing to explore the final frontier. And when we look at him, he has a flawless muscular appearance with his big blue eyes and blonde hair, and also that archetype of hero, somehow that Anglo-Saxon heritage. And also he is bold to chase after unknown opportunities and perils, sacrificing his comfort and safety. Sarah Martin argues in her book that astronauts are depicted by patriarchal narratives since they represent a male-dominated cultural idealization in American culture. She continues to say that space exploration, like the expansion towards the West, has been related to pro-patriarchal strategies to renew traditional heroic masculinity. So Chuck is a rugged individual. He devotes himself to fulfilling his mission for America's future. So besides, his masculinity plays a crucial role to accomplish this mission. So it is discernible in his language while speaking to Lam. By the way, Lam is an alien youngster in the movie. Somehow, while he is speaking to Lam, he is trying to legitimize his superiority over those aliens. And also he is using that discourse of the masculinity. After Lam agrees to help him, because Hacettepe Baker is somehow a persona non grata, because he's not welcomed on the planet. He's somehow an alien for the inhabitants of the planet 51. and he seeks the help of Lem, who is the other alien on the planet. So after Lem agrees to help him, he's conspiring lots of plans to leave this weird planet. He endeavors to accomplish his escape plan by commanding them and acting superior all the time. Chuck claims that he's got the right stuff, which means that he has lots of courage. And somehow his masculinity leads him to be a commander, but not a pawn in that conversation. So unlike the simple tools of colonial period, Chuck has a sophisticated and complex space vehicle to explore new territories for the United States. Also, during these adventurous explorations, his company is a space camera named Rover that has an excellently programmed brain and senses to analyze the rocks found on this planet. So actually, when we look at the first depiction of the pioneers, they were just getting on the wagon or getting on their horses. So they were just using that simple tools. But now Chuck has that sophisticated vehicle to take his journey. Although Planet 51 introduces Chuck as the United States American hero, he's a persona non grata, as I said before, and declared an alien on Planet 51. And military troops are alerted and look for Chuck everywhere to arrest him. After his struggle on the planet, he seems more accommodated with his life and befriended Planet 51's inhabitants. Somehow, the life conditions on Planet 51 master Chuck's superior gaze. So he's more accommodated now with the life in the Planet 51. Somehow we can remember the quotation from Frederick Jackson Turner that actually the European immigrants were mastered by life on the frontier. And in the upshot, Chuck becomes a pioneer character on the frontier, deploying between his civilization and other space. And also, I would like to talk about the term of wilderness. That wilderness in the film is completely simulated. So it is bizarre for Chuck, but at the same time, it has a similarities with his own planet or with his own civilization. Wilderness plays a crucial role in American culture since it still remains prominent to form an identity and strengthen cultural values, albeit ultimately a legacy of colonial Britain America. In the tradition of Emerson, Thoreau, and Whitman, it is a resource for recreation, solitude, aesthetic experience, the opportunity for self-made man, and spiritual regeneration. According to Turner, wilderness means a frontier line, an unsettled area by isolated bodies, especially during the colonization of the West. So it is one of the strongest phenomena that enable to frame the American identity. However, wilderness caused a distinguished frontier understanding in the United States since it mastered colonists and put them into the Indian clearings. When we talk actually about the differences from Chuck's planet, Planet 51 uses wilderness imaginaries to identify this planet with the best of Turner's thesis. As Chuck Baker steps onto this unknown and unexplored planet, he seems like a rock explorer discovering a new area for the United States. Planet 51 is similar, but meanwhile it is bizarre. So it is an inhabited area by weird-looking and green-skinned creatures with different biotopes and unusual natural events such as rain and rocks on the Planet 51. This wilderness is an example of a technologically sophisticated civilization. Actually, when we look at the similarities, somehow it is a copy of the 50s United States. So cinema halls and posters are popular ways to consume media products in the Planet 51. Furthermore, other consumption and entertainment products such as television, bowling halls, diners, fast food, and rock and roll, which spans the period of booming economy, space race, and civil rights movement in the movements in the 1950s, are prominent also in the film. And also how Chuck encounters with Lem is also an important point in the film. On a stormy and apocalyptical day, Chuck lands in Lem's backyard when Lem and his family grew together. Chuck steps to plant the American flag proudly. He does not realize where he has landed because he's really concentrated on his mission. And heroic music accompanies the moment when he is about to plant the flag and claim the planet for the United States. While doing so, he seems swollen with pride as the first human to be on this planet. And when Chuck sees aliens, he's immediately terrified by their appearance and starts to run. For inhabitants of Planet 51, however, Chuck represents a scary alien with his weird garb. So in that point, who is the alien? So everybody is claiming each other alien, but somehow we can also talk about the definition of the otherness here, but I think I don't have that time, and also it is out of the topic. So Lem is an alien youngster who already has his life planned out. He teaches about space at Clifford High School and tries to persuade his pupils that the universe is not formidable, but fascinating. Lem, actually, when you see him on the left side, it is Lem, and the Chuck is the astronaut one in the pictures. Also, Lem is an alien youngster who already his life planned out, and he teaches about space at Clifford High School and tries to persuade his pupils that the universe is not formidable, as I said before. So while he's cleaning around Clifford High School, he encounters with Chuck hidden there. Actually, at first they are both frightened of each other. After realizing that they are similar, since they both speak English and behave rationally, they feel relieved. And Chuck claims that there should not have been any intelligent life or an entire civilization on this planet. Somehow his attitude is like arrogant in that point, and he's boasting and superior, which reminds the colonial attitude to tame and civilize the wilderness. In the end, they both claim each other as alien, and the animated film uses humor actually to recur and update the frontier thesis by portraying the bizarre and at the same time similar wilderness to the United States. And later Chuck becomes hero. So at the beginning of the story, Chuck seems more dependent on the big technology of his civilization, and he arrives on the planet in fully protected garb by his autopiloted aircraft. As the first immigrants of the New World, looking European in dress, industries, and tools, we can say that Chuck, like from the historical perspective, Chuck looks more European in a sophisticated costume using technological tools. After his confrontation with the tough conditions, he takes off his astronaut garment, symbolizing his civilization, and Planet 51 arrays him in simple local clothes. Chuck turns out to be an idol model as an American hero in Planet 51 due to his prowess and wisdom. He has typical features and characteristics, and he serves the profits of his culture to become a hero. When we talk about his wisdom, Chuck brings the true knowledge about space to Planet 51. And in his conversation with Lem about the size of space, Lem claims first that there is no way that space is big, but later he finds out that nothing he knows is right. In this point, Chuck is a supplier of true knowledge for this planet. In the end, Lem is convinced that he's not like Chuck at all. He seems miserable and accepts Chuck's superiority by saying, "I don't have the right stuff like you." So actually the right stuff, the phrase is really important in the film because it is repeated many times. And actually it means that the right stuff having the qualifications for becoming a hero, so for being a hero. Trying to be modest after Lamb's compliments, Chuck admits that his heroic attributes hinge on his rugged good looks. However, as a hero, Chuck sacrifices himself and surrenders not to damage Lamb and his fellows when he is arrested in the Glipford costume contest. Also, his enemies, the professor, the alien professor, and the alien general praise his intellectual capacity because his civilization apparently achieved many things, they say. The professor presumes that Chuck has a remarkable brain and he wants to uncover his intellectuality by incising his head. Lamb and his fellows drive through the arid terrains looking like Arizonian deserts, find the military base where Chuck is captive before his brain pops out from his head. Finally, they arrive at the base and look for Chuck everywhere. First, they find Chuck's aircraft covered with a dusty shelter, and later they find Chuck tied in a hospital bed, actually before his brain pops out. And also, after many struggles and after fighting with the general and his military troops, they blast the base to save Chuck. The general cannot move out. Also, in that scene, the general seems like he cannot move out of or from the flames. Just a second, yeah. Flames, since a pile of rubble falls onto where he stands. They are fighting, actually, they are just struggling in that scene to save Chuck. And also they want to escape from the base with the Chuck's aircraft. The general cannot move out from the flames since a pile of rubble falls onto where he stands. Before they all get into Chuck's aircraft, Chuck runs to rescue the general lying amidst the debris, while everybody on board expects him to leave the general easily because he's the enemy, and everybody thinks that, yeah, Chuck will leave the general lying on the ground amongst the flames and just escape easily. But Chuck seems determined to save the general, even though he's his enemy from that, while turning back to pick up his astronaut costume from the aircraft. So they all ask why he does not leave him lying on the ground, and Lem answers proudly because he's got the right stuff. So that right stuff, actually, as I said before, it is they are the qualities, qualifications to become a hero. So it is referring here to American values like the self-determined, actually, which means that he's a real hero. So Captain Baker has the right stuff to be not only an American pioneer, but also a cosmic hero. In the end, he appears carrying the general about amidst the rampage's flames. Another important aspect of Chuck's heroism is the fact that he seems determined to fly the aircraft out of the autopilot system, because as I said before, he's completely dependent on the technology. He cannot even fly his aircraft. Just his aircraft is controlled from the Earth, and he's just there as a person, just as a model. Because he wants to fly that aircraft out of the pilot system because they don't have enough time to take off. So he seems timid and somehow afraid and scared in the first scenes of the film. Also, he's a persona non grata in the first scenes. He does not fly even his aircraft by himself. He does nothing until the tough circumstances spark the heroism that is inherent in him. He realizes his own competence to fly back to his own planet after he goes through many hoops. He says unwaveringly, I'm going to have to pilot this bucket. And it is the first time that he flies his aircraft by himself because it was already programmed on for the autopilot. And he saves everybody from the wreck of the military base. And in that scene, while he's piloting his aircraft, confidently he says, and calling everybody on board, yeah, strap in everyone, because I'm taking you home. And Chuck sounds like a real hero in that scene. At the end, they land back on the planet 51 with the general, because also he said the general, trumpeting that soldiers, attention, there is among us an astronaut. The general announces Chuck as a hero instead of persona non grata by now. And Chuck becomes a hero celebrated by all the planet inhabitants. Also, Chuck even establishes his own local fan club, the Chuck Baker Party Maker Fan Club on the planet after his heroic mission. Also, I would like to talk about that imposter. It is completely obvious that Chuck is portrayed and Chuck is depicted as an American pioneer here. He's just planting the flag on the land, and the others are just looking at him curiously. What is he doing? And his face is completely swollen with pride, and most probably he thinks that, yeah, that's my mission, and I just, claim another planet for the United States. So we can actually talk about the poster longer time, but I think I don't have enough time to talk about it. So to conclude my presentation, Planet 51 depicts the epic story of an American astronaut after his encounter with aliens on a different planet, an adventure of space exploration. It simultaneously grapples with such notion as American expansionism, the frontier myth, and manifest destiny to build an American hero. However, it has a traditional male-dominated representation of heroism. The animated film's protagonist, Captain Baker, symbolizes the modern male rock explorer as an American pioneer on the new frontier. First of all, he becomes an alien. He comes on the planet as an American pioneer. He becomes an alien. Then he leaves the planet as a cosmic hero. Frontier narratives are still prominent to recast the American pioneer and frontiersman in an updated way. So after John F. Kennedy summoned American citizens as pioneers to explore uncharted areas of space and science and declared a rapid mastery and colonization of the sky to outflank all the rivalries in the space race, space has become significant in the American culture, pop culture, to identify the self with American values. The American animation film pays attention to the frontier thesis regarding space exploration and exploitation more than many other popular cultural media to disseminate the pioneering ideologies of the United States. Frontier narratives emphasize that each American has the right stuff to become the next Captain Baker as long as they are bold, adventurous, and determined. The frontier myth narrative and pioneers are related to forming an American identity within the wilderness on the frontier. Therefore, space is the final frontier and new wilderness to expand the United States soil and form the identity as cosmic heroes. Thank you for listening to me. It is the end of my presentation. Even though my voice is bad, I'm a bit ill, I think, today. I tried my best. I hope you enjoyed.
Okay, thank you, Melih Gökçü. And if you could stop sharing, we could go to the question, answer, comment section, and the floor is open for anybody who wants to ask questions to Maria or Melih Gökçü, Maria Doğan or Melih Gökçü. Okay, I have a question for Melih. Do you think that idea of space as being, well, maybe the final frontier, to rephrase the Star Trek, do you think it's still the frontier for United States, or is it still presented as a let's say a valid sort of idealistic space where it needs to be inhabited or tamed or whatsoever?
Actually, I'm still searching about it. Also, it is really prominent questions in my mind. All the time I'm just questioning, like, okay, if the space is still a frontier for the United States, actually, somehow they are reproducing those narratives all the time in popular culture. For example, it is really prominent for American media. I think it is still prominent. Those narratives of the frontier thesis. Somehow it is updated as a new frontier. Also, I think they are somehow trying to colonize the space. I don't know. I'm just following the news. I'm just trying to read some articles about it. But somehow, as far as I understand, United States still trying to colonize the space, I think, and that it is still prominent. But actually, after my readings, I think I will come out with a final statement. But for now, I can say that, yeah, it is still prominent in the media, in the American media.
Okay, what about, I was thinking basically about this sort of new trend that's going on, like, sending people up for 15 minutes or even longer to the space. And, well, as a result, receiving money, and it is being promoted as sort of like being a tourist to the space. So I would assume, looking from this side, at space is being commodified as anything else. Would you agree with that? Or commodified, reappropriated, rather than being a frontier, or rather than having this sort of idealistic connotations, as John F. Kennedy had stated in the 1960s. Now it's just part of a, isn't it part of a sort of, sort of vicious capitalist commodification being also going on in terms of space?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's a really good question, to be honest. Yeah, I think, yeah, people are just trying to travel to space, but somehow still we can see the effects of the American culture there. I don't know. Somehow we are looking from the perspective of the Americans when we're talking about this space. Somehow that their discourse is dominant. So still I can say that, yeah, it is a final frontier still. So
okay.
May I also add to the response to this? In the materials that I had to study for my presentation, I found out that it is very expensive in current situation to have, for a certain country, to have solo flights. That is why they're usually made joint within the last few decades. Japan, France, United States, or Russia, that were collaborating on many space projects. That is why probably it is in the process of change, and the idea of conquering space by one nation will be sooner or later forgotten, although it is still used in ideological presentations. And again, in Russia, just on the 12th of April this year, Putin made one of the first appearances after the invasion of Ukraine on a cosmodrome. and claim that the sanctions will not affect the exploration of space by Russia, and we will continue our work in this field. And again, it caused a lot of discussion whether one country can now continue that line of narrative in solo exploration.
Thanks, Maria, for that input. Actually, yes, that is one of the problems, it seems like, especially with all the sanctions that Russia is facing, let's say, or whatever Russia wants to do. And it seems like Russia has some ideas about new frontiers in its own mind at this point, for the expense of other countries, unfortunately. Anybody else? Okay, we are already actually running late, and hopefully, I mean, we were okay because we were just taking time from the lunch break, and I believe our next session will be commencing at 1 p.m., right, Ufuk Hoca?
Yes,
Okay.
it will start at 1 p.m. And so I think we have a bit of time for lunch. And I think it was just wonderful that our session chair, Bilge Hoca, gave time for questions and answers after our speakers presented. And yeah, let's meet at 1 o'clock. This concludes the 9th session. The session at 1 o'clock will be on science, technology, and Gothic literature. All right, so now time for a short break. Thank you so much, Bilge Hoca, and thank you so much for your inspiring papers, Maria and Melih.
Okay, thank you, and see you at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. So this is going to be the 10th session of the conference. And the conference, this session will be on science, technology, and Gothic literature. The session will be chaired by Dr. Özge Özbek Akıman. And we will have 2 presenters in this session. The floor is yours, Dr. Özge Özbek Akıman. Özge Hoca.
Geliyor hocam, Özge Hoca.
And in the meantime, let me say hello to Maria. Hello, Maria.
Hello, hocam. Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you.
I'm 3 time zones away from Ankara now, so having this opportunity is really special for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I think everybody's ready. Ufuk Hocam.
Actually, I made the introduction, but let me make it once again.
I'm sorry.
So this session will be the 10th session, and it will be chaired by Dr. Özge Özbek Akıman. We will have 2 presenters in this session, and we are looking forward to listening to your papers. And the floor is yours, Özge Hocam.
Okay, well, thank you for attending this session. And today's, this panel speakers are Rümeysa Bayraktutan and Batıkan Demirtaş, both from Dokuz Eylül University. And they graduated in the same year, and I think they know each other. Let me first introduce Rümeysa. Rümeysa Bayraktutan received her bachelor's degree from Dokuz Eylül University in 2021. She was an exchange student as an undergraduate in Poland University of Lodz at the Department of American and Media Studies in the fall semester of 2019 and 2020. She's currently a master's degree student at our department, Hacettepe University, Department of American Culture and Literature. Her research interests are in African American studies, critical race theory, and American Gothic literature. And she aims to continue her studies and become an academic. And yes, Rümeysa, take it away.
Thank you so much, Hocam, for that introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it? Yes, wait a second.
Yes, and please check if it flows for the second slide, third slide. Sometimes it, yeah, okay.
Yes, okay, okay.
Everything's good.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to the organization of this conference and all my friends and colleagues who are here to listen today. My presentation is about the horrors of pseudoscience in American Gothic literature, and I will analyze Abigail and Poe's The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar and Ambrose Bierce's The Realm of the Unreal and The Hypnotist. Let me begin by talking about how we can differentiate science from pseudoscience. Science is a discipline that offers us the most trustworthy assertions about a particular subject presented by the community of knowledge professions that can be made at that moment. This involves declarations about nature, us as humans, our civilizations, our physical structures, and our mental structures. If and only if a statement meets the following 3 conditions, it can be termed as a pseudoscientific, according to Svein O. Hansen. First, it pertains to an issue within the domains of science in a broad sense, the criterion of scientific domain. 2, it suffers from such a severe lack of reliability that it cannot at all be trusted, the criterion of unreliability. 3rd, it is a part of a doctrine whose major proponents try to create the impression that it represents the most reliable knowledge on its subject matter, the criterion of deviant doctrines. So pseudoscience is a major issue that threatens public health. Pseudoscience can be defined as any belief or practice that pretends to be scientific but lacks supporting evidence. Hypnotization or mesmerism is not a part of science since its effect cannot be proven with solid pieces of evidence. Researchers have shown that individuals informed that hypnotized people can resist suggestions succeed in resisting suggestions, whereas individuals told that hypnotized people cannot resist suggestions report an inability or diminished ability to resist. It seems that in hypnosis, you get what you expect. Rather than the capacity to establish a trance state, research suggests that the following elements have a role in this result of hypnotic induction. A, participants' pre-hypnotic expectations, attitudes, beliefs, and intentions regarding hypnosis. B, their motivation and ability to become absorbed in suggestions and to think and imagine along with suggested activities. C, their ability to establish rapport with the hypnotist. D, their ability to interpret suggestions appropriately and view their responses as successful. E, their ability to discern task demands and cues. And finally, F, the nature of the hypnotist and participants' ongoing interaction. In a lot of literary works, we see the effects of such pseudoscientific experiments, especially hypnosis is one of the main concerns of American Gothic literature. It's the literary genre that concentrates on humankind's grotesque and twisted nature, along with aspects of the supernatural world, such as spirits, creatures, and other anomalies. By creating these anomalies in their works, writers not only try to entertain the readers, but also aim to warn them about the dismay of reality. Those authors take inspiration from actual incidents, such as people confusing pseudoscience to be real science and causing harm. Hypnotism has a long history of being used as a manipulation technique on people and damaging human psychology. Such medical experiments in the wrong hands can turn into a weapon and be used against a person's will. Examples of those wrongdoings can be seen in many famous literary works. Among them are Edgar Allan Poe's The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, which is about a hypnotist who places a patient at the point of dying in a delayed entrance condition. The story shows the deep suffering of the patient and the greed of the hypnotist who caused the incident. Another great example is Ambrose Bierce's short story, The Realm of the Unreal, which is about the protagonist who is said to be capable of keeping a particularly vulnerable individual in the world of the imaginary for a while, controlled through delusions the manipulator may propose occasionally. In another story of his, The Hypnotist, the protagonist describes how he uses hypnosis to perform a number of crimes. We will see the use of pseudoscience in these short stories and horrors of it when it is treated as real science and used as a weapon. Also, these stories demonstrate the result of human greed when they try to act like a god by using any kind of science. Firstly, let's start by talking about Edgar Allan Poe. His life might be considered an unhappy record of that disaster, which followed and followed faster. This man of brilliant capacities to draw him into position with most of the world, deprive him of the love he so inordinately craves, paralyze his creative abilities, seduce him to seek a vague augment in the use of drugs and stimulants, and its relentless purpose achieved cast him aside, a helpless wreck, to die from the darkened tragedy of a Baltimore salon. He was born in Boston, 1809, while his parents were playing in a local theater. They were at the time very poor, so that his birth, in spite of distinguished ancestors, may be considered lowly, both from the standpoint of wealth and of the social status. Yet, from his paternal grandfather, a general of revolutionary fame, he boasted of high lineage. Such assertions as these suggest that he spoke quite as much to assure himself as to convince others. Later on, he was adopted by a wealthy family of Allens. These reminders of his inheritance and environment forced him into an unnatural moodiness and deprived him in large part of that frank and friendly companionship based upon a sense of total equality. Such a situation, of course, increased Edgar's rebellious pride, made him feel the necessity for defending himself against the slightest suggestion of inferiority. Feeling or imagining himself either tolerated or scorned steadily intensified his desire for superiority. One can say that his God complex that is also seen in his Valdemar story is rooted in his childhood. His superiority complex would allow him to see no one as his superior nor even equal in either physical or mental pursuits, and it was this intolerance of the claims of mediocrity which brought upon him in later life the nepenthe of much of the literary works. He himself was known to both deny and affirm his great ambition, but his ideal goal of superiority as literature must be considered the guiding fiction of his life. His feeling of degradation and of inferiority fired him with the passionate determination to be on top. If his masculine protest could be satisfied in no other way, he turned to the degrading of others, as he was a merciless critic. His story, The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, reflects his superiority complex and how he wants to defy God. The narrator starts the story by stating that no one has ever been captivated at the point of death that he was aware of, and he is intrigued to see what impact mesmerism might have on a dying person. He contemplates testing himself on Valdemar, a previously entranced novelist who has suddenly been afflicted with tuberculosis. Valdemar agrees to the experimentation and writes to the protagonist, stating that his physicians anticipate him to pass away before the next evening's midnight. The narrator is informed of Valdemar's bad health by his doctors. He returns the next night with 2 nurses and a medical student as observers after reconfirming Valdemar's willingness to participate in the experiment. Valdemar persists on participating and encourages the storyteller to hurry because he fears he has, quote, referred it for too long, unquote. Valdemar is instantly entranced and both doctors return to act as extra observers. He states that he is suffering and subsequently that he is dead while in a state of hypnosis. The narrator places him in a hypnotic condition for 7 months and monitors him every day with the assistance of doctors and colleagues. Valdemar's skin is chilly and pallid, and he has no pulse, heartbeats, or visible respiration. Ultimately, the narrator tries to reawaken Valdemar by asking him challenging questions, and Valdemar's speech comes from his neck and waddling tongue, but his lips and jaw are locked in death. Valdemar asks the narrator to send him back to sleep swiftly or to wake him up between hypnosis and consciousness. The narrator begins to shake Valdemar out of his hypnosis trance by shouting, "Dead, dead," again and again. When eventually jolted out of the trance, he immediately, in quotes, crumbles or rots away, becoming a nearly liquid mass of putridity. Here we can see how the hypnotist struggles to deliver what he promised to be, preventing death, curing mortality, and fixing the inevitable doom of humankind. However, as he defies God and tries to act like one, he fails miserably. It's a common trope in American Gothic literature that a mad scientist uses science to be God, but his attempts almost always backfire eventually. We can read the story as a reflection of Poe's superiority complex crumbling apart when he is faced with the truth of reality. As some of you may know, Poe experienced loss of many sorts throughout his life, be it his parents or his lovers. His narcissistic instincts did not allow him to be a mere acceptor of his fate. Thus, he wanted to fix the reality, but he failed miserably, just like the hypnotist in his story. Ambrose Bierce's short works have a similar scenario. His stories are more accurate reflections of his life than any biography that could be written about him. He was arguably one of the most influential writers of his time. In quote, Bierce's nonconformity is not surprising given his background. Born in poverty, raised by strict parents, and tempered by the Civil War, Bierce knew that physical survival sometimes meant following rigid codes of behavior. At the same time, Bierce was a fanciful idealist. In his 1929 biography of the writer Carrie McWilliams, knits together the disciplinarian and the dreamer, picturing as an, quote, extremely sensitive man who was as idealistic as Shelley, but with an indirect, perverse, and discarded idealism, unquote. Bierce was, in the term of contemporary psychology, conflicted, a man who tried to rationalize his emotions. So he was a man who was fascinated by those who pretended to be gods. He was well aware of humanity's limitations, and he viewed people as God as more appealing scenario. He declared in the 1871 Overland Monthly that, quote, perhaps the one thing capable of igniting in the bosom of the average man a perfectly satisfactory enthusiasm, unquote. Enthusiasm, Beers, the etymologist would know, means to have God within. His pride came, no doubt, from the moral sympathy that he felt at long last between writer and reader, satirist and audience, and ultimately man and God. That last relationship, James Whitcomb Riley turned upside down by deriding, quote, Beers edits God. At the least, Riley's visceral reaction shows that, love him or hate him, everyone knew that Beers was on a mission. He reflects his God complex in his stories, just like Poe. His writings, many of which draw upon his own experiences as a Union soldier during the Civil War, are replete with themes and images of violent death. Beers's own mysterious disappearance into revolutionary Mexico in late 1913 has never been resolved, adding to the intrigue of this author, who has long fascinated biographers more for his personality than for his literary merits. In the realm of the unreal, Ambrose Bierce presents a hypnotist, Dr. Dorrimore, who tries to play God and is seemingly successful. The story talks about the narrator who encounters Dr. Dorrimore while riding to Auburn and reluctantly gives him a ride to a hotel. He cannot stand Dorrimore, who is a magician of sorts from Calcutta and who stupefied the narrator with his performance 5 years earlier. The narrator gives the man a ride, but hopes his interaction with the man will be minimal. He discovers that Dorrimore is staying at the same hotel as him. Shortly thereafter, the narrator's new lover unexpectedly arrives and he spends a few weeks enjoying her company. He also reluctantly introduces her to Dorrimore, and one night, a few weeks later, the narrator is sitting near a graveyard at night when he sees Dorrimore with his love. In a feat of jealousy, he springs forward, in quote, bent upon murder, unquote, and awakens the next morning in his room with bruises on his body and throat. When the narrator asks about his love, he finds out that she has never visited Auburn and that Dr. Dorrimore has left that morning. Later, he reads about Dorrimore hypnotizing an entire audience in Baltimore by simply telling them what to see and hear. The magician also claims, quote, that a particularly suspectable subject may be kept in the realm of the unreal for weeks, months, and even years, dominated by whatever delusions and hallucinations the operator may from time to time suggest, unquote. We can see in this story that the hypnotist is utilizing mesmerism to fulfill his hunger and appear as if he is God. This is an example of people using every means available to them to become powerful and push their limitations as weak humans to become all-powerful entities. As it can be seen in this story as well, a number of Bierce's tales and essays feature family violence and parasites, suggesting that the author's obsession concerned with death may have earlier antecedents than his own experiences as a Union soldier in Civil War. Post-Freudian perspectives on the psychology of death and the unconscious, as well as relevant historical, cultural, and literary contexts show that Bierce's childhood and his subsequent life experiences reflect themselves on his works. We can see these reflect on his short story, The Hypnotist, as well. The mad scientist in this story is actually just a young boy, and he uses his abilities as a hypnotist to go against the will of God and the laws of the state as an act of rebellion, as teenagers do. The narrator talks about how he's interested in, quote, hypnotism, mind reading, and kindred phenomena. Yet he says that he is, quote, no investigator with an ear at the keyhole of nature's workshop, trying to vulgar curiosity to steal the secrets of her trade. The interests of science are as little to me as mine seem to have been to science, unquote. He claims himself to be, quote, a singularly romantic disposition, deriving more gratification from mystery than from knowledge. He is rather humble about his so-called powers as well. However, he is using them to do way worse things than other examples. Quote, My first knowledge that I possess unusual powers came to me in my 14th year when at school. Happening one day to have forgotten to bring my noonday luncheon, I gazed longingly at that of a small girl who was preparing to eat hers. Looking up, her eyes met mine and she seemed unable to withdraw them. After a moment of hesitancy, she came forward in an absent kind of way and without a word surrendered her little basket with its tempting contents and walked away. Inexpressibly pleased, I relieved my hunger and destroyed the basket. He is a wild boy against his parents as well. He says, quote, "My father has never completed that sentence. What he mistook for hunger light was simply the earnest gaze of the hypnotist. In a few seconds, he was at my service." Among other things, biographers have long puzzled over and sensationalized Bierce's alienation from his parents, and particularly his mother, as well as the apparent reflection of these tensions in the recurring theme of parasite that appears in his short fiction. These Gothic tales suggest that in many ways, Bierce anticipated later psychoanalytic theories regarding the importance of dreams in the work of the unconscious and the primal nature of the fear of death in humanity. The fear of death triggers the desire to defy God, or in some cases, be one. To conclude, both writers clearly employ pseudoscientific procedures in their work to express humanity's yearning to disobey God or behave like one. We can plainly see how they draw on their own feelings of superiority and God complexes to represent this in their stories. And that was my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Rumeysa. I think we can keep our questions and comments at the end of the panel, and it's time for me to introduce Batıkan Demirtaş. Batıkan received his bachelor's degree from Dokuz Eylül University's Department of American Culture and Literature in 2021. He continues his graduate studies in the same department. His research interests are romanticism, ethnic writing, and American protest. And let's hear Batıkan talking about the American mad scientist, again in the 19th century, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I'll start by trying to explain the roots of the idea of self-righteousness and then the emergence of this concept in the United States. And then I will be talking about the process that leads to antebellum America, precisely the American shift from agrarian virgin land to the pandemonium of industrialization by American Enlightenment and Classicism. And before diving into short stories, I will be trying to show these cultural shifts in terms of changing American masculinities, and I will be arguing that the American mad scientist in antebellum American literature was not only a motive, but a emergent sexual persona. Although the concept of self-righteousness may seem self-evidently American, its point of origin is not American, nor is it even related to America at all. In fact, its origins go as far as 16th century England, where the covenant theology studies were being carried out. There, a man named William Tyndale challenged the king and the hegemony of the Catholic Church by his translation of the Bible into English. In the process of translating the Bible, Tyndale was especially fascinated by the idea and concept of covenant theology, and then more importantly, with the idea of a covenant nation. Tyndale had arrived at the conclusion that God had made an agreement with certain people that he had chosen, and he gradually implied the notion that England was God's chosen people and that they were the rightful heirs of ancient Israel. Even though his conceptualization of the covenant had gone mostly unheard in England, Tyndale's vision of covenant was the soil in which the notion of chosenness would slowly germinate until it would spring full-blown in the United States. Therefore, the first settlers of the United States embodied Tyndale's doctrines and considered themselves as the God's covenant people who would, through their errands into the wilderness, erect the church of the God that will inspire and guide the whole world. As the idea of the covenant gradually grew into notion of chosenness, American self-righteousness began to take shape because, as Richard Hughes suggests, Puritans attributed to the land and its native occupants two very different meanings. On the one hand, New England was a promised land, now to be inhabited by God's new Israel. At the same time, Puritans believed that Satan ruled the wilderness areas of the world and its inhabitants. Only when the gospel penetrated these regions would the tyranny of the Satan recede. Puritans therefore believed that God had called them to dispel the influence of the Satan in this new promised land. Then the concept of American self-righteousness stands not only for America's instrumentalization of certain discourses for the sake of exploitation and sovereign enhancement, but also for America's refusal for natural limitations of governing and progression. Having established a nation out of these self-righteous and religious discourses, the time period that leads to antebellum America, which covers from 1750 to first quarter of 19th century, can be regarded as the American Enlightenment, or as I would like to call it, American attempt to construct an American classicism. As in all other classicist cultures, American classicism as well sought ways to create and to sustain a homogeneous and static culture, which is justified by science and rationality. To do that, the founding fathers not only adopted a constructivist reception of nature, but more importantly, they have created an economic system, which is called commercial republicanism, to contribute to the process of homogenization of the American Republic. As Walter Benz says in his article, Religion and the Founding Principle, the purpose of commercial republicanism was, instead of trying to control the passions and especially acquisitiveness or greed, the passions of men will be directed to the pursuit of material goods. And it's in this context that medicine says that the protection of different and unequal faculties of acquiring property is the first object of government. And Burns concludes his remarks by saying, instead of pursuing eternal salvation and fighting over how to achieve it, if men seek material gratification and win it, the republican government will be possible. So commercial republicanism promoted the idea of ceaselessly pursuing material gratification, which then led to capitalism and the emergence of Faustian pride in literature as a counter-discourse to this emergence. Naturally, as a result, within this time period, America goes through a transition from an agrarian virgin land to pandemonium of industrialization and material gratification. This transition especially made its presence felt in the changing models of American manhood. According to Michael Kimmel, when America was just an agrarian virgin land, there were two models of manhood, the gentile patriarch and the heroic artisan. The gentile patriarch derived his identity from land ownership. Supervising his estate, he was refined, elegant, and given to casual senselessness. He was a doting and devoted father who spent much of his time supervising the estate and with his family. The heroic artisan embodied the physical strength and republican virtue that Jefferson observed in the yeoman farmer, independent urban craftsman, or shopkeeper. Artisan embodied the fusion of liberty and equality. Gentile patriarchy was the manhood of the traditional aristocracy, the class that embodied the virtue of liberty. The heroic artisan embodied democratic community, the solidarity of the urban shopkeeper or craftsman. Liberty and democracy, the patriarch and artisan cult, and did coexist. But on the other hand, industrialized America brought about a new model of manhood, the marketplace manhood, which is marked by a never-ending urge for progression and acquisition. So my argument is that the mad scientist figure in antebellum American literature is not only a motif, but a meta-discourse and masculine sexual persona through which the American civilization and its discontents were articulated and criticized. The mad scientist as a meta-discourse and a sexual persona is then an extension of the marketplace manhood in the sense that they refuse to accept the natural limitation of the human mind and forced to extreme limits to have that secret knowledge, to exploitatively acquire, and to demystify the world through instrumentalization of rationality and science. Correspondingly, literature and culture have always been responding to a state of crisis. Human history from ancient times was characterized more or less by uninterrupted series of crises. Therefore, as important literary pieces of antebellum American literature, both Melville's Bell Tower and Hawthorne's Rappaccini's Daughter express these junction points of literature and culture and also show the cultural shifts in the United States. In that sense, where the modernization equals homogenization, antebellum American writers turned their attentions away from classicism and enlightenment to the natural. They generally portray a world in which the paradise is already lost, in a world that is marked by reason and progression. In another word, they echo Max Weber's concept of Entzauberung der Welt, the disenchantment from the world, by resisting the alienation of the individual in the face of the disenchantment brought by modernity and justified by rationality and science. Oops. Okay. Before diving into the short story, I would like to very briefly summarize Melville's Bell Tower. It is basically a story of a man of reason who wants to build the noblest bell tower in Italy that gradually starts to overtop nature. But not surprisingly, his pride prepares his death and he is killed by his own inventions. The story was written when the human progress through science and human enslavement through technology were beginning to be formed in the United States. As Bruce Franklin says, in antebellum America, as the machine turned country into city, serf-like peasants into slave-like workers, distance into time, hours into minutes, land into capital, and the ideal of a primitive Arcadia into the idea of a highly industrialized utopia, it loomed huge in the everyday consciousness of almost everybody. Antebellum America was the beneficiary of the very notion that there was no limit to the capabilities of human progress, and Bonadonna, the protagonist, is the embodiment of this notion in the story. He is a mad scientist, a Renaissance artist, a wannabe classicist, and a Faustian man who is on the mission to build the noblest bell tower in Italy. His classicism is embedded in his pride, artistry, and in his attempt to build a noble and classicist tower with the aim of illuminating the dynamism of nature and consequently to overtop it. Therefore, his self-righteousness can be observed in his dialectic relationship with human and non-human entities that he considered as lesser than him and inferior to him. After all, he embodies the conceptualization of the marketplace man, and his Faustian pride, along with his instrumentalized reason, function only for the purpose of subordination. His dialectic relationship with the ones on whom he bestows himself a naturally claimed authority and superiority resembles United States first settlers' self-righteous approach to the natives. One of the earlier examples of the Bonadonna's pride is his murder of one of the workers. Quote, "The involvement of the artisan group gives to the experiment its first tangible catastrophe. The workmen are panic-stricken at the monstrous bubbling of the metals, and Bonadonna, enraged at the threat to his achievement, fatally assaults the principal offender. Humanity has been subordinated to his art and to his pride." Similarly, the phallic tower is a representation of Bonadonna's art, pride, rationality, and masculinity. It is the ultimate symbol of self-righteousness fueled by Faustian pride, because its initial purpose, as Melville suggests, is to solve nature, to steal into her, to intrigue beyond her, to procure someone else to bind her to his hand, but asking no favors from any element or any being of himself to rival her and rule her. He stooped to conquer. With him, common sense was the urge, machinery, miracle, Prometheus, the heroic name for the machinist man, the true God. His noble tower slowly begins to overtop nature. The man has begun to compete with nature and even began to suppress and oppress it. There is no limitation in Benadonna's pride because the tower is the medium through which Benadonna aims to divinize himself. With a spatial reading of the tower, it will be clear that the tower also provides Benadonna with a superior position compared to others because as he elevates to the top of the tower, he stands erect, alone with folded arms, gazing upon the white summits of blue inland mountains. At the top of the tower, Benadonna not only challenges people, but he challenges nature, the creation and the monuments of another creator. As the tower transcends not alone the bounds of human invention, but those of divine creation, Benadonna's Faustian pride as well goes along with it. Also, the tower stands erect as a phallic symbol. As Charles Fenton says, the sexuality of the tower, with its connotations of energy here directed by reason, is Melville's conception of man, American man in particular, attempting through science and mechanics to re-establish himself after the dislocation of Copernican and scientific revelations. So through his noble tower, which is torch or rocket in its pride, Benadonna tries to make up for what he is lacking in an environment that is stripped off from femininity and marked by isolation that the devilish pride brings. Not surprisingly, the impending doom of Benadonna comes due to Una, the figure on the clock, the only female symbol in the story, and also from Tullus, his Frankenstein-like creation that is the bell ringer of the tower. Una has this fatal look in her, which makes her a reconfiguration of femme fatale, which was another emerging sexual persona of the time, and also a retelling of Medusa, who creates a counter-discourse to Benadonna's progress-oriented pride by stunning him with her gaze. Stunned by the gaze of Una, Benadonna's head is crushed by the bell ringer Tullus. Thus, his source of pride, his ultimate medium through which he rationalizes nature and proclaims himself superior to others, is crushed by his own creations. All in all, Benadonna's Faustian pride and self-righteousness led to his horrifying death. His noble tower was destroyed by the forces of nature, and symbolically he is castrated by the forces that he had tried so hard to oppress and to emulate. So the blind slave obeyed its blinder lord, but in obedience slew him. So the creator was killed by the creature. So the bell was too heavy for the tower. So the bell's main weakness was where the man's blood had flowed. And so pride went before the fall. On the other hand, Hawthorne's Rappaccini's daughter narrates the Faustian effort to overtop and to overcome the human and non-human entities, as well as showing the ways to the disenchantment of the world through the instrumentalization of science. As it was made visible in most of Hawthorne's short stories, for the Covenant people who had come to the New World for their errand into the wilderness, the process of experiencing and encountering the American wilderness was a new way of experiencing the biblical fall and recreation of the Garden of Eden in the American wilderness. In the story, the recreation of the Garden of Eden was exempt from religious connotations, and it was established through Western science and by the representative of it, the Faustian mad scientist Dr. Rappaccini. In the garden, Rappaccini freezes the dynamism of nature and replaces it with the stagnation of the culture. That's why his creations, the flowers, are in fact the precursors of Charles Baudelaire's Flowers of Evil. To that extent, the Rappaccini's Flowers of Evil utter the decadence of American cultures, the self-righteousness of man, American man in particular, who tries to repress human and non-human nature for the sake of homogenization of the culture and progression through eliminating the others. Giovanni, on the other hand, finds himself stuck in between Beatrice's stunning and mesmerizing beauty and the Faustian pride of two mad scientists. Like Young Goodman Brown or Rip Van Winkle, he is the personification of the universality of the American manhood, and following the footsteps of his ancestors, He comes from the old world to the new to reestablish a garden without the feminine. And Beatrice, with her beauty, dynamism, and interconnectivity with nature, is not only a threat to self-righteous men of science in the story, but also the ultimate symbol of the eternal feminine. Giovanni, Baglioni, and Rappaccini project their inner evil, their double sides, onto Beatrice because she is the victim of the repressive energy of the civilization. Because, as Richard Branzo says, Giovanni, Baglioni, and Rappaccini's motives are based on Beatrice's femaleness, although her sexuality is the prime motive only for Giovanni. She becomes a focus for this man's fantasies, fears, and desires, and is credited with, or at least punished for, various evil intentions, which in fact spring from within the minds of three men. In the language of psychology, Giovanni, Rappaccini, and Baglioni project upon Beatrice impulses they are unwilling to acknowledge as their own. If Rappaccini is the Faustian man, then Beatrice is the reconfiguration of Goethe's Gretchen, because just like Gretchen, Beatrice is one of the archetypal images of the repressed femininity, which substitutes for the unbridled and unlimited desire for knowledge and experience of modern industrial civilization, symbolized by the mad scientist in the story. All in all, these two short stories do more than just the semiotic empowerment of what is culturally separated by the American self-righteous discourses. They portray an imaginative antidote to pent-up energies of antebellum American literature and enable the cultural release of repressive energies. The fact that both self-righteous Faustian men in the stories are initially concerned with the feminine is another retelling of Goethe's Faustian myth. After all, the stories emphasize the mesmerizing and stunning presence of the repressed femininity. And in that sense, structurally, these short stories echo Goethe's ending of his tragedy. The eternal feminine draws us on. Thank you.
Well, thank you for these great papers, and they complemented each other perfectly. And revisiting these 19th century pieces, they stand out as great allegories. And if you think of today's circumstances and the global situation, they ring really true in the personification of this mad scientist, destroyed in its hubris and in its pursuit of this errand into the wilderness to tame the wilderness, but ends in self-destruction. Okay, the floor is open for questions, comments. And I think we have, 5 minutes for the next session, and for quick remarks and questions. Well, I don't have a question, but a comment. It's funny how these, 19th century pieces, especially these antebellum pieces, early 19th century, let's say, they sound, from our contemporary position, highly advanced, from our highly advanced technological lives, they sound archaic. But how foundational they are for the mind, for the American mind that that has turned into a superpower of the world, and step by step, and these are really foundational. And in that sense, I found them really great allegorical pieces, Bierce, Hawthorne, Poe, Melville, capturing that destructive element in this American mind. Yes, we have a question or comment from Eileen. Yes.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much for both of those presentations. Like Özge just said, they complement each other perfectly, and it was very illuminating. I had a question for Rümeysa. So when you were talking about hypnosis, my knowledge of hypnosis deals more with my personal interest in certain moral panics in America, specifically the satanic panic, where hypnosis was used a lot to uncover repressed memories in people, and suddenly people are claiming that they've been raised by satanic cults. For example, specifically the book Michelle Remembers, which kind of started this whole thing. But in that book, for example, the psychiatrist is not a very a evil figure, but he also wants to believe, and he wants to help this woman, but he has his own ideologies, which of course everyone brings their ideologies into their own jobs. But with your with the presentation that you presented, you talked about how it's more of a manipulative force. So I wanted to ask you about this other side of hypnosis or repressed memories, where the person who is doing it is doing an evil deed, yes, but they're not even aware of it themselves. They just want to believe because of their own religious ideas. Maybe they want to believe this woman's story, which they themselves is kind of constructing, and they want to help. They really are. That person, for example, is like a man of science, and he wants to help his patient, but in the process, he kind of damages this patient. So I wanted to ask you about that. What if the person is not specifically malevolent, but also kind of hopeless in that sense? Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, it's all about what the hypnotist is aiming at and what the person who is getting the so-called therapy or whatever that you mentioned is expecting. So on both sides, if the intention is more clear, if it's for good spirits, so to speak, it will, of course, be resulted in better, in a better way, apart from what I've talked about from the short stories. But yeah, again, it's still an illusion though, because it's still not a scientific thing. It's still not proven. So it's like you're kind of getting what you expect. If you want to believe that good things are going to happen to you, I mean, just drink a bottle of water and the good thing will happen, right? The same thing with the hypnosis, I think. If you believe that hypnosis will cure you, then it will. But yeah, it was a great comment. Thank you. There's a good side of it as well, but again, there are bad results that we should also focus on, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
I think we're on time. 10 to 2 o'clock. We have 10 minutes to 2 o'clock for the next session. And if there aren't any more questions or comments, Ufuk Hocam, the floor is yours for the next panel. Thank you for the panelists, Batıkan and Rümeysa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Özge Hocam. This has been a very interesting session on science, technology, and Gothic literature. I thank Özge Hoca and our presenters Rümeysa and Batıkan. Both of these papers were really fascinating papers. Thank you so much. And now we will start the 11th session, and this session will be on communicating popular science, and it will be chaired by Deniz Aras, and Deniz Aras is from Atatürk University in Erzurum. I'm leaving the floor to Deniz Aras, the chair.
Thank you, Hocam. Today we have two speakers and we have 20 minutes for each presentation and 10 minutes for discussion part. Our first speaker is Loredana Philip. Loredana Philip is a PhD candidate at Ludwig Maximilian University, and her research interests include the history of science, effect theory, and critical posthumanism. And today she is going to talk about Gilles Bolte-Taylor's TED Talks performance, My Stroke of Insight, to describe the relationship between science and self-help culture with her paper entitled Science Communication in the Age of Self-Help, My Stroke of Insight. Yes, Loredana, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for organizing this wonderful event. Let me share my screen now. Can everyone see it? Okay.
Yes, we can, and you can check it if it flows.
I'll just jump right into it then. So the uses of confession in science communication became common practice in the field of psychology, popular science, and newly born media such as TED Talks or podcasts. This opens up an entire debate about scientific objectivity, which emerged in the later half of the 19th century. And I quote, "At issue was not only accuracy, but morality as well. The all-too-human scientists must, as a matter of duty, restrain themselves from imposing their hopes, expectations, generalizations, aesthetics on the image of nature." So the ideal of objectivity also went hand in hand with the belief that visual images could eliminate suspect mediation, such as atlases. Objectivity meant that science reached professional autonomy, and it is correlated with the philosophy of scientific realism. Quote, "The notion of objectivity has a number of traditional connotations, including disinterest, detachment or lack of bias, and universality, independence from any particular perspective or viewpoint, which are commonly associated with knowledge of a mind-independent world." However, feminist critiques in postmodernism have challenged these views, especially during the so-called science wars. Additionally, various developments in science began to highlight the uncertainty of the natural world. The, quote, "myth of the unbiased observer" began to be debunked, since observation is already, quote, "theory-laden." The notion that the act of observation could even potentially change the qualities of the observed further challenged the belief in a neutral and detached perspective. But despite all of this, Anti-Clay argued that, quote, "scientific notions of depersonalized objectivity, empirical verifiability, and quantification still dominate North American knowledge landscapes today," what she also calls, quote, "the view from nowhere." And yet, in a culture that also values the establishment of an intimate public, what's called Berland intimate public, it is not only the personalized objectivity which dominates knowledge production, but also the subjective confessions of a personal I, especially in the context of the culture of self-help. Anne Harrington, for instance, identified a, quote, "new kind of therapeutic self-help culture in which scientific experts trained in psychology or medicine tell everyone else how to live happier, healthier, and more productive lives." If the, quote, "view from nowhere" offered by science was meant to debias, dehumanize, and detach, quote, "knowledge from experiential worlds," the recent reliance on confessions reveals an opposite tendency to rehumanize the scientific field. For instance, in positive psychology especially, we see this, confessions emerge as scientific instruments, like, for instance, the gratitude letter and journal, which are used to understand happiness by the Greater Good Science Center. They also feature as objects of analysis, like the interviews or confessions of creative people, which Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi interpreted to come up with the concept of flow, or the confessions then Gilbert relies on to describe the, quote, "surprising science of happiness," or even the tracked lives of 724 men in the longest study on happiness done by Harvard. So it is one of the main tools to study happiness, probably because feelings are not measurable or quantifiable, though they seem to be more graspable this way. Finally, confessions may emerge as rhetorical tools in science communication, where their function is not only raising empathy, but also being inspiring or insightful. Rather than challenging the rigor and seriousness of science, the uses of confessions in science help double its authority. Scientific theories become twice as persuasive and compelling precisely because, besides offering factuality, they are also subjectively tested. Etymologically, to confess means to tell or make known, but also, quote, to give evidence of. And the second connotation of giving evidence becomes apparent in the context of law, where confessions are used as proofs in a legal case, but they can be used as testimonies to confirm scientific knowledge too, an alternative way to legitimate scientific discourse that has been mostly ignored. And the genre of TED Talks is particularly illustrative in this regard. So embedded in the American culture of self-help and self-improvement, TED Talks became one of the most famous disseminators of scientific knowledge, accumulating billions of views. So it's on a global level too. However, they do not merely communicate facts, they also aim to tell personal stories and evoke feelings. Julia Ludwig's analysis of TED Talks as an emergent genre reveals their heavy reliance on three parent genres: the sales pitch, the memoir, and the academic lecture. The hybridity of TED Talks could be traced to other genres as well. Rhetorically, their reliance on humorous stories, jokes, or one-liners is reminiscent of stand-up comedy. Their didacticism can be traced back not only to the genre of academic lecture. At times, their pedagogical tone sounds like preaching, which is evocative of the American Jeremiad, which is, quote, a motivational sermon in the Puritan tradition. In other words, speakers may sometimes resemble self-help gurus, experts preaching their truths. And yet the American Jeremiad also, quote, deflects attention away from the possible institutional or systemic flaws and toward considerations of individual sin. Redemption is achieved through the efforts of the American people, not through a change in the system itself. The Jeremiad then serves as a rhetoric of social control. In a similar way, TED Talks promote redemptive stories, focusing on the power of the individual self to achieve justice, success, or happiness. And finally, science fiction is another genre TED borrows from. Many TED Talks end on a utopian note or aim to offer a peek into the future. And this futuristic or speculative dimension is also mentioned in TED Science Standards or TED Content Guidelines, where I quote, at TED, we're interested in understanding the potential implications of new scientific findings. This is essential in motivating further exploration and discovery. So we are comfortable inviting scientists to speculate on the potential implications and applications of their work. So in their guide to presenters, organizers of TED events also encourage the evocation of, quote, honest, contagious emotions: wonder, optimism, anger, surprise. The sense of wonder is one of the most evoked or popular emotions in TED Talks, and it is also an iconic element of the science fiction genre, the quote, emotional heart of SF. And is thus here used to depict the professional attitude of scientists too. Wonder also contributes to maintaining a stereotypical view of science that keeps dominating US culture and Western culture more generally, that science or science fiction should be judged according to its speculative and prophetic potential to produce visions of the future. The belief that wonder, quotes, mediates, quote, a sudden opening of a closed door in the reader's mind focuses on this visionary and cognitive power. TED, one of the iconic openings of a talk in TED depicts an explosive eye to capture this visionary element, a creative moment similar to the Big Bang, as the eye becomes the universe with its nebulas and stars. And this visual depiction evokes then a sense of wonder on many levels, the amazement at scale or awe at vastness, as well as the notion of insight. This correlation between visual perception and the power of imagination is traceable even in dictionary definitions of vision, as vision is used to describe both, quote, the act or power of seeing and, quote, the act or power of imagination. Such juxtapositions speak of a Western tradition that emphasizes the superiority of the eye in a hierarchy of senses, since vision is the, quote, nobles of the senses. And this goes hand in hand with the superiority of imagination. In other words, the focus on vision is a way of celebrating the primacy of individual imagination and offering and perpetuating a humanist perspective on the meaning and functions of science. The power of visualization, for instance, has been used to describe the creative enterprises of the genius. For instance, genius, quote, means little more than the faculty of perceiving in an unhabitual way. And visualization has been used as a secret recipe for success in self-help culture, where it has been associated, for instance, with the law of attraction. In short, mind power always entails a visual element and vice versa. Visions contain an element of desire and, quote, vision's power to evoke a hypnotic fascination and, of quote, may explain their popularity in motivational industry, as they are used to evoke inspiring ideas. The incorporation of visions in science communication is a way of making science more appealing to the general public, to make it exciting and entertaining, which sometimes may end up blurring the boundaries between science communication, speculation, or science fiction. TED Talks works with an aesthetics of individualism too, which is visually reenacted as well. TED Talks introduce an individual speaker who is elevated on a stage and repeatedly comes back to or remains in the center. The focus on creativity and innovation is another way of celebrating the power of the human mind. Similarly, the strong belief in the, quote, power of mind over matter is an illustration of classic American self-improvement. The audience can also select, quote, personal growth and self-improvement in order to receive individualized recommendations for talks to watch. TED invites the audience to, quote, find your potential, broaden your horizon, learn something new, shift your perspective, or explore what's possible. The optimistic and enthusiastic attitude highlights a belief in progress. Hence, TED Talks usually have an upbeat tone, a redemptive twist, or a positive message. As such, the connections between TED Talks and American self-help culture are traceable not only in its Silicon Valley origins, where high technology and innovation is celebrated, but also in its genre conventions, which also sustain a humanist perspective on science. Jill Boulter Taylor's My Stroke of Insight is listed among the most popular science talks, but also in the most popular talks of all time. And it illustrates a similar focus on vision as science meets self-help in her talk too. I will first play a few minutes of her talk so you can get an impression of her performance, but if the audio isn't working, just let me know and I'll just read a short part of it. I hope it's working.
Loredana, we can
Yes,
see, but
I've just read in the chat that the audio isn't working. It's just, so you can still read the
subtitles.
subtitle.
Yeah.
Can we watch it until the end like this, or is it
Okay.
okay? Okay, sorry. Okay, I hope that you still got an impression of her performance and what she's saying there at the end. And let me say a few words myself about her talk also. So my stroke of insight presents the confessions of a neuroscientist who is engaged in an act of self-vigilance mediated by science. Taylor is looking at herself through scientific lenses while experiencing a stroke. In other words, she studies her brain from the inside out as it happens. So she doesn't only communicate knowledge, but she also tells a personal story in a deeply emotional manner. Taylor's performance is interesting for many reasons. She brings a replica of a brain on stage to show it to her audience, which raises the idea of an easy manipulation of an object that she holds in her hands and easily turns on all sides. Her discourse relies on metaphors from information sciences to explain how the brain works. The two brain hemispheres function like a parallel processor of computers. She juxtaposes the question, who are we, with the colorful image of the brain, as if to imply that identity is located in the brain, or the I is first and foremost consciousness. At the same time, she highlights the shattering of the self, the fluid boundaries, and the non-self, which is how she experiences her stroke. Her insight is also spiritually laden, which she, since she has presumably found nirvana. So it is a story of recovery and enlightenment, which recalls then McAdams' notion of the American self as a redemptive self. Thus, her talk includes scientific jargon and relies on scientific trust and authority, or the principle of objectivity, especially since she introduces herself as, quote, Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor, intellectual and neuroanatomist. And yet she also evokes a sense of wonder in her description of her stroke, quote, I am the life force power of the universe. I am the life force power of the 50 trillion beautiful molecular geniuses that make up my form. The mathematical sublime, or the amazement scale that is evoked here, may raise a sense of wonder. Taken as a whole, her talk seems to propose a humanist narrative that highlights the power to choose, as well as the victory of the rational mind over the brain hemorrhage. The didactic tone and the preaching style, the focus on the interiority of the self and its mind power are also part of Ted's individualist aesthetics. And yet a focus on the description rather than interpretation of her stroke may have the potential to challenge this narrative. Her insight became possible because she lost that portion of the brain that says, quote, I am. So it is also a story of disidentification as she witnesses herself having this experience. Her insight also relies on all senses rather than only on vision, as information, quote, explodes into this enormous collage of what this present moment looks like, what this present moment smells like and tastes like, what it feels like and what it sounds like. The, quote, pounding pain behind her left eye is not only a hint at the internal bleeding, but also metaphorical wounding of her vision, which is further translated into a headache. The moment when she closes her eyes on stage seems to further challenge the ubiquity of vision, although it could also mean a shift in vision as she's looking inward. In the end, Taylor describes her experience as having found nirvana, peacefulness, euphoria, or a beautiful la-la land. By focusing on a mystical reading of her experience, she ignores the critical potential of her story, the critical posthumanist implication of her loss of self. She also reinforces a dichotomous view where reason, clarity, and the mind's eye remain the heroes of the story, while the weaknesses of the body have been overcome. Taylor ends on a utopian note as she imagines a future peaceful planet. Her confession leads her to imagine the future of humanity as a whole. So confessions are here used to create a sense of community and unity. The future survival of the human species becomes the main trope and concern in acts of science communication that are framed in a self-help context. And usually the most famous scenario of humanity's future concerns the notion of human enhancement, and human enhancement is the only solution to our survival. Yet the notion of human enhancement becomes an extension of the call to improve the self by using science or scientific means. So it is not just a scientific solution, but also a cultural one that celebrates the power of the human mind, and which raises from and is sustained by such stereotypical views of science and the role of vision, which keep being perpetuated, for instance, in TED Talks. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loredana, for your nice presentation. And our next speaker is Minay Çiğdem Dereli. Minay Çiğdem Dereli received her bachelor degree in American Culture and Literature at Ankara University, and now she is a MA student in Department of English Literature at Gaziantep University. Today, she is going to talk about an American author, John Brockman's concept of third culture, and also popular science as a literary genre, and through, of course, David Sobel's Longitude, the true story of a lone genius who solved the greatest scientific problem of his time, and psychologist Steven Pinker's The Blank Slate, the modern denial of human nature, with her paper entitled The Third Culture and Popular Science, Genre of Their Own. Yes, Minay, floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me? I'm not sure about my microphone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, by the way, for the introduction, and thank you for having me. I think you see my slide. Okay. Today, my paper is entitled The Third Culture and Popular Science, a Genre of Their Own. And first, I want to introduce the outline of my presentation. To begin with, I will talk about C.P. Snow's concept of two cultures, which are science and humanities, and the theory of third culture, how it has emerged, or whether it really exists. And then I'll go on with I'll try to define popular science briefly. Then I'll go on with the two popular science books. One is David Sobel's Longitude, which is actually a popular history of science book, and the other is famous experimental psychologist Steven Pinker's best-selling book, The Blank Slate. Okay. British scientist, novelist, and government administrator Charles Percy Snow, in his influential 1959 Reed Lecture, initiates an important debate about the difference in perspectives between literary intellectuals and scientists. These discussions were published in the book Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution in the same year. In his lecture, Snow argued that the representatives of literary intellectuals and scientists, more specifically the physical scientists, lost communication, and consequently the two intellectual spheres of Western society split into two groups, which he called two cultures. He wrote, between the two, a gulf of mutual incomprehension, sometimes particularly among the young, hostility and dislike, but most of all lack understanding. They have a curious, distorted image of each other. Their attitudes are so different that even on the level of emotion, they can't find much common ground. Later in 1963, Snow revised his arguments on the two cultures and published a sequel book, The Two Cultures and the Second Look, an expanded version of The Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution. In his second look, Snow acknowledged that a third culture would eventually emerge, and the long-lost communication between the literary intellectuals and scientists would be recovered. Almost 40 decades after Snow's lecture in 1995, an American literary agent, John Brockman, published a book whose title was a derivative of Snow's lecture, The Third Culture Beyond the Scientific Revolution. In the book, Brockman claims that a third culture has indeed emerged. However, it has not appeared as Snow envisaged. Instead, it's a culture driven only by scientists. He argues that the third culture consists of those scientists and other thinkers in the empirical world who, through their work and expository writing, are taking the place of the traditional intellectual in rendering visible the deeper meanings of our lives, redefining who and what we are. According to Brockman, there is no longer necessity for communicative bridge to connect literary intellectuals and scientists in order to meet the world problems, since scientists themselves have become the bridge between society and science. They have become, in quotations, the new humanists. Most of these new scientists, humanists, whom Brockman refers, directly communicate to the general public through their works, which are shelved under the genre of popular science in bookstores. One can identify the genre in more than one description. However, the most common description would be that popularization of science makes scientific knowledge accessible for the general audience. Moreover, popularization of science through simplified discourse shapes the understanding of public about scientific subjects, which are thought to be complex for non-professionals. Today, in a world where we are surrounded by technology and scientific progress, genre of popular science acts as a bridge between society and scientific community. In this respect, for practitioners of the genre, establishing a discourse in terms of reaching out masses rather than peers plays an important role because, as linguists can highlight suggest, I quote, language becomes a form of technology or a resource for controlling an environment by presenting interpretations and positioning participants in particular ways to establish knowledge, end quote. Popular science writers use dramatic discourse to draw the reader without distracting them from the importance of the scientific content. Olga Pilkington explains the dramatic discourse as, I quote, those aspects of fictionality that contribute to the reimagining and reconstructing of real-life events, and also those mechanisms that help show to the reader the subjective experiences of the scientists, end quote. Dramatization enables the writers to employ a strong narrative plot. As a result, popular science publishing has created an outlet for the scientists to disseminate the scientific knowledge to general audience. New York Times science writer and science reporter Dava Sobel's Longitude, the true story of a lone genius who solved the greatest scientific problem of his time, is one of the best-selling popular histories of science books. The book recounts the story of the self-educated 18th century clockmaker John Harrison, who designed the first chronometer that accurately determined the longitude at sea. The book achieved massive sales by having spent 41 weeks in New York Times bestsellers list and translated into 22 languages. In 1998, an illustrated edition of the book was published with the co-author William Andrews. And in 2000, a TV adaptation was filmed, starring Jeremy Irons. The financial success of the book disturbed not only professional science historians, but also the historians in general. As a consequence, the sensational success led the emergence of the terms longitude phenomenon, which defines the sales success of a short nonfiction book about science that appealed to general audience in terms of both content and style, and Sobel effect, coined by David Miller for the books that are followed by such long subtitles as a marketing policy, such as the subtitle of Longitude, the true story of a lone genius who solved the greatest scientific problem of his time, or as Miller parodies, the amazing tale of how multitudes of popular writers pinched all the best stories in the history of science and became rich and famous while historians languished in accustomed poverty and obscurity, and how this transformed the world. Yet the success of Sobel's book lies in her narrative style. She takes the well-known story about longitude and gives the brand new format by her clear, lucid, and fluent style. She skillfully blends nonfiction and fiction-like elements in her narrative. For instance, when she recounting the failures of astronomers and their quest upon finding the longitude, her narrative smoothly transitions from scientific to literary. She writes, disdainful astronomers still struggling to amass the necessary data required to employ their lunar distance technique leaped at the chance to renounce the timekeeper approach. As far as they could see, the answer would come from the heavens, from the clockwork universe, and not from an ordinary clock. So Sobel shows her literary skill throughout the book. The beginning of each chapter is adorned by a famous allusion to literary intellectuals from Shakespeare to Mark Twain. Moreover, she asks heroes and anti-heroes as an ordinary literary novel has, which makes the book more appealing to the non-professional audience. Her treatment of Harrison, on the other hand, is an example of what Bucky calls celebratory discourse in popularization of science fiction. Science. Although she depicts Harrison as a self-educated genius who was left out and whose victory was delayed by the elite scientific community of England, throughout the book, Sobel glorifies Harrison as his achievements in heroic terms. Harrison educated himself with the same hunger for knowledge that kept young Abraham Lincoln reading through the night by candlelight. He went from, if not rags, then assuredly humble beginnings to riches by virtue of his own inventiveness and diligence, in the manner of Thomas Edison or Benjamin Franklin. And at the risk of overstretching the metaphor, Harrison started out as a carpenter, spending the first 30 years of his life in virtual anonymity before his ideas began to attract the world's attention, she writes. That positive treatment or hero of the book is also another distinctive feature of popular science writing. According to Pilkington, popular science writers tend to treat the scientists whom they are depicting under a positive light. The reason for such an attitude is to convince the reader of the significance of the subject matter they are discussing. Since history is bound to time and past is already experienced differently by each individual, it is impossible to talk about one objective story because the accounts of the same story vary each time it is told. Therefore, it is safe to assume that popular histories of science depend on narratives rather than stories, as Timothy Ferris suggests. I quote, "From the perspective of cosmic history, all scientific questions turn ultimately into narratives," end quote. Another writer of bestseller popular science books is Canadian-American experimental psychologist who conducts research in visual cognition, psycholinguistics, and social relations, Steven Pinker. Pinker is currently Johnstone Professor of Psychology at Harvard. He has also taught at Stanford and MIT. In his best-selling book, The Blank Slate, The Modern Denial of Human Nature, Pinker discusses against the three intellectual doctrines that have governed Western metaphysics and philosophy for centuries. The first one is the blank slate, which is based on John Locke's philosophy of tabula rasa that emphasizes the malleability of human mind. The second one is the noble savage, which symbolizes the innate goodness of uncivilized man. And the third one is the ghost in the machine, which represents Rene Descartes' concept of mind and body dualism. As the title of the book suggests, Pinker mainly focused on the first doctrine, the blank slate, which obviously does not start a brand new argument. It's a theory that Locke laid basis in the 17th century concerning the epistemology or how human beings acquire the knowledge. Pinker himself is attentive with this particular subject and states, "Though no book on human nature can hope to be uncontroversial, I didn't write it to be yet another explosive book, as just jackals tend to say. I am not, as many people assume, countering an extreme nurture position with an extreme nature position, with the truth lying somewhere in between." The Blank Slate, when compared to Sobel's Longitude, is a long book of almost 500 pages, which consists of 6 parts and 20 chapters. Pinker devotes each chapter to a specific feature of human nature, from sex, violence, fear, to bioethics, genetic engineering, religion, education, and political conflicts. And in each chapter, Pinker alludes to a considerable number of scientists and literary intellectuals in order to intensify his arguments. On his treatment of the subjects, he writes, "Though many of my arguments will be coolly analytical, then an acknowledgement of human nature does not, logically speaking, imply the negative outcomes so many people fear. I will not try to hide my belief that they have a positive thrust as well. Man will become better when you show him what he is like," wrote Chekhov, and so the new science of human nature can help lead the way to a realistic, biologically informed humanism. In a nonfiction popularization of science, this kind of generous inclusion of other intellectuals' discourse creates a rich context which accentuates the authenticity of the writer while drawing the attention of the non-professional reader. Pinker also has a strong narrative with a candid style and a good sense of humor. For instance, when he argues that there is no correlation between people's artistic tastes and their moral values, he states, as the critic George Steiner has pointed out, we know that a man can read Goethe or Rilke in the evening and then that he can play Bach and Schubert and go to his day's work at Auschwitz in the morning. Conversely, there must be many unlettered people who give blood, risk their lives as volunteer firefighters, or adopt handicapped children, but whose opinion on modern art is, my 4-year-old daughter could have done that. Though the subject matter is complex for the general public, his choice of words is clear and lucid, which makes his book readable and appealing for the reader. Similar to Sobel, Pinker blends scientific language with colloquial language, thus making his work more engaging for a non-professional audience. In the epilogue of the book, Pinker admits that the blank slate theory may have provided important advancement in science. However, he urges the scientists that it is time to be freed away from it to face the human condition. Scientists and public intellectuals are not the only people who have pondered how the mind works. We are all psychologists, and some people without the benefit of credentials are great psychologists. Among them are poets and novelists whose business is to create just representations of general nature. Paradoxically, in today's intellectual climate, novelists may have a clearer mandate than scientists to speak the truth about human nature. Shakespeare had no conscience, neither do I, said George Bernard Shaw. This was not a confession of a psychopathy, but an affirmation of a good playwright's obligation to take every character's point of view seriously. Scientists of human behavior have the same obligation, and it does not require them to turn off their consciousness in the spheres in which they must be exercised. To summarize, we are in a time when almost every society is completely adopted to technological advances and scientific progress. Therefore, the emergence of the genre of popular science is one of the results of this social change. According to popular science, publishing and popularization of science is affectionately accepted and consumed by general public when the narrative of the popularizations has strong, lucid, colloquial format. However, the popular science writers still need the craftsmanship of narrative writing. Although Brockman's claim that the communication between literary intellectuals and scientists has been utterly lost, and now is the time of humanist scientists, is debatable, one cannot ignore the fact that scientists owe a lot to literary intellectuals in producing these works. Finally, it should be added that despite the differences in narrative structures of science and humanities, thanks to post-humanism, we are now in a multidisciplinary era that removes the soft science, hard science distinction between the two spheres. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you for your presentations and perfect timing. And as we understood, understanding scientific concepts and making them public by using rhetorical tools, explain to us how popular science can communicate and how a piece of writing that includes objective science works. Thank you again. And now floor is open for questions, comments, contributions.
Maybe I could ask Minaya a question until everyone gathers their thoughts. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And it's interesting, at the end, you mentioned that, for instance, Pinker's book uses colloquial language. And I've also noticed in the quotes that you read that he uses confessions too, like we are all psychologists and so on. And I'm wondering if you have encountered any other recurring rhetorical tools or strategies that these books use when they to make their knowledge, for instance, more entertaining or so. I focused very much on the sense of wonder, but I wonder if there are any other elements there in your writing. Writing is different from a TED Talk, for instance, so that's why. Thanks.
Yes, obviously, but I should admit that I'm not a fan of popular science books, and my search areas are mostly different, postmodernism and feminism. But I did read these two books actually and finish it. Actually, the Steven Pinker's book is really, really long, and as you said, he extensively used the colloquial language, and in a page you are dazzled by the psychological terms, the scientific terms, and then he just shifts to the transition to the daily speech, and like I write my 4-year-old daughter could have done that. Or for the arts, by the way, if you want to read the book, as I mentioned, he wrote about lots of, a bunch of stuff about human nature, and one of them is arts. And the arts part is, I think, debatable, but it's and my personal idea is that he is extensively personal about that matter, and I think it's very interesting, but and I couldn't summarize it here because it's very long, so I didn't put it here. But I believe that because the popular science books are so popular is because of their narratives. I believe that, and they are, by the way, books that were written at the end of 90s or the beginning of the 2000s. So I think the time has changed too. Popular science genre has changed because we have changed. The humans has changed. We are not humans as we believe once we are. So I don't know, can we talk about humanities or sciences? They are entangled. As I mentioned, now we are one, I think. Not a third culture we should talk about, but one culture, I think. The subject must be that. Thank you for the question, by the way.
Thank you for the answer.
And I think another question, Aylin Pekanek.
Thank you so much for both of you for your brilliant presentations. I had a question for Loredana Philip. You kind of framed this new age of communicating these scientific ideals with a human touch in a positive way, which I definitely agree with that. The topic of your presentation was very incredible. But I was wondering what your thoughts on the other side of things were. If I may give an example, the resurgence of the diet culture, for example, it couched in the language of self-care and self-help, where all of these different ideals, or maybe even fat phobia, is kind of presented to people under the guise of science plus human touch, whereas there's really no scientific example for this. But people are still buying into it anyway because it is couched under the language of self-care and self-help, because we can't really use outdated terms anymore. So this is one example, of course, but in the broader sense, what do you think of serving this human perspective plus scientific perspective? But of course, when you go underneath it all, it's couched in a lot of harmful ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. I don't know why my presentation came across as positive of this trend. I actually tried to criticize it, and I agree with you. That's why I've kept emphasizing that this meeting of the human perspective and the science perspective makes it more persuasive and inspiring to the audience. But that's not necessarily a good thing. It just means that we buy these ideas more easily without thinking about it, without thinking, for instance, that's what I've tried to show, without thinking that this is not just a communication of science, this is not just someone telling you facts there, because there's a culture underneath it, and that's the self-help culture, as you also said, and they have a few values, cultural values, the value of self-improvement and the power of the mind, for instance, and all of this show up in these talks. So it's not just science communication, but because it's framed as science communication, we take those ideas for granted and we do not question them as such, because we have this interesting mixture of reactions there. We have objectivity, the belief that this is authoritative knowledge, and we also have a sense of wonder evoked there, which speaks to us on an emotional level too. So this is what I find actually really interesting and worth questioning, because all of this kind of narrative leads us, as I said at the end, to the belief in human enhancement as the only solution to our survival, without thinking about that this again is a cultural narrative too, not just an answer that science gives us, for instance, and oversimplifications. Again, if you think about it, many presenters in TED Talks oversimplify some of the scientific concepts to make them more easier to understand for the audience. I mean, so oversimplification and all of this, it's something that we have to be aware of. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. That was a great answer. And I'm sorry about the misinterpretation. I think maybe that might be a sign of how presenting these questionable scientific discoveries as relatable might manipulate even, academics like myself. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think we are running late for the next session. For this reason, I ask speakers for typing their email address to chat box for the further questions and comments. And thank you all again. Yes, Ufuk Hocam, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Deniz Hocam. This has been another fascinating session. So this concludes the 11th session, and I think we are ready to start with the 12th session. So Dr. Merve Sarıkaya Şen will be chairing this session, this last session before the keynote address. Merve Sarıkaya Şen from Başkent University will be chairing, as I said, and we have 2 speakers in this session, and their papers will be on dystopian speculative fiction. The floor is yours, Merve Sarıkaya Şen Hocam.
Yes, and hello everyone. Today the first speaker in our session is Şafakcan Altunbaş. Şafakcan Altunbaş graduated from the Department of American Culture and Literature, Istanbul University in 2019. He also graduated from the Department of Translation Studies in English in the following year within the scope of double major program. And he started his master's degree at the same university at the Department of American Culture and Literature under the supervision of Assistant Professor Kudret Nezir Yunusoğlu. And currently he is working as a research assistant at the Department of Translation Studies at Istanbul Ayvansaray University. And his main areas of research include, but are not limited to, literary theory, science fiction, conservatism, ideology, modernity, and postmodern fiction. And today his paper is entitled Stuck in Between, Rethinking Science and Technology in Kurt Vonnegut's Player Piano. Yes, Şafakcan, the floor is all yours.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see it? Okay, I am not going to put it in the full presentation mode because I am using 2 monitors on my current setup, so it messes up with the layout. So to begin with, hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the conference convening team for their continuous efforts to make this conference a reality and giving me this opportunity to speak. It is going to be my first online conference. So today I will be talking about Kurt Vonnegut's Player Piano. When I looked at the conference plan, I saw that my presentation was sectioned under the title Dystopian Speculative Fiction. Even though I see the word speculative in almost every article I read about science fiction, it still strikes me how a speculation manages to have its feet on the ground of reality is what strikes me the most, because these books were written more than half a century ago. So with every science fiction book I read, I become more amazed at this genre's potential. So its potential to have a firm grasp at today's reality and to predict the future, whether far or near, it doesn't matter, and to better understand, of course, the past and the present. So I would like to give some brief information on the book for those who are not familiar with it. It was first published in 1952, a few years after World War II. 2 years after its first publication, it was published by Bentham Books in 1954 under the name Utopia 14. It is very interesting to see a novel which deals with a fully automated society where people are figuratively and sometimes literally eliminated by machines to be published under such a name. To be honest, the society it describes can be a utopic place for some small group of people, namely for engineers and managers. And also it is very hard to miss the parallelism between the privileged group of alphas and betas in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and the one here, the latter consisting of managers and engineers. These two books deal with the topic differently. For those who have read these books will understand what I mean with this. But what I try to say is that the capital is enjoyed mainly by a small group of people, and they also, with some exceptions, are not aware of the other side of the medallion. There is much to say about this topic, but it is not within the scope of this presentation, but I just couldn't refrain myself from mentioning it. So I would like to get back to the name Utopia 14, which I think in this book refers to EPICAC 14, the supercomputer at the heart of the society depicted in the book. The EPICAC was developed during the wartime and has been updated ever since. With each update, it eliminated the labor need for certain areas, starting with the elimination of the need for muscle power and moving on to the elimination of routine tasks. Here, it is also important to note that the need for human labor is replaced by machines only when it is profitable to do so. So there is a capitalistic side to it too. Therefore, the book addresses different subtopics, but I will limit myself to the lure of technology. This supercomputer also bears a resemblance to ENIAC, the acronym of Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, the first programmable general purpose computer ever built. Like its fictional counterpart in the book, it was to develop to solve complex problems, especially related to technology and war. So I tried to prepare a small presentation. Actually, it is not a presentation, just a few slides, because there are some book covers and excerpts that I would like to show so that it can be easier to follow. I hope it serves its purpose well. So I would like to start my presentation with some book covers. The first one here is the first publication of the book in 1952 by Scribner Publishing House. The first book cover illustrates a mechanical drawing of a player piano. As we can see, the book cover is very plain and simple. There are some wires and a piano roll, which is the mechanical record of music. Below it, here, is a comparatively small human figure, actually a silhouette, whose ratio to the illustration of the player piano uncannily foreshadows a situation where the ordinary man is replaced by the machines. So I think it is a very clever book illustration. The headline is also striking. America in the coming age of electronics. Actually, it gives a lot to think about, especially the phrase coming age. The second book cover I am going to show portrays a similar but more striking illustration where a man in suit is being pressed by a piano roll. He himself becomes the mechanical record of music as the keys on his back suggest. This illustration shows the harsh transition from the human to the machine in whose partly interdependent relation the latter needs the former to come into existence but replaces it in the end. I think it might have been interpreted as the coexistence of machines and humans. If the human figure wasn't squeezed by the piano roll, it will take another aspect than if it wasn't pressed. Maybe a corporeal and spiritual transformation, but that's of course not the case here. So I would like to focus on the book now. In the book, we witness an engineer named Dr. Paul Proteus, who is the chief of Alien Works, New York, to grow disillusioned with the system which his own kind has designed and kept operating, including his father. The society depicted in the book is an almost fully automated society. Therefore, it does not only eliminate the need for muscle power, but also the man itself. The book has two plot lines, the first one being Paul's growing disillusionment with the system, and the second one being the tour of Shahs, offering a contrasting point of view to the American society. I think that at the heart of the book lays the problematization of progress. It begs the question, does technological and scientific progress always improve the human condition? Does it always account for a betterment in every aspect? This question, I think, addresses to the problem we have been discussing in this conference, the lure of science and technology. Menial tasks and chores, such as washing the dishes or doing the laundry, are now made by electric and mechanical devices, which is expected to free up people's time. And it does so too. But what to do in the time freed up? With machines taking over people's job, daily chores and activities, people now lose their sense of meaning because they have nothing to pass their time with or something to relate to. Because only being a manager or an engineer is what matters. Here is a dialogue taking place at one of the citizens' houses in Homestead between Dr. Dutch and Keshrar, the translator of the Shah, coming from a distant and underdeveloped country. So it is a bit long, but I think this dialogue perfectly addresses to the problem that I have been mentioning in the last paragraph. Let me read it. Now, if you follow me into the kitchen, said Dr. Dodge, leaving Vanda and Edgar behind, you will see the radar range. Cooks by high frequency and cooks the inside of whatever is being cooked as fast as the outside. Cooks anything in a matter of seconds with perfect control. Make bread without a crust if you want to. What is the matter with the crust on the bread? Asked Keshra politely. And this is the ultrasonic dishwasher and clothes washer, said Dodge. High frequency salt passing through the water strips dirt and grease of anything in a matter of seconds. Dip in, take out, and bingo. And then what does the woman do? Asked Keshrar. Then she puts the clothes or dishes in this dryer, which dries them out in a matter of seconds. And here's a nifty trick, I think, gives the clothes a spanking clean outdoor odor, like they were dried in the sun, sea, with this little ozone lamp here. And then what? Asked Keshrar. She feeds the clothes through this ironer, which can do what was an hour's ironing before the war in 3 minutes. Bing. And then what does she do? Asked Keshrar. Then she is done. And then what? So I also would like to say that I am not approaching this excerpt from the text in terms of gender roles, which might be considered as another issue in the novel because all the engineers are male. My mere concern here is to show that, as the text suggests, and as I have mentioned in my abstract, if scientific and technological developments and their implementations are to be taken for granted, they might have disastrous effects on individuals and the society, which is exactly the case in this book. So the lure of the science and technology in this sense is the promise of progress, development, and betterment. I do not think Vonnegut himself is against science and technology, himself being an engineer, but it can be said that he is critical of the way it is applied. Making machines do the tasks that are beyond humans' abilities and capabilities sounds, I have to admit, inviting. Eliminating the heavy work, people are now expected to be relieved and having more time to spend on the things they like. In today's world, we have a kind of production where some people design, some people maintain, and some people operate the machines, logistics and market and etc. But the society in the book is automated to such an extent that there is no need for these people except for some engineers and managers to keep the cycle going. A single man is enough to keep a whole block of machines operating. In the headquarters, there is a wall full of little lights which indicate the problem, if there is any. Even the diagnostic is made automatically. As we can see, the supercomputer, quote unquote, though undedicated, works and decides what is to do next. So it in a way controls how things run instead of people. There is no upward mobility because what can people do or become is already determined by the IQ and aptitude tests, which are generated, marked, and allocated by the EPICAC, the supercomputer. This actually counters the American dream, as Finnerty, his former colleague and engineer, points out, quote unquote, it is about as rigid a hierarchy as you can get. How is somebody going to up his IQ? EPICAC therefore decides who is useful and who is useless. Useless people, quote unquote, go into either reconstruction and reclamation corps or into the army. Reconstruction and reclamation corps is addressed by the citizens of Homestead as reeks and wrecks, hinting at the status it has. To give some contrast, in Brave New World, people are genetically engineered and conditioned to be suitable for certain jobs that they do throughout their lives and do not feel discontent with it. But here, people are divided according to their innate capacities. They live in mass-produced identical houses, using identical appliances, eating identical meals, etc. But the mind is not conditioned, as we can see from Lesher's speech, who has a MA degree in anthropology. Even though he holds a master's degree, he is deemed as a wreck and figuratively exiled to Homestead to lead his predetermined life. So we can see that she has an insight of what's going on in the society. Let me read the quote. Well, this business we have got now, it has been going on for a long time now, not just since the last war. Maybe the actual jobs weren't being taken from people, but the sense of participation, the sense of importance was. Go to the library sometime and take a look at the magazines and newspapers, clear back as far as World War II. Even then, there was a lot of talk about know-how winning the war of production. Know-how, not people, not the mediocre people running most of the machines. And the hell of it was that it was pretty much true. Even then, half the people or more didn't understand much about the machines they worked at or the things they were making. They were participating in the economy all right, but not in a way that was very satisfying to the ego. So people, because of this mass production and their predetermined lifestyle, they lose their sense of belonging because they don't feel like they're doing something, because they are all predetermined. So the next slide shows what effect might this uncontrolled development have on individuals? Everything being done by the machines and having nothing else to do other than raising children and watching TV all day long. This particular individual Vanda fails to answer Keshra's question, quote unquote, how is it you live and get so much fun out of it? As we can see from this excerpt in the following quote, Vanda blushed and looked down at the floor and worried the carpet edge with her too. Oh, television, she murmured. Watch that a lot, don't we, Ed? And I spent a lot of time with the kids, little Dolores and young Edgar Jr., you know, things. So the kid is also named after his father, indicating that he is going to have a predetermined life as well. So Dr. Dutch, trying to save the moment, offers to demonstrate how these machines work. Upon this attempt, Edgar, Vanda's husband, says that, quote unquote, the transducer is shut again and it is broken for a month. Therefore, Vanda has been doing the washing manually. Interestingly, we can see that she is content with the situation because it gives her, quote unquote, something to do. Invention of the player piano, in turn, eliminated the need for pianists, which in a larger scale represents the elimination of artists and art. That too is automatized. Only thing that people are left with to pass time is sitting at a bar, drinking all day long, or watching TV. There is also censorship about books. A man writes a book and his book gets rejected because it has, quote unquote, anti-machine theme, and it is 27 pages longer than it should be. We can clearly see that writing and reading, let it be a free time activity or a profession, it is strictly monitored. They offer him to get into public relations because of his good writing skills, but he rejects this offer and ends up losing his job, house, insurance, and all his money. Later in the novel, Paul joins Ghost Church Society, a group of quote-unquote saboteurs trying to overthrow the current system. They mostly consist of former engineers or managers. And there is also an interesting remark made by Finnerty as to what will happen when they overthrow the system. And then we get back to the basic values, basic virtues, said Finnerty. Man doing man's work, woman doing woman's work, people doing people's thinking. There is also a sense of nostalgia for, quote unquote, the good old days. But when Paul returns back to his old farmhouse, which he vowed to experience the normal way of life for those on the other side, he finds that this work is hard and unrewarding. Therefore, I think that Vonnegut offers a way between these two extreme ends, implied by Paul's desire to meet on the bridge, which divides Ilium into two parts, the north, where engineers and managers live, and the south, where basically everyone else lives. So when I compare the society depicted in the book to today's developed societies, there is an actually uncanny resemblance. There are a lot of tasks carried out by people rather than by the machines, but it is because it is cheaper to be operated by humans, as the text points out too. On the other hand, there are a lot of agricultural workers who are left without a job because the machines have taken over. It is also important to note that these speculative texts in general do not claim to offer an identical match between what is described and what it will be. Rather, they offer a perspective on what it can be or what it actually is at a deeper level. There is, of course, a lot to say and discuss about this book, but I tried to avoid giving a mere summary of the book, and I just took a few quotes from the book that I could work on. With the time limit in mind, that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for all listening. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, Shafakcan, thank you very much. Now let's move on to our next speaker, Atıfcan Bayram. Atıfcan Bayram is a graduate of the Department of English Language and Literature at Istanbul Aydın University. In 2019, he co-authored the article "The Reflections of Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women on Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice." And in April 2021, he presented a paper entitled "An Existentialist Approach to Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis" at Istanbul Aydın University Undergraduate Student Symposium. Then in May 2021, he presented another paper entitled "Renegotiating the Marriage Dream in the 18th Century" at the 5th Pamukkale Conference of English Studies. Currently, he is an MA student at the Department of English Language and Literature, Istanbul Aydın University. And today he is going to present his paper entitled "Focalization to the Self, Man's Existence and Time in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5." Yes, Atıfcan Bayram, the floor is all yours.
Hocam, thank you for introducing me. I forgot to write my research interests, then I realized that I like novel studies and every kind of novel I can read since we are literature majors. And before starting, I want to say something, and I want to give my address my special thanks first to conference committee, then my teacher Başak Almaz Hoca, because she encouraged me to enter this conference, because in the first place I felt like the outsider, because I haven't received any degree in English in American literature, but rather I received my degree in English literature and I'm continuing it. But of course, I took some courses about American literature. But anyways, thank you for giving this opportunity to me, and thank you for having me in this conference.
And thank you so much, Atıfcan. We thank you for sending an abstract and participating in this conference.
By the way, I invited my professor Hacettepe to this conference, but she was busy. That's why she couldn't attend here. But she sent her special greetings to you. Anyways, let me.
Thank you very much. Please send her my best, my greetings.
Okay. Can you see in the full screen now? Yes, okay. Before starting, I want to talk about my topic and then my presentation. Since I'm not an American literature student, or I haven't received an American literature degree, but I very much like to read Kurt Vonnegut's novels. That's why when I heard the title of this conference, in the first place, I thought that Kurt Vonnegut's novels and science fiction novels very much actually deals with the existence of time. That's why in this today I will be talking about science fiction as it presents the human existence as their common point. Before starting let's say talking about my novel, first of all, I want to give a specific and very brief general background about what was happened in the postmodern era. In postmodernism, is marked by the Second World War. It says postmodern desert inhabited by people who are in effect consuming themselves in the form of images and abstractions through which their desires, sense of identity, and memories are replicated and then sold back to them as products. If we think of postmodernism, we can conclude that after the Second World War, people, the out loud cryings happened in the modern era turned into out loud laughters. And after, especially after the Second World War, absurdism and alienation took hold of the society. And this time, people didn't cry out loud, like in the case of modernism, but they parodied, or they made jokes, make ironies, and they laughed towards the environment, the things going on in around them. And also postmodernism, after the Second World War, postmodernism deals with the effects of change on people, and which means the real world is, how should I say, projected into the past or the future. That's why, or other places or distant places. That's why when we think of postmodern era, we have our postmodern rewriting histories, or science fiction novels, or dystopian novels. Especially after postmodernism, people have given up to be in the present situation, but they try to shift into time, or they try to look back or look forward. Not they didn't stick on the present situation. That's why I believe, as the outcome, yes, a revolutionary, let's say, outcome of the postmodernism, we can say human existence is one of the most crucial outcomes or anti-revolutionary outcomes, especially after 69 student revolution, when the French existentialists Jean-Paul Sartre or Simone de Beauvoir started to raise their voices, and we learned this, we understood this human existence and the problematization of this human existence as well. And when we think of the postmodern existentialism, it's my favorite comics, one of my favorite comics that summarizes postmodern existentialism. In this comic, we have Martin Heidegger and Albert Camus, and they are playing Jenga. And Heidegger says, Jenga is unique among all games, in that the object of the game is to experience anxiety rather than pleasure, the anxiety of the uncertain, sudden, or ultimate termination. And Camus takes in and says that, but then the question becomes, why not simply end the game now and intentionally knock our the tower? Why bother at all?
Excuse me, Atatürk, I think you're changing your slides, but we're not seeing the change. It's got stuck on the first page.
Oh my God, how can I?
Can you just click on the next one, second or third one? I think you're on the third one.
Can you see now?
No, you're still, we're seeing the PowerPoint with your slideshow, but it was only.
Now, can you see?
No, it's the same.
Oh my God.
Why don't you just click on start select your status? No. Okay, now it's okay.
Now you can see, right? I talked about postmodern discourse here, and I jumped into my favorite. Thank you for, by the way, thank you for information. Again, when we think of postmodern existentialism, and nearly all of the existentialists encourage to be in this world, but Albert Camus and his followers, they are very much into commit suicide and end the world. And if you look at the writings of Camus and his followers, you can see a little bit of suicidal tendencies. And in this presentation topic, I will talk about Martin Heidegger's existentialist ideas and how he influenced the next generations, Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and the others. And for when we think of Heideggerian existentialism after the essentialist philosophy, he puts forward his existentialist ideas, and he introduced his basic notions in German, Verlasenheit and Geworfenheit. Verlasenheit actually stands for the humans being left alone in this world, and Geworfenheit also stands for humans being thrown into this world. In essence, when we when we consider these two, let's say, these two notions, we can say that in existentialism, after especially in the late 20s and so on, we can think of that people start to think they are being left alone in this world and they are thrown in, because nobody asked us, because if we want to stay in our mother's womb, or if we want to go outside and see the world. That's why, I mean, Geworfenheit is a very crucial point in existentialist philosophy that also can be dragged into a psychoanalysis, especially Lacanian psychoanalysis. And later on, Heidegger again introduced two another important notions, that the one is Dasein, the other one is Ding an sich. If we think of Dasein in English, it is the being, and it represents the human in this world. And he suggests, let's say, Dasein is never completed, and it always puts forward, like the Jenga play, always puts forward and always strives for its existence, always strives for to be complete, total complete. But it's very problematic that it achieves, whether it achieves or not. And when we think of Ding an sich, it is the counterpart of Dasein, which is the thing in itself. It means the things determined, predetermined, let's say, or it is destined. For example, if we can think of scissor, I can give an example of scissor in this part. And scissor functions as to cut, right? It has the functions, but Dasein has not. Let me quickly get into Slaughterhouse 5, because I have so much to talk. In Slaughterhouse 5, as you all know, it's a war novel or anti-war novel, a children's crusade whatsoever. Today, I will get into Slaughterhouse 5 as a science fiction novel, and how it mixes science fiction and existentialism. And when we think of science fiction, we, especially in Todorovian perspective, Todorov suggests genres have their own certain principal operatives, and these certain principal operatives determine the genre. When we think of science fiction, we have alternative universes, shifts in time, and something can be less than rationally, but rather irrationally, because we have not that technology. Because, for example, in today's world, it's not possible for us to shift in time or go to Alpha-Madorian planet, right? That's why it's actually explained irrationally. And when we think of Slaughterhouse 5, Kurt Vonnegut, by Kurt Vonnegut, its hero, Billy Pilgrim. In the first place, we are presented with the hero, Billy Pilgrim, who worked as a chaplain's assistant during the Second World War in Dresden, where he witnesses at first hand the all historical atrocity and the bombing on Dresden and so on. And that's why he has in a kind of a shell shock that he still suffers from mental breakdowns. And before getting into detail, I want to draw your attention to here that Billy Pilgrim's job is to be the chaplain's assistant. When we think of the war, and we understand, oh yes, it's a very masculine thing, right? And men go to war and they carry their guns and they fight for their death, fight for their countries and so on. And the minute that we understand Billy Pilgrim himself worked as a chaplain's assistant, and we understand that he is a peripheral figure, right? Peripheral figure, and who actually who is misfit for the war. And I don't want to say effeminate, but in the first place, he is introduced as he lacks the masculinity. It's important factor that we will discuss later on. And after the war, he actually goes back to past and comes back to present. And this time, he actually, the writer paves the way of his being unstuck in time, which is our key phrase within the scope of the narrative. And when we think of his going back to past and coming back to present, then Mr. Vonnegut himself introduces some realist elements, some realist elements, and in an audacious science fiction plot. That's why, which makes the novel important in terms of its science fictional narrative, let's say. And another point of view that we are not sure whether Billy Pilgrim's experiences are hallucinations and he is a schizophrenic person, or he is actually in a science fiction novel and he alters in the time and he shifts his place and he goes another planet. And this effect, on the other hand, or disorients our reader, and whether Billy Pilgrim is seeing hallucinations and or he is a schizophrenic person. And after his mental breakdowns, in his daughter's wedding day, he is abducted by aliens, and he goes to a strange planet called Tralfamador, and the aliens living there are called as Tralfamadorians. In this part, Billy Pilgrim creates a parallel alternative universe for himself that to get rid of the burden of the real world. And in the course of the novel, when we take a look at it, the burden of the war becomes heavier than Billy can handle. Therefore, he makes up a planet named Tralfamador and makes a journey to this interesting place. Actually, the situation of Billy having an alternative planet to live and so on shows that he requires a place where he can leave the past aside. And by adding a delusional world to Amador, Mr. Vonnegut himself shows it is the only for getting away from the burden of war and living in a non-existential world. And if we take a look at this, if we take a look at this part, we can understand that Tuatha Amador is stands for a revenge on Billy Pilgrim, because in the real symbolic world, the existential, where the existentialists take hold of the society, people are obliged to have their own existence and they are obliged to draw their own ways. But in Tuatha Amador, and especially in the symbolic world, Billy is alienated by the society and he is hidden behind his inner world. And also he lacks the masculinity. And when we think of Tuatha Amador, Billy himself actually exalts and speaks to his masculinity, and he has a sexual intercourse with his favorite porn star, for example, in Tuatha Amador planet. That's why decline of masculinity actually reappeared and raised again in this part. And actually this planet stands for fulfilling Billy's desires and fulfilling Billy's desires, and Billy's taking revenge on the symbolic world. And another important thing that this Tuatha Amador, they don't have, Tuatha Amadorians, they don't have free will. They say, yes, can you see right? This is how Tuatha Amadorians look like, by the way. And they don't have any free will. I mean, in other words, Tuatha Amadorians know their fates, and they disable to change their future, as opposed to our postmodern world. And it says, we know how the universe ends, says the guide. How does the universe end, says Billy? We blow it up, experimenting with new fuels or for our flying saucers. A Tuatha Amadorian test pilot presses a start button, then and the whole universe disappears. So it goes. If you know that the universe will be destroyed by a Tuatha Amadorian pilot who presses a button, said Billy, isn't there some way you can prevent it? Can't you keep the pilot from pressing the button? And the Tuatha Amadorian says he has always pressed it, and he will always. This is very fatalistic, let's say, fatalistic quote from the novel that Tuatha Amadorians don't have any free will. They don't believe that they are able to change their future. And so it goes is another key phrase from the novel that is repeated within the narrative of Mr. Vonnegut. And when we think of Tuatha Amadorians lacking the concept of free will, it's actually another revenge of Billy, because in existentialism we have our free will and we are thrown into this world and left alone, and thus we will make our own ways. But Billy, who is unable to do so, creates another alternative planet and throws himself like is a counter movement. God has thrown us to this world, but this time Billy becomes his own God, and he himself, in his free will, throws himself into the planet of Tuatha Amador. That's why and he actually he escapes, he rejects from the idea of free will. And another, I don't want to have your time, and I'm just skipping my discussion parts. And when we think of Billy's throwing himself into the planet of Tralfamadoriya, we can think of this in a very psychoanalytical perspective as the displacement exercise, because in the first place, our initial trauma is to be separated from our mothers and being thrown into this world. And the second, when we think of Billy, his second trauma is that he is thrown into Dresden, and he is obliged to face with the wretch of the war, and it is his second trauma. And this time he repeats his trauma, and again, as a counter movement, he throws himself into the alternative place where he can feel himself he feels himself very serene, let's say. And trauma repetition is another, I think, point of view when in the scope of the narrative. And after the things happened towards the very end of the novel, Billy tries to mention what was happened to him, and he goes to a radio show program, but nobody takes him serious, and even his own daughter. That's why he is dragged to his own solitude again, in the symbolic order. And when we compare Billy Pilgrim as the other heroes, protagonist of the traditional novels, and Billy lacks their certain futures, and he is very covered in this sense. And he always in the novel repeats the phrase, so it goes, which stands for the existence of repeated expressions, which lose their signifiers and which symbolize the meaninglessness. And finally, the last, and Vonnegut's irony also show itself in the dream-like world of Tralfamadore. Whenever Billy Pilgrim, who stands as an example of a lonely individual, remembers the things happen in Dresden, it is seen that he sets out for Tralfamadore. And Billy uses the planet of Tralfamadore as a place to escape from realities of the past, and escapes to the reality of self-created utopia, which indicates the hopelessness, which this time hopelessness is the mark of indicator of postmodernism. And after the war, he fails to find solution in this trauma, and to overcome his trauma, he chooses to be hidden in the alternative / imaginary world by creating a channel to get away with the memoirs. Pilgrim opens a gate to a new fantasy world via the lure of science fiction technology. Thank you for listening to me. I hope my professors like my presentation, and I hope my peers find my presentation beneficial. Thank you for all. It's okay.
Yes, Atıfcan, thank you very much. I loved your presentation, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
And now the floor is
How can I
for questions.
Did I stop sharing my screen?
No, you haven't.
Oh my God, that's probably this one, sweetheart, please. Yes, okay.
Yes, any questions?
Please, I'd like to discuss.
And let me start. So you had a very passionate presentation. while you presented him as a, well, aptly, and to a great extent correctly, as a writer who's dwelling around existentialist subjects, but at the same time, don't you think that in Vonnegut, being a postmodernist, okay, but don't you think that in Kurt Vonnegut there is also another dimension? Don't you think that he's also making some kind of commentary that life should be meaningful, that, for example, or artists have or should have a sense of duty towards society, or we should yearn for good things? So he's not the kind of existentialist, you know, that is, he wants to unplug himself from the world and that we live in a kind of void, meaningless universe. No, don't you think that in work there's also a different kind of, you know, meaning?
Yes, I think, because when I mentioned earlier, after the 1969 and the student revolution, the idea of existentialism took hold of the society. That's why, I mean, the writers who are not called as existential reflect their existentialist ideas into their novels. But of course, when we think of the novel as a whole, I mean, there are major things that are far from being existential. We can think of novel as many dimensions. But today, I want to present the common part between science fiction and existentialism. Yes, you are right. There are lots of, for example, the novel's other name is Children's Crusade. In this part, for example, Vonnegut reflects his humanistic ideas to his readers. Yes, you are right.
Thank you.
Yes, Rana Baykara, I think, has a question. Rana?
Yes, thank you, Atifcan, first of all. I really like this novel, and I think it's very complex and has lots of dynamics to talk about. And I have a question. So I think you said that he imagined that place of Troubadours, was that right? Was it called
He didn't imagine, by the way, because in the novel we see, we read, actually we are not sure whether he imagined or not, but when I read some of the articles, I saw that some of the academics focus on Billy's being schizophrenic, and the things happened in Tralfamadore, actually the outcome of his being in the position of shell shock. I mean, that's why, because when we think of postmodern era, we don't have any certain truth. I mean, if we are to analyze the piece of literature, we have to say, I believe, we have to say in its all dimensions, at least we have to mention a little bit to other dimensions. That's why, but I don't believe that Billy Pilgrim imagines this world.
Yes, but
probably he visits Tralfamadore.
But as much as I understood, you said that it was in a topic place. But the Troubadours still had no hope. I mean, there was an end to their worlds in any way. So can we still say that it is utopic, or in comparison to his previous experiences, that it is utopic?
Actually, in academy, this is also the separation point, because some of the academics argue that Tralfamadore stands for utopia, and the other parts argue that Tralfamadore stands for dystopia. And I believe, in my personal idea, this world, what was happened in Dresden stands for dystopia, and Billy escapes from the wretch in this world. That's why he creates a utopia, because he is done with making his own path, determining his future, and he is done with the existentialist, let's say, burden upon his shoulders. That's why in Tralfamadore we don't have any free will. They all have peaceful position and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Atıfcan and Rana for the question. I think we have already run out of time. Do we have any more questions for Atıfcan or Şafak? I guess no. Thank you very much to both of you. And also thank you very much, Ufuk Hocam, for inviting me as a chair to this session. And now it's time for coffee break, I think. Ufuk Hocam, would you like to say anything?
Yes, Merve Hocam, thank you so much for chairing this session. And I thank our presenters for their fascinating presentations. And yes, now we have a coffee break, and the second keynote address will be by Professor David Quammen. He will connect at 4 o'clock, and renowned eco-critic Scott Slovic will be chairing his session. So it will be really an honor to host Scott Slovic and David Quammen very soon. So please come back at 4 o'clock, and please enjoy your coffees.
Thank you very much.
Planning to do that at 4 o'clock, but we don't have time. So please allow me to introduce Scott, and then I will introduce you right after that, David, and then perhaps Scott will also briefly introduce you. And
but
then,
if the students don't sign on until 4 o'clock, they'll miss your introduction of Scott.
I can always introduce Scott. I already introduced Scott to them very often.
Okay.
So, Ufuk, I was going to briefly identify myself. I wouldn't say introduce myself, but just identify who I am and why my thinking may be relevant to David's work. But very briefly, to be as efficient as possible. Yeah, I was going to ask you, David, have you been to Turkey before in your wide travels around the world?
No, I never have. I wish I had, but I have not. Yeah.
Okay, David, then I'm inviting you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please,
I know I'd enjoy it.
Hacettepe University, I mean, at your earliest convenience, let's say.
Thank you. Thank you. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
I just said my students already know Scott very well. This semester, I am still, I mean, the semester hasn't come to an end yet. I offered the literature and environment class, and my students are familiar with Scott's Going Away to Think book. So, but still, this is just a just identification, Scott. So I should be
okay.
All right. So just to save time, let me not mention hundreds of scholarly articles, dozens of books Scott has written on American and environmental literature and eco-critical theory. The courses he's offering on eco-criticism, environmental literature, and interdisciplinary studies, that information is available at the University of Idaho's English department webpage. But instead, I would like to mention, apart from his full-time teaching and research, what Scott has been doing to spread the words and achievements of American and world environmental writers across the world. So he has traveled to various parts of the world to support communities of scholars and writers interested in intersections of literature and environment across a period of nearly 3 decades. Is that correct, Scott?
I think we're coming upon 4 decades at this point.
Is it really? Oh my God. Okay, let me correct myself then, nearly 4 decades. And now I'm thinking that Scott's decision to lead this kind of meaningful life, it dates back to the early 1990s. I remember Scott published a book in 1992 entitled Seeking Awareness in American Nature Writing. And in this book, Scott studied 5 extraordinary American environmental writers. And in the process of writing this book, in that intimate connection to these people and their timeless works, Scott must have felt such a great admiration for their passion to make our world a better place that with this impulse, he helped found ASLI, the Association for the Study of Literature and Environment in the United States in 1992, and became its founding president. And now it has become a giant organization on literature and the environment. So he has helped found the ASLI affiliated associations around the world. He has edited the flagship journal ISLE, the central journal in the field of eco-criticism, for 25 years. And he has helped scholars both in his country and elsewhere around the world to who are now dedicated to this good cause. I call it the good cause of teaching, studying, doing research on literature and the environment. And I myself, I'm immensely inspired by Scott's works. It's really a pleasure for me. I was in my sabbatical year in 2010 was at the University of Nevada, Reno. That's when I had the chance, the good chance, to audit Scott's eco-criticism graduate class, which really, I must say, changed my life. So thank you so much for that, Scott. I remember we were 7 international scholars in your class, auditing your class. And so there were some Chinese scholars, there was this French scholar, and who else?
I can't remember at this point. I'm sure it was like this every year, a wonderful array of people from around the world. So
Okay.
you were the only Turkish representative that year.
Yeah, I was the only Turkish. And we have just 3 minutes left, and I will just introduce to you the chairs of the American Studies departments from these universities around Turkey. So please give me just a minute. Okay, so we organized this conference jointly with 8 other American Studies departments in Turkey. 4 of these American Studies departments are in Ankara, 2 in Izmir, 2 in Istanbul, and 1 in Erzurum. So Atilla Silkü is with us right now. Atilla Silkü is the chair of the American Studies department at Ege University. So
thank you very much, Ufuk Hocam. Hi David, hi Scott.
Hello, hello Attila.
How are you doing?
We're well.
Good, very good.
Looking forward to hearing about your spillover and then how you just estimated in 2012. So it's wonderful. Thank you.
And Deniz Aras, Atatürk University. Hello, Deniz. Deniz Aras. Deniz Aras is the chair of the American Studies department at Atatürk University in Erzurum. And Esra Çoker is with us. Hello, Esra. Esra is the chair of the American Studies department at Dokuz Eylül University in Izmir.
Hi, I'm very honored and very pleased actually to meet David and Scott, and I look forward to hearing both of them because it is a very, right now, a very hot topic, and we're all interested in what David and Scott will say. Thank you again for organizing this event and inviting these two valuable speakers for us to hear and actually so that we can be enlightened. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Esra Hocam. It is my pleasure. So Hasine Şen Karadeniz, the chair of the American Studies Department at Istanbul University, Merve Sarıkaya, chair of American Studies Department at Başkent University in Ankara, Nisa Harika Güzel Köşker, chair of the American Studies Department at Ankara University, Çiler Özbayrak, chair of the American Studies Department at Haliç University in Istanbul. I think now we don't have time to hear their remarks. So now that we have just so it's exactly 4 o'clock, I'm leaving the floor to you, Scott and David.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ufuk, and thanks to all of you who've helped to organize this conference and to the many people who've attended and participated, including one of my students from the University of Idaho, who I believe spoke yesterday. It's my great pleasure and honor to be with you this morning. It's 6 in the morning where I am right now, and I don't want to waste any time. I want to be as efficient as possible so that we can maximize our time with David, who's really the featured speaker during this particular session. David and I are old friends. David is a distinguished American author, and you're still based in Bozeman, aren't you?
That's
Bozeman,
right,
Montana.
yes, yeah.
So, but David is coming to us today from Cincinnati, Ohio, and that's why we have a little bit of complication with the time zone issue. We can do wonderful things with Zoom, but we haven't figured out a way to solve time zones. So we have to do a lot of math. Even those of us in literature and the humanities have to calculate where we are and how much time we have to present to each other. So David Quammen has published several books of fiction and a few edited collections, but he's best known for his many volumes of natural history essays and nonfiction science writing. By my count, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, you've published 11 of these books with a new work of science writing forthcoming, your next book, which is due out in October. Perhaps you would call some of this work science journalism, in addition, beyond natural history writing, which may have been the focus of some of the early writing. Right. David is an ideal keynote speaker for a conference like this one, with its focus on science and technology in the context of American culture, although the scope of his thinking is clearly very international and not limited to American issues and concerns. The first book of David's that I studied closely and taught on various occasions in university classes was his 1996 work titled The Song of the Dodo, Island Biogeography in an Age of Extinction, which is an engaging and scientifically authoritative presentation of the concept of island biogeography that meshes together travel narratives, biographical profiles of scientists, vivid metaphors, down-to-earth explanations of complex scientific concepts, and various other techniques in order to bring to life the intellectual history of an ecological idea that is vitally important to biodiversity in our time. While David's subject matter often covers fundamental science, his topics are also highly relevant to urgent social and environmental concerns. About a decade ago, David began to publish what has become a series of books concerning zoonotic disease transfer from other species to humans. He published Spillover, Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic in 2012. And at that time, of course, there were zoonotic concerns in the world, but when COVID erupted, David seemed like a prophet and was approached as the person who imagined this terrifying scientific and social phenomenon that was wreaking havoc around the world. And having been publishing on this kind of phenomenon for nearly a decade at that point. And so then David, you followed up Spillover in 2014 with a book titled Ebola, The Natural and Human History of a Deadly Virus. A year later, David published The Chimp and the River, How AIDS Emerged from an African Forest. And some of you may be familiar with Walter Isaacson, the well-known biographer, who also has recently been writing about COVID in his tome titled The Code Breaker and the development of a vaccine for COVID. But Walter Isaacson lauded David's Ebola book as a frightening and fascinating masterpiece of science reporting that reads like a detective story. And I think what you're probably most proud of in such a recognition is the idea that you can make such a complicated and technical issue read like a detective story, read with that kind of energy and drama. In 2018, David published The Tangled Tree, A Radical New History of Life, a book that brings together recent research in molecular biology with evolutionary theory. The link between The Tangled Tree and David's work on zoonosis and pandemics is something called horizontal gene transfer, or HGT, which helps to explain the fact that, and I'm reading from what I was able to gather quickly in preparing these remarks, that 8% of the human genome arrived through transfer across species lines as a result of viral infection. So these types of zoonotic disease transfers are not only the cause of these frightening pandemics like the COVID pandemic, but they actually help to create the human genome. We are who we are, I believe you're arguing, David, because of such transfers. So it's not, these aren't anomalies that we react against and try to overcome, but our very existence genetically is a result of such transfers. This is from the Tangled Tree, David's 2018 book. And David's forthcoming book, which I think you'll probably remark on during your comments today, is titled Breathless, The Scientific Race to Defeat a Deadly Virus. This is due out in October. The book tells the story of the American and worldwide scientific effort to understand SARS-CoV-2, to determine where it came from and to develop vaccines. So I'm hoping that you'll devote some of your remarks in the time that you have to talking a bit about your writing strategies as a science journalist, because I really believe, David, that you're one of the best in the world doing this kind of writing, and this group is so lucky to have you here today. So I'm sure you have your own plans about what you thought you would say, but in an email a few hours ago, I mentioned that I'd really like to hear you talk about how your new book builds upon your previous work regarding zoonosis. And so you've now written this entire series of works, about 5 of them, about zoonotic disease transfer. Out of all the fascinating and important topics in science and natural history, how did you find yourself gravitating towards zoonosis? And can you perhaps point to a trajectory among these books, a pattern in the way you've been developing this story of zoonotic disease transfer and its significance as you move from project to project, from Spillover to Breathless? And then I think it might be very valuable to this group to hear a little bit about your writing strategies in the new project, which are probably akin to strategies that you've used in some of this other work, natural history and science writing. And I wonder whether, with all of your experience, you've developed some new strategies that seem maybe specific to the challenges of this kind of topic that you might be able to enlighten us on. And with that, I'll yield the microphone to you, David. I'm so glad that you're here.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you all for inviting me to be part of this. I'm really very glad and honored to be able to talk with you and help you think about this subject, which means a lot to all of us. And it's great to do this with Scott, because as Scott said, he and I are old friends. We don't see each other often enough, and it's been a while now, but we are very much on the same page. We are attuned to these things, and I value very highly the role that he plays as a scholar and critic of this body of kinds of writing of which I'm part. And Scott, your question, or your set of questions, are really perfect for setting up what I would like to talk about, which includes the question of, is there a pattern, is there a linkage among the books that I've done in the last, well, the books in the last 10 years on zoonotic diseases and the journalism on that subject going back farther. I should clarify one thing, and that is that you're giving me a little bit more credit than I deserve for the number of books, because two of the short books that you mentioned, Ebola and The Chimp in the River, were extracted and then reshaped into self-standing books from my much longer book, Spillover. So anyone who has read, and equally importantly, especially for students, has bought Spillover should be aware that you don't necessarily need The Chimp in the River and Ebola, because those are to a great extent already included within Spillover. Anyway, but they were teased out in 2014 and 2015 because they seemed especially relevant to what was going on, and my publishers in the US and in Great Britain said, why don't we publish these bits of Spillover as freestanding books? For instance, the 2014 Ebola epidemic in West Africa, in those 3 West African countries. That was the reason we published the Ebola sections of Spillover as a self-contained book in 2014. So what started me on this trajectory, and what are the common elements and sort of maybe the deeper meaning that I hope for to come out of this sequence, is what I'll try and talk about. It began for me in 1999 when National Geographic magazine asked me to do a series of stories about an epic exploratory and scientific expedition, a hike across the Congo Basin, across the forests of Central Africa, that an American explorer and conservationist was going to take, a fellow named Mike Fay. And so I wrote a series of articles. I followed him on this trek. We walked through the jungles of Central Africa, the forests of Central Africa, the swamps. He walked for 456 days continuously. And I walked for a relatively short stretch of days here and there, a week here, 2 weeks there, totaling about 53 days of walking through the swamps with him. And one of those stretches of walking took us through Ebola habitat in the northeastern corner of Gabon. So we were in the forest, slogging along each day in sandals and river shorts, through the mud and through the swamps and through the forest. And we knew that Ebola virus was somewhere in the forest around us. And living, as all viruses must live, in a cellular host, in an animal, a plant, a fungus, a bacterium. Viruses can only live and replicate themselves in the cells of cellular creatures, which are the groups that I just mentioned: animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, etc. And the viruses that come into humans, seemingly out of nowhere, come from wild animals, because we, after all, are animals. So the viruses that infect animals are the viruses most likely to be capable of infecting us. More specifically, the viruses that infect mammals and also birds are the ones that become human viruses, new human viruses. So I knew just enough about Ebola to know this as we walked through this forest, but the reservoir host, the particular species of animal in which Ebola lives when it's not killing humans, was not identified at that point. And in fact, it still has not been identified. That's one of those detective stories that is part of the Spillover, and it's part of this field of evolutionary virology. and the science of emerging diseases. So we were walking through this forest, and somewhere around us was an animal in which the Ebola virus was living, and we knew that, and we were careful. We certainly were not eating wildlife. We were carrying our own food, very simple dried food and canned food. And there was the virus around us, and the mystery of where it was caught my imagination. And in particular, it seized my imagination when I realized that that question, where is Ebola virus living, and how does it happen that sometimes it spills over into humans and catches hold and is able to infect humans as well as its reservoir host? That was all ecology and evolutionary biology. That was a subset of the field of ecology and evolutionary biology. And I had been writing about ecology and evolutionary biology for decades at that point. When I realized that this subject of emerging viruses was another branch of ecology and evolutionary biology, I got very interested in it. And I said, okay, I should write about this. I should try and tell this story. And that's how it all began for me, Scott. And it has continued because of that, because I continue to love writing about ecology and evolutionary biology, and I find it important to write about it. But in a deeper sense, it's writing about the relationship between humans and the rest of nature. Some people in their haste and carelessness talk about humans on the one hand and nature on the other hand. But of course, we are part of nature. We are mammals. We are products of the evolutionary history of the mammal lineage. So it's not us and nature, it's us within nature. And one of the most important things that people need to be reminded about, probably not this audience needs to be reminded, but the general public needs to be reminded that we are part of nature. We're not above it. We're not separate from it. This, and I've said this before, this is one of the great Darwinian truths, one of the great insights, and probably the most important insight that Charles Darwin brought to us, that we humans are animals. We are mammals. We are part of the history of the evolution of mammals. And viruses are this very peculiar form of, it's a little bit controversial even to say a form of life, because some people would argue that viruses are not alive. But I think that's a semantic argument, basically. Viruses are organisms that replicate themselves by means of genomes. And therefore, they are subject to Darwinian evolutionary principles too, whether you call them alive or mechanistic. They're genetic parasites. A virus is just a protein capsule containing a genome. The genome can be DNA in its double helix form, or it can be RNA, another genomic molecule that's linear and makes mistakes when it replicates itself at a greater rate than DNA, and therefore acquires more genetic variation and therefore evolves more quickly. So our RNA viruses in particular are the ones that have the high evolutionary evolvability, adaptability to become human viruses. So there's us and there's viruses and there's all the rest of the natural world. But the relationship between humans and viruses is especially fascinating to me. And I think it's especially important because viruses are arguably the most formidable, the most puissant form of life on this planet, set against the formidability and the puissance of humans. 8 billion humans on this planet, and we run the planet, and we irrigate the resources, and we dominate the planet, and we cause ecological disruption. We act as though we own the planet. Viruses act as though they own the planet too. I don't want to confuse people with anthropomorphism, but forgive me for some, because we're talking about literature as well as science today. Science is wary of metaphor, but literature is all about metaphor. Viruses think they own this planet, and they have a lot of evidence on their side. So that's what I've been writing about for the last 10, 20 years. I've been writing about the two most formidable kinds of life on this planet interacting with one another amid the diversity of all life. And the diversity of all life remains so important, remains important to me, remains important to Scott, remains important to all of you, and should be important to everyone. So part of my mission has been to describe and to vivify the story of this relationship, humans and viruses and the rest of biological diversity, in a way that is not just clear to readers, to the general public, but engaging, enticing, fascinating, to cause them to turn pages. So let me say a little bit about what I think characterizes science writing as literature, whether you're writing about pandemics or any other aspect of science. And there are certain things. I mean, some people think, well, nonfiction writing about science should be clear. It should explain, present facts, maybe explain theories, maybe even explain the process that is science, and help readers to understand that science is not a body of facts. It's not even just a body of facts and theories. It's a process of knowing and incrementally increasing the accuracy of what we know about the physical world on this planet and throughout the universe. So it's not just explaining that makes science writing literature. It's some other things that we take for granted as parts of literature, and we don't always think of as parts of nonfiction writing, let alone nonfiction writing about science, but they're hugely important to me, and they're part of what I try to bring to readers. Characters. People want to read about people. Even if you're writing about viruses, you need human characters, because that's how people connect. Story. Some of these things will sound like truisms, sound too obvious, but they're not too obvious. They're just huge, and they're built in to what is science writing when it's literature. And story, of course, includes history. I am deeply interested in the history of science. To me, part of helping people understand and appreciate, be thrilled by science is telling the history as well as the story in more immediate terms of science, scientists doing science. What are some other elements that I think are important? Suspense. Those detective stories that we talked about. Suspense. What's going to happen next? Where did this come from? What's the meaning of this? What is the reservoir host of Ebola? That's a detective story. And when it spills over into humans and starts a new epidemic in West Africa, how did that happen? Where was patient zero? Who was the index case? What did that person do? Was it a little boy in Eastern Guinea playing in a hollow tree with his friends, and that hollow tree happened to contain bats, and bat feces and urine had rained down in that hollow tree and gotten into the dust at the base of the tree, and when the children played in that dust, did that kick it up and cause one little boy to become infected with Ebola, who then infected his mother and his grandmother and a nurse and people in the next village? It's possible that that's how the 2014 Ebola epidemic began, but we don't know. It's still a mystery story. There are still detectives. There are Sam Spade and Philip Marlowe's of epidemiology and virology who are out there trying to answer these questions. Surprise, you always want readers to be surprised at what comes next. Structure as an artistic principle is hugely important. If a scientific book is structured in an obvious, formulaic, orderly way, it might be clear, but it's boring. It reads like it's a duty. But if a book is structured in a subtle way that opens like a complicated flower blossom, readers will be engaged. The book will have a greater chance to be literature. What do we mean by literature? My thumbnail definition of literature is that it's writing that delights as well as illuminating, and it delights 20 years from now and not just today and tomorrow. What else is necessary? Humor. Humor is a hugely important potential tool when you're writing, particularly when you're writing about serious and horrific things like emerging viruses, or really complicated things like the history of molecular phylogenetics, which is what, don't tell anybody, but that's what The Tangled Tree is about. It sounds horribly technical. The book about the history of molecular phylogenetics, my book, The Tangled Tree. I wouldn't even have dared to tell my publisher that what I was writing was a history of molecular phylogenetics. I like to say it's a book about the tree of life and discoveries that remade our understanding of the tree of life, and about a man, a particular scientist named Carl Woese in Southern Illinois, working on this subject for years. So when I wrote that book, it was a challenge. How do I write a book about horizontal gene transfer in molecular phylogenetics, which I wanted to do? And I decided, well, make it a book about Carl Woese, put Carl Woese in the center of it. I even thought in terms of analogy with the great movie by Orson Welles, Citizen Kane, in which the publisher, this legendary figure, John Foster Kane, has died at the very beginning, and the whole movie is the process of one reporter, a newsreel reporter, going around and talking to his ex-wives and to his friends and to his colleagues. What was the meaning of this man? What was the truth of this man? What was the core of this man? And the movie assembles the story of this man from pieces of testimony from other people. And that's what I did with The Tangled Tree. I assembled the story from pieces of testimony from the men and women who had known Carl Woese and worked with him. Finally, one other thing that's very important to me in terms of aspiring to make writing, science writing, literature, is music. Music. The music of words, the music of sentences, the music of rhythm, the rhythm of words trotting along to make a sentence, and sentences galloping along to make paragraphs, and paragraphs surging and ebbing to make chapters. I'm mixing metaphors there, but music, it's hugely important. And with every sentence I write, I sort of play it in my head and say, well, is the music right? No, there's just no rhythm there. You need to break that sentence into two pieces. You need to interrupt it with something. It's a long sentence and you need to follow it with a short sentence. So there's a pleasing, variegated rhythm. And the music of a book, of course, has to be recreated all over again when it's translated. So let me just say a word of thanks to translators of my books and other books, because translators have to be musicians with words themselves. You can't just take the words from an English edition, translate them into Turkish or French or anything else, and have the music. The music doesn't translate. The music has to be recreated. And of course, people who translate poems know this better than anyone. But a book should read like a 400-page poem. It should have rhythm, it should have cadence, it should have music. So those are the things that I think are important there, Scott. You asked about
David, what about metaphor?
Of course,
even in comparing Carl Woese to Citizen Kane, in the story of Carl Woese to the story of Citizen Kane, you naturally think in metaphors, and I believe these are that's a device that you use especially well in many of your projects.
I'm writing that onto my list, Scott, because it's so important. I forgot to add it. Of course, metaphor. There. Next time I talk to anybody about this, I won't forget that. But I did mention metaphor, and I said that science, and I've said this elsewhere, I said this once to our friend Barry Lopez, our dear departed friend Barry Lopez, and we were doing a panel together, and someone asked him about anthropomorphism. Is it all right to anthropomorphize wolves or animals and say that here's what a wolf must have felt, here's what a wolf desired, whatever. And someone was saying, science, that's anthropomorphism, that's unacceptable to science. And I said, well, yes, that's anthropomorphism, and anthropomorphism is metaphor, and science hates metaphor, but literature loves metaphor. And Barry and I are trying to make literature about science. So we reserve the right to anthropomorphize metaphor, absolutely. So what was I about to say about, my new book, Breathless. So I was at work on a different book for my publisher, Simon & Schuster, in early 2020. I was actually in Tasmania researching certain aspects of the story of the Tasmanian devil. And it was a book about cancer as an evolutionary phenomenon. Cancer as evolution. And the Tasmanian devil is a very important part of that thinking, because the Tasmanian devil is suffering from a genuinely contagious form of cancer. Cancer is supposedly not contagious, but it can be. There is a contagious tumor that is being passed, not a virus that causes tumors, but an actual tumor that is being passed from one Tasmanian devil to another. I had written a magazine story about this 15 years ago. I wanted to get back to it as a book. I was in Tasmania and COVID exploded. And I came back from Tasmania on March 2nd of 2020. I haven't been on an airplane since then. And my publisher said, would you please push that book to the back of your desk and give us a book about the pandemic? And my immediate thought was, there are going to be 100 books about this pandemic. Yes, it's important. It's obviously important. There will be 100 books about it. Every publisher in New York will have its own pandemic book. And Simon & Schuster said, yes, but we want ours to be from you. So it was, it felt more like a duty than an opportunity to try and write about this. So I said, yes. They said, here's a new contract. Delay the other book. And they said, your deadline is December 31st of 2021. And I signed the contract, and then I had to think, okay, usually my operating principle is to write books about things that other people are not writing books about, write books about things that other people have not thought carefully about yet. Here was a case where I was asked to write a book about something that everybody was writing about and everybody was thinking about. So the challenge was first of all, how to do it. I can't get on an airplane. I can't fly to Wuhan. They won't let me in. And if they let me in, they might not let me out. And if they let me out, the US might not let me back in the early months of the pandemic. I can't go to China and climb through caves looking for bats with scientists to sample for viruses, as I did for spillover. I can't go to the Congo and walk through forests, as I did for spillover. how am I going to write this book? And at the end of, and so instead of starting on the book, I had double knee replacement surgery because I needed that. And that took up part of that year. And I wrote some pieces for the New Yorker magazine. But then at the very end, I had an idea of how I think I can do this book. Very end of 2020. And so I started like in the first days of January 2021. And the idea I had was that I will write a book about the virus itself, not the pandemic as a medical or a public health crisis. Other people will do that, not the politics. Other people will do that. I'll write about the virus itself. I'll write about its origin, its evolution, its journey through the human population, its fierce, deadly journey through the human population, and what we can infer about its future, the virus, SARS-CoV-2. That would be my central character. But viruses are invisible, of course. That's one of the things that makes writing about viruses a challenge. They're invisible. They're hugely important, but they're invisible. So how do you write about them? Well, you write about them almost by writing about their shadows, by writing about their impact, by writing about the way people see them, suffer from them, respond to them, study them. So I would write about the virus by interviewing by Zoom, God bless Zoom. I thought originally 60 or 70 of the world's leading virologists. And I would ask them about their work, on this virus, about the broader context of this virus, and about their lives as humans during the pandemic. And I ended up doing that with actually 95 scientists, 95 of the world's most interesting scientists, a few public health people, but mostly virologists, evolutionary virologists around the world, from Tony Fauci to George Gao, who is Director General of the China CDC, to Edward Holmes in Sydney, Australia, one of the world's leading evolutionary virologists, to brilliant but completely unknown graduate students in Edinburgh, a young physician who did an important epidemiological study in Italy, people, men and women all over the world, 95 of them. So I did that during the first 6 months of 2021. I did these 95 extended Zoom interviews and had them transcribed. And then in late June, I started writing. And I had only 6 months to my deadline. And I wrote, 7 days a week and got up early and worked hard, at least worked hard for a writer, and delivered the book on time. And we decided, after a couple of other options, I came up with help from my wife, came up with the title Breathless, the Scientific Race to Defeat a Deadly Virus. So this book is, in some ways, it's parallel to The Tangled Tree because it's a story assembled from a series of voices. And one of the things I found about Zoom, one of the reasons I say God bless Zoom, is that I found that there's a certain intimacy. We've all learned to talk to one another from continent to continent using this tool, Zoom. And we've learned to look at the pictures on the walls behind one another and the bookshelves. And we've had these conversations, quiet, personal conversations. And so when I interviewed George Gao, head of the China CDC, if I had gone to Beijing and put on a suit and passed through security and passed through the X-ray machine and passed by his assistant's assistant and then passed by his assistant and then gone through the door with the leather padding on it and it closed and sat down, everyone would have known some writer, some author, some journalist is in there talking with Dr. Gao. Instead, I came by Zoom. His assistant facilitated that and knew, but otherwise nobody. And I sat there for an hour and a half with this very eminent, important fellow with important things to say about this pandemic and its origins. And by the end of the conversation, it was George and David having a chat. That was a wonderful blessing of Zoom, not to mention the fact that it saved me thousands of dollars and days and days of travel time. So this is a Zoom researched book. I didn't leave my office in Bozeman, Montana while researching this book. I lived on Zoom for 6 months, and then for another 6 months, I wrote like a demon. And then I went back to all 95 sources, and I sent them bits of it. I sent them sections of it to read and review and correct. And if you go to journalism school, they tell you not to do that. But fortunately for me, I never went to journalism school. And I've learned that when you're writing about science, if you want to get it right, you need to let the scientists look at your draft and correct it, because there are nuances, there are tiny facts, there are things that you will get wrong. And if you want to keep faith with your sources and have them willing to talk to you again after the next book, for the next book, you need to get things right. And that's the way to do it. And I've just now finished that process, and I'm now correcting the page proofs of Breathless for publication in October. So that's some of what I wanted to say that you helped me say with those questions, Scott.
David, that was wonderful. How are you doing for time right now?
If anybody has a question, a quick question, I can answer it, but I should go in 5 minutes. And I hate to go because I know this is a wonderful group, and I'd love to interact more, but I've got people waiting for me for this other thing.
Yeah.
Just a very little request I have. Could you please make that Jean-Paul Belmondo comment you did in the email?
Yes. Okay. So originally the title of this book, my working title was A Novel Virus. A novel virus, because that's what the scientists called this early on, a novel virus. And I thought that was nicely understated and ominous, a novel virus. My publisher said, yeah, understated. We don't like understated. let's have something more arresting. So we talked about other potential titles for the book, and we went round and round. And titles are tricky. You write a book, sometimes you spend 8 years on a book, and you live with one title, and then your publisher says, you can't use that title because somebody else just published a book that has one of those words in it. I've always felt that titles either come easily, good titles come easily or not at all. This is an exception to that, because I'm happy with this title. I think it's a good title for this book, and it came only after anguish with going round and round with my editor, my publisher, the CEO of the publishing house, my wife, who is an important advisor to me, and brainstorming. What do we call this book? And at one point, when I was about to give up and surrender to the title that they had proposed, which I'm not even going to mention because I don't want to confuse things, my wife was sitting in my office with me, and she said, what about catching our breath? Catching our breath. And I said, no, catching our breath. Catching the virus, no. Catching our breath, no. And then I just thought, breathless. The scientific race, which has been a breathless race. And of course, the virus has made millions of people desperately breathless. So it worked in a couple of ways. But of course, it's the title of a famous movie starring Jean-Paul Belmondo. And so I thought, okay, it's okay though. And this will be the title, and Jean-Paul Belmondo can haunt me if he sees fit.
David, I see that we have at least one hand up. Maria, would you like to ask a quick question?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having the opportunity to listen to your talk and to put this question. I will try to make it really short. My part goes to the detective genre of your writing, and following this interest in the topic of pandemics, the interest in earlier pandemics have arisen. So those that were in the first part of the 20th century or even earlier. So would you think that this is a possible topic for probably later writing, or is it possible to write a scientific study of that earlier pandemics? Would you consider this yourself?
Well,
Thank you.
it's certainly, I mean, it's fascinating to me. I read books like that. I'm very interested in that. There's a fellow named Mark Hogesbaum, I think is his name, in the United Kingdom, who has written several books on the history of pandemics. There have been books on the Great Influenza of 1918. John Barry has written a very good book on the Great Influenza. I think that that's a very valuable kind of book, but I think I don't need to write it because other people are writing it. And some of those books are probably qualify as literature and will be around for a while. So I revert to my principle that I would prefer not to write books that other people are writing about, things that other people are writing books about. There's certain kinds of books that I would much rather read than write. And that's one of them. That's one of them.
David, I see that Rana has a hand up. Can you ask a quick question too?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you for attending our conference and for your speeches. What do you think about the conspiracy theories saying that the coronavirus or any virus was human-made and there were several reasons for spreading it? And what would strike that point head on and cut out any confusions about those conspiracy theories?
Yeah, that's a very good and important question, which I could talk about for an hour, but I can't today. I go into that in great depth in my new book. There's about a 50-page chapter devoted to that, and I revert to that question at different places. There are two schools of thought about the origins of this virus, and I think of those two schools of thought as the natural origins school of thought and the nefarious origins school of thought. And the nefarious origins school of thought includes the hypothesis that the virus was engineered for nefarious purposes. It includes the idea that the virus leaked accidentally from a lab, that it was a wild virus that leaked from a lab. Includes also the idea that it was a virus that had been manipulated in a laboratory and then accidentally leaked. All of those involve some human being very guilty, some scientist being very guilty of having caused this. I've looked at that very, very carefully, and there's been a lot of noise about the nefarious origins school in its various different forms. Some people say the idea of a lab leak has become more plausible with some of the popular articles that have been written, newspaper and magazine articles. It hasn't become more plausible. It has become more popular. Editors all over the world went to that hypothesis just like it was nectar. And meanwhile, the scientists that I respect most, professional molecular evolutionary virologists around the world, from Edinburgh to Sydney to Hong Kong, have looked at it very carefully, and they say, this is not an engineered virus. We know what an engineered virus looks like. This is a virus that's closely related to the coronaviruses that live in bats, particularly horseshoe bats in southern China. Have we found the particular horseshoe bat that contains the particular progenitor virus that's 99.5% similar to this? No, we haven't found it yet. We have viruses, a number of viruses that are 96% similar to this, around that range in bats. There are scientists such as Eddie Holmes in Sydney, such as Michael Warraby in Arizona, and others who have done extremely persuasive work on the virus, on the evolutionary dynamics of the virus, on the pattern of the earliest cases in Wuhan, surrounding and within that wet market, the Huanan seafood wholesale market. And they make a very, very, very persuasive case, not only that this virus spilled over from an animal, possibly from intermediate animals that had acquired the virus from bats somehow, and those intermediate animals were brought to the market, such as raccoon dogs, bamboo rats, palm civets, whatever. They make a very persuasive case that that's what happened, and also that this virus from the beginning has had two different lineages, an A lineage and a B lineage, which were genetically distinct in the very earliest cases. And it suggests that this virus spilled over from intermediate animals, not just once, but twice, probably in the Huanan seafood wholesale market, and started these two lineages. None of this fits with the lab leak scenario. Yes, there is a virology lab in the city of Wuhan. It's 10 miles away. The cluster of earliest cases are not clustered around that lab. They're clustered around this market. So parsimony as a scientific principle and a lot of positive evidence makes it extremely, extremely likely that this virus came from a bat into humans by way of an intermediary animal that was trafficked in the mostly illegal wildlife for food trade. And people say, well, did some Chinese officials cover this up? Was this a cover-up? It might have been a cover-up, but probably not a cover-up of a lab leak, but a cover-up of an animal leak, because the wildlife trade was supposedly illegal, and people do not want to be held responsible for having caused this by bringing raccoon dogs and other animals into a market in the middle of a busy city that's an international nexus. So that's what I think, but more of it will be in the book. I should now.
I was just going to thank you for a wonderful presentation and for all the work that you're doing. And, I'm sure you've attracted many new readers to your forthcoming book. So thank you so much. Have a great day. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Great to be with you. Ufuk and all of you, thank you again for including me. It's really been a pleasure to talk with you.
David, thank you so much. We are so honored.
It was my pleasure. I thank you very, very much for your invitation and for your interest. Have a great evening in Turkey, and Scott, have a great morning.
Good day to you, David. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So maybe Scott can stay with us for a little while.
for a few minutes, but I have a date with a group of runners in a little while. It's time for my morning run here. So maybe, yeah, if anyone wants to talk a little bit more about this kind of writing for the next 8 minutes or so,
yeah,
I'd be happy to do that.
So since I introduced you, I shouldn't be introducing you once again, because after I introduced you, many students, colleagues joined this session. Well, thank you so much, Scott, for chairing this session with David Quammen. We are really looking forward to reading Breathless. Well, I'm sure 70 people who joined this session will be among the first readers. Yeah. I remember he mentioned also Lyme disease in spillover. If I mean, we had time, I was going to ask that question to him to comment a little bit on the Lyme disease, because my cousin has this Lyme disease and she's been suffering for the past 2 decades or so. It's not going away.
Yeah. Yeah. I know more people in the United States who currently have or have had Lyme disease than have been infected with COVID. In fact, I was just, meeting with some students the other day, and one of them was talking about the experience of COVID, or of Lyme disease, I mean. So it's very prevalent. It's caused by tick bites, deer ticks, and it's very difficult to go for a walk, in many of the outdoor areas in the United States, such as, the Northeast, near Boston and New York, without being exposed to Lyme disease. I know many prominent scholars in my field who like to be outdoors when they're not writing books about the environment, and many of them have suffered from Lyme disease. So it's and it's also kind of metaphorical. I really think comparing this to that is an act of the imagination that is so essential to the sort of work that David is doing. And even to think of Lyme disease as the transfer of a disease from one organism to another. The zoonosis may be slightly different with Lyme disease than it is with something like COVID, but still this idea of contagion is vivid to many of us because of Lyme disease, and it helps us to understand the infection by COVID, which somehow still seems more abstract, less visible and visceral than something like Lyme disease. So, no, you can see David is so good at explaining what he does. Some writers can tell a good story or craft a beautiful image or a memorable character, but not all writers are willing to analyze what they do as writers in the way that David Quammen is. So that the fact that he can run through a list of his strategies, and if we'd had more time, he could have pointed to examples in his books, including his forthcoming book, where he's using these techniques, really makes him just a wonderful person to explain the very genre of writing, that he excels in.
And I'm really grateful to you, Scott, because you introduced his The Song of the Dodo in 2010 in our graduate class, the class that I audited in 2010, The Song of the Dodo, the 1996 book. I mean, fascinating.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Also, the way he the book on island biogeography has to do with endangered species and extinction. It's not related. He doesn't mention pandemics at all in that classic books, The Song of the Dodo. So it's interesting to think that he was out doing another natural history project with this scientist walking across the Belgian, the Congo Basin, and then suddenly, began to be thinking about Ebola, and became fascinated by a tangential topic, which now has led to the main focus of his work for many years. So to be open-minded enough to encounter a new topic and allow it to carry you in a different direction as a thinker and as an artist, that's the story he told, in his presentation today, and that he's written about elsewhere. So, it's about, in one sense, his writing is about choosing a topic and fiercely dedicating himself to focusing on that topic. On the other hand, his story is about allowing his imagination to follow a story wherever it leads him. So the story of being in the Belgian Congo led him to the story of zoonotic transfer of disease, and to many other important projects. So you got a glimpse into the life and the imagination of a really fascinating and important and productive writer. He's been, doing these major works now for decades. So you're very lucky to have had David Quammen, attend this conference, I think. A good idea, Ufuk.
Is he still writing for National Geographic?
That would have been a good question for him if we'd had time. I think he still takes on assignments, but it sounds as if his book publisher, Simon & Schuster in New York, told him, this is an urgent topic because of the pandemic. We are giving you an assignment to write a book-length project. That's what he's been breathlessly working on. That's another form of breathlessness, to to the 95 interviews in 6 months, and then to write a whole book in 6 months. That's a rather breathless project in itself. So I don't know if he's had time for National Geographic assignments lately, but perhaps in the future, especially because now he's had his knees replaced and he seems to be able to get around again. Perhaps he'll go out and do more adventures. Although it's interesting that he hasn't flown since he returned from Tasmania. That's a bit of news. David Quammen is a writer who travels around the world to meet with experts. And as he explained, he's been relying on Zoom like the rest of us, for the past few years. So yeah.
Let me leave the floor to our participants, to AKE chairs, American Culture and Literature Department chairs. Since you don't have that much time left, maybe Atilla Hocam, the other chairs of the American Studies departments across Turkey, maybe.
Thank you very much, Ufuk Hocam. Well, this was wonderful, Scott. Actually, listening to you both, your moderation was great, and also I thought while listening to David's talk that I was just thinking of the philosophy of composition, in which Edgar Allan Poe was explaining how he has come to write his famous poem, The Raven, as you had just mentioned. And maybe the philosophy of might be an alternative title for another David Quammen book, might be the philosophy of zoonotic travels or journeys or narratives, in which he explains how, as he did right now, how he has come to write his wonderful works, a kind of democratic in himself, which is also related to public health issues, that informing all the people about such very plainly and very easily that anyone, the man in the street, can just understand and what's going on there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think he does sometimes comment on his methodology in his writing, but not as explicitly as you heard today. Where he knew that we were going to ask him to illuminate his methodology. So he does that primarily in his speeches rather than fully in his writing. But
and it was just like the indefiniteness or the brevity or the musicality or melody in Poe's philosophy of composition, his poetic principles.
Right. Yeah. So now what you heard today, I think, will be so interesting for you when you do look at a book of his like Breathless. I think you'll see these strategies at work in that book.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Ufuk, I think I need to leave soon to go on my run.
There's one statement in the chat box, and I would like to read it. This is from one of our participants, Ahmet Özkan. Ahmet Özkan is with us now, and this is what he wrote. Professor Ufuk, could you please inform Professor Scott that he owes a visit to Lake Van region that he promised last time?
Hello, Professor.
Hello. Hi, Ahmed. Yeah, I remember our conversations last year when I was in Urgup. I would love to come to the Lake Van area. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, we will be very delighted to have you here to show you around and to attend one of our PhD classes.
Thank you.
Or one of the seminars that we are planning to hold here. If you honor us by joining one of the seminars that we are planning to hold, we will be very delighted.
Thank you. Well, feel free to contact me anytime.
Very well.
Yeah.
By the way, I would like to inform you that we managed to reach all the governmental places in Turkey about the Lake Van region. Now the government has passed a law to protect the Lake Van area with all its animals or living species. Now it's under law. Its protection is under law. And that's what we have done since we talked last year.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's good news. Thank you. Yeah. Well, it's good to see all of you, and to talk with some of you and to share one of my favorite environmental writers with you. Thanks to his presence at this meeting. But are you at the end of the conference now?
Yes, this is the end of the conference, and thank you very much for joining us, getting up early at 6 o'clock in the morning. So let me repeat, Scott Slovic joined us from Eugene, Oregon, right, Scott?
Right, that's right.
And thank you so much for getting up so early in the morning and for chairing this session in such a wonderful way.
Yeah.
Hope to see you soon.
hope to see you soon. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you, Scott.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Evet. Şimdi tabii epeyce geç oldu. Saat 5'i 5 geçti. Arkadaşlar otobüslere koşturmaya başladılar. Herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Öncelikle 8 tane AKE bölüm başkanımıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Şahane bir proje olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ve önümüzdeki yıllarda da devamını diliyorum, yürekten diliyorum. Şimdi tüm hocalarıma, bölüm arkadaşlarıma, yardımcı olan bölümümüzün asistanlarına bu organizasyonda emeği geçen herkese binlerce teşekkürler diyorum. Bu arada sertifikalar da şu anda hazırlanıyor. Tüm katılımcıların sertifikalarını da e-maillerine yollayacağız, katılım sertifikalarını. Ben bu kadar söylemiş olayım. Sözü Atilla hocama bırakayım. Diğer Hasine Şen Karadeniz hocama, diğer AKE bölüm başkanlarımıza bırakayım son remarklar için.
Çok teşekkürler Ufuk Hocam. Tüm değerli hocalarımıza ve katılımcılarımıza teşekkür ederiz. Ege Üniversitesi ve diğer bölümler adına. Gerçekten ihtiyacımız olan bir süreçti sanırım. Bu pandemi de son keynote'da aslında ne kadar travmatik bir olayın bu şekilde akademik olarak da tedavi edebileceğini bir kez daha sayenizde görmüş olduk. Biz katkınızdan dolayı ve desteğinizden dolayı böyle bir projede yer almaktan biz de çok mutlu olduk. Tüm bölüm adına teşekkür ediyoruz. Sağ olun.
Hasine Hocam.
Ben de Sayın Ufuk Hocama etkinliğin organizasyonunda ve gerçekleşmesinde emek harcayan tüm Hacettepe Üniversitesi meslektaşlarıma teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Bu etkinliği birçok açıdan önemli buluyorum. Şu ana kadar bilimsel faaliyetlerini birbirinden kopuk sürdüren Türkiye'deki Amerikan Edebiyatı bölümleri Hacettepe Üniversitesi'nin önderliğinde ilk defa bir araya gelmiş oldu. Ve gelecekte de ortak çalışmaların önünü açan bir etkinlik bu şekilde gerçekleşmiş oldu. Son 2 günde dinlediğimiz sunumlar ve konuşmaları takip eden tartışmaların derinliği, Amerikan kültürü ve edebiyatı çalışmaları alanında yeni ve düzeyli bir bilgi paylaşım platformunun doğduğuna da işaret ediyor. Sözlerimi bu bilimsel etkinliğin lisans ve lisansüstü öğrencilerimize de motivasyon sağlama, daha bu aşamada birbirleriyle bilgi kaynak ve görüş alışverişine teşvik ederek onların akademik kimliklerinin oluşmasında katkı sağlama yönünden de son derece önemli olduğunu dile getirerek bitirmek istiyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Hasine Hocam çok teşekkürler. Bu arada ben de kendi bölümüme, bu projeme destek verdikleri için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Kendilerine bir toplantımızda bu konuyu açmıştım. Desteklediklerini söylediler ve o şekilde de bu projemiz 9 Amerikan Kültür Edebiyatı'nı bir araya getirerek başlamış oldu. Tekrar teşekkür ediyorum bu arada bölüm arkadaşlarıma. Aramızda diğer bölüm başkanları var. Sanıyorum Merve Sarıkaya Şen var.
Evet hocam, ben de çok teşekkür ederim. Bütün hocalarıma, öncelikle size bu konferansı organize ettiğiniz için ben de gerçekten bir araya gelmenin ne kadar verimli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Birbirimizden haberdar olmak, öğrencilerimizi dinlemek oldukça verimliydi. Önümüzdeki konferanslarda birlikte olmak üzere diyorum. Herkese iyi akşamlar diliyorum.
İyi akşamlar. Ben şu anda ekranda, bir ekran daha var ama başka bölüm başkanımız arada var mı? Sözü verebileceğim şu anda. Yok galiba, değil mi? O zaman herkese tekrar teşekkür ederek kapatıyorum konferansımızı. Bir sonraki konferansımızı önümüzdeki sene hangi bölümümüzün üstlenebileceği konusunda bölüm başkanlarımızla zaten iletişim halinde olacağız. Ve onun da kararını umarım verebiliriz. Sayın hocalarım, herkese iyi akşamlar diliyorum.
İyi akşamlar, iyi bayramlar diliyoruz.
İyi akşamlar.
Herkese iyi bayramlar.
İyi akşamlar, iyi bayramlar.
İyi bayramlar.